She said no to Riccardo Sarti. Then she woke up in a locked room with rules being thrown at her like bullets: eat, sleep, obey. Only Avery West didn't do fear. She did defiance, and that's what made him obsessed. This is our story. Let's begin. My heel catches on the edge of the marble step, and I swear under my breath before my body even decides whether to stumble. I don't stumble. I snap my wrist instead. Champagne flute steady, smile sharp, like the room is mine and not a rented museum full of people wearing money like armor. Watch it, Mina murmurs at my side, her voice a velvet warning. That's the third time you've almost eaten floor tonight. I haven't almost done anything, I shoot back, already irritated, already too wired. I'm just aggressively upright. Mina's mouth twitches. Aggressively upright is what my mother calls men who... Don't, I cut in, because the sentence is going to land somewhere filthy, and I don't have the patience to laugh right now. Not when every light in this place is too bright, every laugh too loud, every brush of strangers' sleeves against mine setting my skin on edge. Restless, that's the word for it. Like there's electricity under my skin and no outlet. We move through the crowd, shoulder to shoulder, pretending we belong here. Mina belongs anywhere. She has that gift, smoky eyes, calm posture, a patience for rich people that I'm still trying to fake. I'm here because my boss called it networking. Because if I don't show my face at the Voss Gallery charity gala at least twice a year, the donors stop returning emails, the grant committees start acting like they've never heard of my nonprofit, and the children who actually need the money get punished because I refuse to smile at men in tuxedos. So, smile, breathe. Don't throw your drink. Your jaw is going to crack. Mina says, My jaw is fine. You're grinding your teeth like you're about to bite someone. Maybe I am. Mina leans in, voice dropping. If you bite a billionaire tonight, pick one with a private jet. I snort despite myself. God, I hate you. No, you don't. You love me because I keep you from committing felonies in public. We pass a wall of art, something abstract and expensive enough to make me angry on principle, and I try to focus on the practical, faces, names, small talk, handshakes, but my attention keeps snagging. It's not the paintings. It's the way the room subtly shifts like it's inhaling around something. The air changes. Not temperature. Tension. I feel it in the way conversations falter a fraction, in the way men straighten their shoulders, in the way women's smiles turn cautious, curated. Power has a sound. It's quiet, and everyone hears it. Mina notices it too. Her eyes flick over my shoulder, then back to mine. Don't look, she whispers, already too late because now my spine has locked and the urge to look burns like a dare. Why? Because your face is about to do that thing. What thing? That thing where you make an expression like someone offered you a plate of worms. I don't. Mina's nails press into my forearm. Avery. So I don't turn right away. I let the moment stretch. Then I do it anyway, because Mina doesn't own my neck and neither does anyone else. Across the gallery, a cluster of men stands like they're guarding something invisible. Center of it, him. Not the prettiest man in the room, not the flashiest, but the stillest. He's wearing black like the rest of them, but his suit doesn't look like fashion. It looks like uniform. The cut is clean, expensive without screaming. White shirt. No tie. A watch that probably costs more than my car. Dark hair, swept back like he doesn't have time to be messy. A face carved sharp, cheekbones, jawline, mouth set in a line that isn't cruel exactly, just decided. And his eyes. They're not scanning the room. They're waiting. Predator stillness. Like everything else is moving and he's the only thing anchored. For 1 second, I'm sure he's not looking at me. Then his gaze shifts and lands. On me. It isn't lust, not the usual lazy male appraisal that makes my skin crawl, breasts, hips, smile. It's interest. Cold, clinical, deliberate. Like I'm a problem he hasn't solved yet. My breath tightens in my chest, anger coming fast to cover something that feels too much like unease. Mina's voice is barely audible now. That's Riccardo Sarti. I keep my eyes on him. Should I know who that is? Yes, Mina says instantly. I like the word as a knife. You should. Why? Because if he looks at you for more than 3 seconds, people start dying. I bark a laugh that comes out wrong. Okay. Dramatic. Mina doesn't laugh back. I'm serious. I finally glance at her. Mina is pale in a way she never is. She grew up in Queens, raised by an uncle who ran numbers and a mother who dated men with ankle monitors. Mina doesn't scare easily. So why is she scared now? I look back. Riccardo Sarti is still watching me. Not openly, not like a creep, like a man who has never been told no and can't decide whether he's amused by the concept or offended by my existence. The people around him lean toward him murmuring. He barely reacts. His attention is a straight line. To me, my stomach turns, not with attraction, with defiance. Don't, Mina repeats softer like she can talk sense into my bloodstream. Just don't engage. Engage? I echo, too sharp. What is he, a grenade? Yes, Mina says. Avery. He's a grenade with money. I should listen. Mina has good instincts. But there's something about the way he looks at me, like I'm already in his pocket, that flips a switch in my chest. I didn't claw my way through foster homes, scholarships, and boardrooms full of condescending men just to be swallowed by some rich stranger's stare. So I lift my chin. I hold his gaze, and I don't look away first. A flicker touches his mouth. Almost a smile, but not warm. More like approval. He says something to the man beside him without taking his eyes off me. Then he moves. The men around him part like it's automatic, like they were born to make space. He crosses the room without hurry, without weaving. People shift out of his path as if they sense the impact radius. Mina's grip tightens. Avery. Relax, I murmur. I'm not going to. He stops in front of me. Up close, he's taller than I thought. Not just tall, solid. Controlled strength under tailored fabric. The kind of presence that makes you instinctively step back. I don't. His gaze drops to my hand, where I'm holding my champagne, then back to my face. I feel inspected, measured. He smells like something expensive and clean, cedar maybe, with a dark undercurrent that makes my nerves jump. His voice is low, smooth, no accent heavy enough to make it a caricature, but the edges are unmistakably Italian when he speaks. Your friend looks like she wants to run, he says, eyes on me. Mina's jaw tightens, but she stays silent. I give him a bright fake smile. My friend always looks like that, it's her face. His eyes don't blink. And you? And me what? He tilts his head a fraction, like he's considering the angle of my defiance. You don't look like you want to run. I don't run, I say. I leave. A pause. He studies me again, and I hate that it feels like he's reading between my ribs. You're Avery West, he says. It shouldn't rattle me. It does, because I haven't told him my name. Mina's breath catches beside me. I force my expression not to change. Am I? You are, he confirms. Like names are facts he owns. You work for the Harbor Light Initiative. My throat goes tight. Do you make a habit of researching every nonprofit coordinator you meet at parties? I make a habit of knowing what I want, Riccardo replies. There's a simple arrogance in it, like it's the most reasonable thing in the world. I let my smile sharpen. And what do you want? His gaze drops, just for a second, to my mouth, not hunger, assessment, then back to my eyes. You, he says. One word. Clean. Certain. Mina makes a small sound that might be a warning prayer. My pulse kicks, heat flashing through my veins like anger trying to disguise itself as something else. I laugh lightly. That's unfortunate. His expression doesn't change. Is it? For you. I take a sip of champagne, slow, deliberate, because I refuse to let him rush my body. Because you can't have me. One of his brows lifts. Everyone can be had. There it is, the expectation. Compliance as default. My grip tightens around the glass stem. I imagine snapping it. I imagine pressing the broken edge to his perfect shirt and watching his calm fracture. Instead, I set the glass down on a passing tray with surgical care. Then I look at him fully. Not up at him, close enough to see the faint scar near his hairline, close enough to see that his eyes aren't black. They're a dark brown so deep they swallow light. Listen, I say, voice quiet but edged. I don't know who you are in this room. I don't care who you are in this room. But if you walk up to women and say, I want you like you're ordering off a menu, I'm not asking, he cuts in. Then you're going to have a really hard time with me. His eyes narrow slightly, not angry. Interested. Like I've given him a new flavor. You should be careful, Riccardo says, voice still calm. Men like me don't like being challenged. Men like you? I echo, letting the contempt show now. Right, what does that mean? Men who think money buys silence? His jaw flexes once. Still no emotion, no flair, just control so tight it feels like a threat. I can buy whatever I want, Riccardo says. I step closer, not because I'm brave, because I'm furious, because I refuse to be small in front of a man who assumes I'll fold. You're not intimidating, I say softly so only he can hear. Just used to people pretending you are. The words land between us like a slap. Mina inhales sharply. For the first time, something flickers in his eyes, fast, dangerous, gone, before I can name it. Not rage, not humiliation, something darker. Like I've pressed a bruise and he's deciding whether to thank me or break my fingers. The air around us goes thin. I feel eyes on us now, people pretending not to watch while their curiosity vibrates. Riccardo doesn't move. He doesn't raise his voice, doesn't threaten. He just looks at me like he's filing me away in a place no one escapes. "You're very sure of yourself," he says. "No," I answer. "I'm sure of you." His mouth curves faintly, and it's the most chilling expression I've ever seen on a man, because it isn't cruelty. It's inevitability. "And what am I?" he asks. I tilt my head, mirroring him. A man who's never been told no. His gaze holds mine. The room blurs at the edges. All I can hear is my heartbeat and the soft clink of glasses. Mina shifts nervously, like she's trying to pull me back with her presence alone. Riccardo's voice drops even lower. "Say it again." "No." Something in his stare hardens. A quiet recalibration. He should be angry. Men like this, men with power, don't take refusal well. But he doesn't explode. He doesn't reach for me. He doesn't even step closer. He simply watches me like I'm the first honest thing he's seen in a long time, and he doesn't know whether to destroy it or keep it. I feel the strangest shiver run down my spine. Not fear, not attraction. Something like instinct, recognizing a storm. Mina clears her throat, forced brightness. "Mr. Sarti, it's been..." He doesn't look at her. He keeps his eyes on me and says, "Leave your friend." Mina goes still. My blood goes cold. I take a slow breath, making my voice steady. "No." He blinks once. "No? I came with her," I say. "I leave with her." A beat of silence. Then very calmly he says, "You're in a room full of people who would do anything I ask." I smile, without warmth. "Then ask them to teach you manners." Mina's fingers dig into my arm like, "Please stop." I don't, because my entire life has been people trying to corner me, systems, men, money, circumstance, and I learned early that if you give them even an inch, they build a cage. Riccardo's gaze drifts over my face one last time, slow, thorough. Then he steps back, just one pace. It's nothing, but it feels like the room exhales. His expression is unreadable. "Enjoy the gala, Avery West." There's a promise in the way he says my name. Like he's putting a tag on me. I lift my chin again. "I will." He holds my stare for a long moment. Then he turns and walks away. No threat, no chase, no dramatic grab. He returns to his circle like nothing happened, and the people around him close in again, murmuring, eager. I stand there, skin buzzing, heart punching against my ribs like it wants out. Mina releases my arm like she's afraid I'm contagious. "What the hell is wrong with you?" I pick up my champagne again because my hands need something to do. Nothing. He doesn't get to look at me like that. Mina's eyes flash. "You don't know what he gets." That sentence hits harder than it should. I swallow, forcing my voice light. He gets to go back to whatever expensive cave he crawled out of. Mina's stare is fierce. "We need to leave." "Fine," I say, too fast. Like leaving means winning. We push through the crowd and I keep my face smooth, my posture steady, like I'm not vibrating with adrenaline. But as we near the exit, something pricks at the back of my neck. That sense of being watched again. I don't want to look. I do anyway. Across the gallery, Riccardo Sarti stands half-turned, one hand in his pocket, his head slightly bowed as a man speaks into his ear. Riccardo isn't listening. His eyes are on me. Not with heat, with focus. Like he's already moved past the moment and into the aftermath. Like he's already decided what my no means and what he'll do about it. A man beside him offers something. Maybe a phone, maybe a name card. Riccardo's fingers lift, and he takes it without looking away from me. My stomach dips. Mina is pulling me forward, toward the doors, toward the street, and the illusion of safety. I let her. But just before we pass through the archway, I glance back one last time. Riccardo doesn't follow. He doesn't move at all. He simply watches. And in that stillness, in the way his gaze stays locked like a vow, something inside me whispers a warning I don't want to hear. Men like that don't let go. Not when they've been cut, not when they've been denied. Outside, the night air is cold and sharp, slicing through the warmth of the gala. I breathe it in like it can scrub him off my skin. Mina hails a car with frantic precision. I slide into the back seat, heart still too loud, and force myself to face forward. But even as the car pulls away, I can feel him behind me like a shadow that didn't need to follow to stay attached. Because the last thing I saw, before the doors swallowed the gallery again, was Riccardo Sarti lifting his hand, speaking quietly to the man at his shoulder, and the man nodding like an order had been given, like a decision had been made. About me.
Chapter 2. Riccardo, she leaves like she's winning. That's the first thing I learn about Avery West. She doesn't retreat. She withdraws with intent. Like the room is the thing that should feel ashamed for existing around her. From the center of the gallery, I watch her shoulders stay squared as she follows her friend toward the exit. No frantic glance back. No quickened breath she can't hide. No softening. Not fear. Not performance. Conviction. The men around me keep talking. Donors. Allies. Parasites dressed as patrons, voices slipping in and out like static. One of them laughs too loud at his own joke. Another leans in, trying to impress me with information I could buy with a phone call. I don't answer. I watch her. She thinks her words cut me because they were meant to. You're not intimidating. Just used to people pretending you are. A smarter woman would have swallowed that sentence. A safer woman would have smiled and walked away without bleeding me in public. But she wanted me to feel it. And I did. Not in my ego. In something older. Something that doesn't have language. Only reflex. A bruise doesn't stop hurting because you pretend it isn't there. It hurts because it's real. My capo, Marco, speaks close to my ear. She's leaving. I can see. I say, voice even. Do you want me to? I don't look at him. No, Marco hesitates. He knows better than to hesitate. And yet, she disrespected you. She spoke. I correct. A pause. Marco tries again. Do you want her brought back? That's the obvious move. The expected move. The move men like me make when a woman forgets what the world is. But if I drag her back into that room tonight, she becomes a spectacle. A lesson for everyone else. A story told at parties with hushed voices and delighted horror. That would satisfy the crowd. It would satisfy my reputation. It would not satisfy me. I want her unobserved. I want her without witnesses. Without the noise. Without the social theater that made her brave. I want the truth. I watch her hand disappear through the arched doorway, her friend close beside her. The moment she's gone, the room fills back in, people breathing again, conversation resuming like I never existed. I lift my hand slightly. Marco falls silent, waiting. Find out everything. I say. He doesn't ask what everything means. He knows. He nods once and turns away, already moving through the crowd. I stand still for another moment, letting the itch in my palm settle. Control is not an act. It's a discipline. You do not show hunger to people who want to sell you food. Then I leave. Not through the front. Through the side corridor the gallery director keeps unlocked for men like me. Because art is for sale and so is privacy. Outside, the night is cold, polished, expensive. Black cars idle at the curb. Drivers pretend not to see. Because seeing is optional when money is involved. My driver opens the rear door of my car before I reach it. I slide inside. Leather. Warmth. Silence. Marco's voice comes through my earpiece less than 5 minutes later. She's in a rideshare. Heading east. She's with one female. No security. Route. He gives it. I picture the streets in my head like a map I've walked blind. I know every camera. Every alley. Every corner that belongs to someone I own or someone who owes me. Avery West thinks she has exits. I think in entrances. Intercept clean. I tell Marco. No noise. No bruises that show. Keep the friend out of it. The friend. She leaves untouched. A pause. Understood. I stare out the tinted window, watching the city slide by in strips of light. I'm not angry. Anger is messy. Anger is a man losing his grip. This is something else. This is the moment after a spark hits dry paper and you decide whether to put it out or watch it burn. I decide. We take her 2 streets from the bridge. The timing is exact because I require it to be. The city has rhythms. You learn them if you want to survive. A black van merges ahead of the rideshare at a red light. Another vehicle slides behind it, blocking it in without a single horn. The drivers around them don't even notice. New York is full of minor crimes. People learn to ignore what doesn't touch them. I arrive in my car as if I'm late to something boring. Marco steps out first. 2 men move with him, quiet, efficient, faces blank. There is no brutality in their posture, only certainty. I exit my car and walk toward the rideshare. Through the back window I see her. Avery is turned toward her friend, mouth moving, eyes bright with that restless defiance. Even seated, she looks like she's ready to swing. Her friend, Mina. Marco already texted me the name, has one hand on Avery's wrist like she's trying to anchor her. I open the back door. The rideshare driver flinches hard, twisting around. Hey, what the? Marco leans to the driver's window with a folded piece of paper and a calm smile. Money changes hands. An apology that isn't real. A promise that will be enforced if necessary. The driver's shoulders drop. He looks away, suddenly blind. Avery turns fast, eyes flashing up to me. For half a second, I see surprise. Then it sharpens into disgust. You, she says, like the word tastes bad. Her friend's face drains of color. Mina's gaze flicks to my hands, my suit, my eyes, and she understands what Avery refuses to. The danger is not loud. It's quiet. It's organized. Avery, Mina whispers, trembling. Don't, get out. Avery snaps at her friend, then looks back at me. What is this? You stalking women now? Is that your hobby when you're not buying people? I lean down slightly, keeping my voice low so it doesn't carry. Come with me. She laughs short, vicious. No, expected. I'm not asking. I tell her. Her chin lifts. I'm not going. Mina's hand tightens around Avery's wrist. Avery, please. Avery doesn't look at Mina. She's locked on me like she can win by refusing to blink. I admire the instinct, even as I dismantle it. I nod once to Marco. He opens the opposite back door. Another man steps in, smooth as a shadow, placing himself between Avery and the open street. Avery reacts instantly. She shoves him. Hard. The man barely shifts. He isn't allowed to. Avery tries again, knee this time, quick and sharp. The man catches her leg, gentle but immovable, and sets it down like she's a child throwing a tantrum. Avery's breathing changes. Faster. Angrier. Touch me again. She spits. You'll what? I ask. Still calm. Scream? Fight. Bite. I let my gaze flick to the driver, still staring forward, pretending he's not part of this. Who do you think will help you? I ask her softly. These people? This city? She bares her teeth at me. I will. Good. I move closer. Not into her space yet. Just enough to make her feel the shift. Avery, I told you to be careful. She jerks forward as if she's going to spit in my face. I catch her chin with 2 fingers. Not rough. Not gentle, controlled. It's a test. A statement. Her eyes go nuclear. She swings at me. Fast. It would have landed on most men. It would have been satisfying. I catch her wrist midair without changing my expression. Her breath hitches rage, surprise, and something like disbelief that she didn't connect. I lean in. Brava. I murmur, low enough that it's almost an insult. You fight. Her eyes flash. Let go. No, I look at Mina. Get out. Mina's voice breaks. Please. Don't, please. She doesn't know. I know exactly what she knows. I say, and there's a blade in my softness now. Get out. Marco opens the door wider. Mina scrambles backward, stumbling out onto the sidewalk. One of my men steps between her and the car, shielding her view, not as kindness, as containment. Avery twists, trying to reach Mina. Mina. Her friend cries her name, shaking, but she doesn't come closer. Smart girl. Avery's struggle intensifies. She kicks. She tries to wrench her arm free. She tries to slam her shoulder into my chest. I let her. I let her spend energy. I let her prove to herself that she is not helpless. Then I end it. I reach into my coat with my free hand and take out a small cloth. Her eyes widen, catching the movement. What? I press it to her mouth and nose. She jerks violently, head snapping away. I follow, firm, my grip unbreakable. Basta. I command, voice low and sharp. She fights it like she fights everything, feral, furious, refusing. Her nails rake my wrist, drawing a thin sting. Her knee slams into my thigh. Pain flashes bright, then fades under discipline. You, she manages, voice muffled. Psycho. Her words fracture as her lungs betray her. The drug hits fast. She sucks in, then coughs, then tries to hold her breath. I watch her eyes as they start to blur at the edges. Still defiant, still refusing. I lean in, my mouth near her ear. You should have walked away and forgotten me. Her hand grips my sleeve like she's trying to drag me down with her. Then her fingers loosen. Her body goes heavy, folding toward me. I catch her before she drops. Not because I'm kind, because she's mine to carry now, and I won't have her hitting pavement like trash. Marco moves immediately, taking her legs. We lift her together, smooth, controlled, and shift her into the van behind us. Mina makes a sound from the sidewalk, a choked sob, a half scream. I don't look back. My driver closes the car door. Engines roll. Traffic resumes. The city forgets in real time. She wakes hours later. I know because the cameras tell me, and because the silence changes. I don't go to her immediately. That's important. You don't flood a trapped animal with presence the second it opens its eyes. You let it orient. You let it breathe. You let it realize the cage exists. My estate is outside the city. Not far enough to feel rural, but far enough that the air tastes cleaner and screams don't echo off apartment walls. The room she's in is not a basement. It's a bedroom. Neutral colors. Soft lighting. A fire set low behind glass. A couch. A table with water and food untouched. The windows are tall and beautiful, looking out onto black trees. They don't open. Security is invisible. It's a kind of art. When I finally enter, I do it without noise. I wear a charcoal shirt with the sleeves rolled to my forearms. Because suits communicate power, and I don't need to communicate it here. I close the door behind me. Avery is upright on the bed, hair disheveled, eyes bloodshot with fury and sleep. The drug has left a faint sluggishness in her limbs, but I can see she's fighting through it. Her gaze snaps to me. For a heartbeat, there's confusion. Then it hardens into hate. She throws the nearest object at my head. A water glass. It misses by inches and shatters against the wall, spraying cold droplets over the carpet. I don't flinch. Avery's chest heaves. Where am I? I step closer at a measured pace. Hands visible. Posture relaxed. Safe. I say. She laughs raw. Broken. Kidnapping me is your idea of safe? You weren't safe. I correct. Her eyes narrow. From what? Your ego. I stop a few feet from the bed. Not close enough for her to kick me easily. From the world. I say. From the people who would take you the wrong way. Her lip curls. You mean from people like you. I let the silence stretch. It's heavy in the room, weighted by her breathing. Then she moves. Fast. She launches off the bed like a blade, crossing the distance in one sudden burst. Good. She closes her fist and swings at my face. I catch her wrist again, but she's already rotating, coming at me with her other hand. Her palm cracks across my cheek. It's not hard enough to injure. It's hard enough to make a point. My head turns slightly with the impact. I look back at her slowly. Her eyes are wild, bright with victory. She thinks she made me react. She thinks she found the crack. I don't touch my cheek. I don't raise my voice. I simply tighten my grip on her wrist enough that she feels the consequence without pain. Her breath catches, but she doesn't look away. Do it again. She spits. You want me to hit you back? I ask calmly. I want you to stop acting like you're made of stone. I tilt my head. Stone lasts. You're insane. She snaps, trying to yank free. I don't let her. Her nails dig into my skin again. She tries to twist out, tries to wrench her elbow, tries to knee me where it counts. She's clever. She's aggressive. She is not trained. I step to the side, guiding her momentum, and in one controlled motion I turn her and press her back against the wall beside the bed. Not a slam. A pin. My forearm braces near her shoulder, keeping distance between our bodies that still feels like violation because it removes her choices. Her breath punches out. Furious. Get off me. No, she thrashes once. Twice. Then she stills, because she realizes movement isn't winning her anything. Her eyes lock onto mine, close enough now that I can see the flecks of gold in her irises. You're making a mistake, she says, voice low. Dangerous. I lean in slightly, not touching her with anything but control. You think I make mistakes. You don't even know who I am. I watch her mouth shape the words, watch the stubborn lift of her chin. I know enough. I say, you know my nonprofit and my name. She snaps. Congratulations. Want a cookie? Something in me shifts, amusement, maybe, or recognition. She weaponizes humor when she wants to keep fear out. I lower my voice. You'll learn. Her eyes flash. Learn what? I release her wrist abruptly. She jerks as if expecting pain that doesn't come. then stumbles a half step forward, ready to attack again. I don't move. I watch her decide. She chooses words this time, like she realizes her fists won't break what she's facing. You can't keep me here, she says. This isn't a movie. I have a phone. I have people. Someone will notice I'm gone. No phone. I say. Simple. Her jaw tightens. Then I'll scream. Go ahead. She does. It's not theatrical. It's not polite. It's a full, ripping scream, rage and fear colliding, sharp enough to make the air vibrate. I don't blink. When she stops, breath ragged, she listens. No footsteps. No rush of staff. No panic. The house absorbs her like it's trained to. Avery's expression changes. Not to fear. To calculation. She swallows hard. Eyes narrowing. You soundproof the room. I soundproof the wing. I correct. Her nostrils flare. So this is planned. This is normal for you. I step back, giving her space without giving her an exit. Sit. No, I wait. Time is a weapon. I have more of it than she does. Her shoulders rise and fall with each breath. Her fists clench. Unclench. She looks at the door. At the windows. At me. She makes the assessment fast. She's smart. She sits, not because she submits, but because she chooses the position that gives her the best angle to spring. I walk to the table and pour myself a glass of water, unbothered by the shattered one. My men will replace it. The room will reset. Everything resets. Avery watches every movement like she's collecting evidence. I sip once, then set the glass down. You drugged me, she says, voice shaking with controlled fury. Yes. You abducted me. Yes. You threatened my friend. No. I say. Precise. I removed her from you. Avery's laugh is bitter. You're insane. I turn my head slightly, considering her. Insane is a man who cannot control himself. She leans forward, eyes bright. And you think you can? I know I can. A long beat. She tries something else, cold now, quieter. Why? It's the first honest question she's asked since I walked in. I could lie. I could tell her she's in danger, that she needs protection, that she's safer under my roof. All true, but not the core. The core is uglier. You looked at me. I say. Her brow furrows. What? You held my gaze. I continue, voice steady. You spoke to me like I was nothing. Her mouth tightens. Because you acted like I was property. I take one step closer. Not rushing, but reasserting presence. And yet, I murmur. You didn't shake. Her eyes burn. I'm shaking now. No. I say. You're angry. She swallows hard. And I see the flash of truth. She is angry. Yes, but there's something under it. A tremor she refuses to name. She straightens her spine like a challenge. You're not getting anything from me. I stare at her for a long moment, letting the silence do what it does. Pressurize. Squeeze. Reveal. Then I nod once, as if she confirms something. Bene. I say quietly. She frowns. What does that mean? It means good. Her eyes narrow further. Good for what? For me. Avery's voice turns razor sharp. You can't scare me into compliance. Riccardo. Hearing my name in her mouth does something it shouldn't. It's not pleasure. It's possession. I keep my face calm. I'm not trying to scare you. Then what are you doing? I step closer until I'm just at the edge of her space again, close enough that she can feel the gravity of me without touch. I'm taking the time you stole. I say. Her lips part slightly. I didn't steal anything. You stole my certainty. I correct. You made me curious. Avery's eyes flash with disgust. That's not my problem. I lean in just enough to make her pulse jump. Then stop. Controlled. Always controlled. No. I say softly. It's mine. For a moment, neither of us moves. The fire crackles behind glass. Outside, the trees are black silhouettes. Inside, she sits like a blade pointed at my throat. Then she lifts her chin again, stubborn, luminous with refusal. I'm not afraid of you, she says, voice quiet, shaking only with rage. And the thing in my chest, cold and disciplined, tilts. Intrigue, not anger, because I've seen fear. I've caused it. I've built empires on it. But this is different. This is a woman choosing defiance, even with no exits. I straighten, letting her breathe again. You should rest. I say. She laughs, incredulous. Rest. Yes. I'm not sleeping here. You will. I reply simply. Your body will force it. Her fingers curl into the bedding. You don't get to decide what my body does. I pause at the door, hand on the handle, and look back at her one last time. Her eyes are locked on mine, like she's memorizing my face for court. I give her something true, something she won't like. You're not going home tonight, I say, or tomorrow. Her throat tightens. She tries to hide it. I have a life, she says, voice rough. People. I know. You can't just erase me. I open the door. Then I say the only promise I allow myself, the one that will haunt her more than threats. You'll learn. I repeat, softer now. Not fear, not obedience. Her brows pull together, confused despite herself. I meet her gaze, calm as a blade. You'll learn what it means. I add, to be wanted by a man who doesn't let go. I close the door behind me. Outside the room, Marco waits at the end of the corridor, hands clasped behind his back. She awake? He asks. Yes. Does she? I cut him off with a glance. She hit me. Marco's expression tightens. Immediate violence in his eyes. No. I say, flat. He reins it in with visible effort. Orders. I walk past him, the faint sting of her slap still warm on my cheek. A mark that doesn't show, but feels like ownership reversed. Double the perimeter. I tell him, no one enters that wing without my permission. Marco nods. And the girl's identity? I stop at the foot of the stairs, looking down into the dark expanse of my house like it's a chessboard. She's clean, Marco says, reading from his phone. No criminal record. Foster care history. Scholarship track. Works nonprofit. No family listed. No family listed. That detail should mean nothing. It means everything. I feel the edge of something I can't name yet. An instinct, old and sharp, pulling at the back of my skull. Find out what's missing. I say. Marco looks up. Missing. Dawn. I don't answer right away. Because in my mind, Avery West sits upright in my bed like she owns it. Eyes like knives. Refusing fear. And for the first time in a long time, I want something that isn't simple. I want the reason. I want the secret. I want the part of her she didn't show in that gallery. I start down the stairs. Behind me, Marco's voice is careful. And if she doesn't break? I smile without warmth. Because the question is wrong. She won't. I say. I reach the bottom step and turn toward the security office where the screens glow with silent surveillance. Hallways. Gates. Perimeter. Her door. Avery's room. Her window. Her face. Turned toward the locked glass like she's measuring the night. I stare at the monitor for a long moment. The quiet of the estate pressing in like snow. Then I speak. Not to Marco. Not to my men. Only to the image of her. Captured and defiant. Good. I murmur. Because if she refuses fear, then I'll have to find another way inside her. And I already know exactly where to start. On the screen, Avery turns away from the window, slowly, like she can feel my gaze through the walls. And she looks straight into the camera. Straight at me. As if she's daring me to come back in. My phone vibrates in my pocket. Marco's eyes flick to it. What is it? I pull it out, glance at the message. And something cold slides through my ribs. A single name. A single warning. A single line that makes the air in my lungs go sharp. She's connected. Be careful who you take. I don't move. I don't blink. I stare at the screen where Avery's face is turned toward the camera. Unafraid. Unbroken. And I realize, with brutal clarity, that I didn't just take a woman. I may have taken a war.
Chapter 3. Avery. I don't sleep. My body tries, eyes burning, limbs heavy in that slow chemical aftermath, but my mind keeps biting at the same questions layer. Meet. Where am I? How far? How many doors? How many men? How many cameras? And why the hell is he so calm? The room is too perfect to be a prison in the way people imagine prisons. There's a fireplace behind glass. There's a couch that looks like it's never been sat on by anyone who's ever had a real day in their life. There's a tray of food that smells like someone hired a chef to prove captivity can be tasteful. There's also a lock on the door that clicks from the outside, and windows that do not open. I test them anyway, fingertips pressed to the seam, searching for a trick, a weakness, a gap. Nothing. Whoever built this did it with intention. Not panic, not cruelty, just planning. That's what makes my stomach churn. Cruel men get sloppy, they lose control, they show you their needs. Riccardo Sarti doesn't show anything, and that makes him the most dangerous kind. I pace. bare feet on plush carpet that probably costs more per square foot than my first apartment's rent. I check the walls, I check the vents, I check the light fixtures, I check the bathroom for anything sharp enough to be useful and not decorative. The mirror over the sink reflects a face I don't fully recognize. Hair messy, eyes bloodshot, anger holding me up because fear is not allowed to take the wheel. I run cold water, splash it on my cheeks, and stare harder. You're alive, I tell myself. You're not tied up. You're not bleeding. You're not helpless. Not yet. I grab a towel, dry my face, and listen. Nothing. No voices, no footsteps, no distant clink of staff. The house, estate, whatever, holds silence like it's trained to. Soundproofed wing, he said. Of course he did. The first time I screamed, it felt like throwing a brick into deep water. No echo, no ripple, just gone. So I stop giving the walls my voice. I save it. The only thing I can do right now is observe and endure. Endure long enough to find the crack. The crack will exist. It always does. People are human. Systems are built by humans. Even monsters. I'm halfway through a second circuit around the room when the lock clicks. My spine goes rigid before I can stop it. Not fear. Readiness. The door opens. Riccardo steps in like he's entering his own office. Unhurried, controlled, dressed in a charcoal shirt with sleeves rolled to his forearms, dark trousers, no jacket. His hair looks the same as last night, pulled back, disciplined. His face looks like it hasn't been touched by sleep, but if it hasn't, he doesn't show it. He closes the door behind him. That sound, soft latch, final, hits my chest like a gavel. I keep my posture tall. I keep my hands loose. I keep my expression sharp enough to cut. He doesn't look at the shattered glass from last night. Someone has already cleaned it. The wall is spotless again. Reset. That's his favorite word, even if he never says it. His gaze lands on me. Not lust, not hunger, not even anger. Assessment. I hate that my body wants to respond anyway. Pulse tripping, skin prickling. It's not attraction. It's adrenaline. My nervous system screaming. Predator. I lift my chin. Come to finish the job? He takes a slow step into the room, then stops, as if he's decided distance is a choice he can afford. You didn't eat, he says, glancing at the tray. You drugged me and kidnapped me and you're worried about my appetite? I'm worried about your strength, he replies evenly. I laugh, short and ugly. How considerate. His eyes stay on mine. You're going to need it. That line should scare me. It doesn't. It just makes my anger flare hotter. So you admit you plan to keep me here. I already told you. You told me a lot of things, I snap. You also told me I'd be safe. You know what would make me safe? My apartment, my phone, my friend. His jaw tightens once, almost imperceptible. Your friend is alive, as if that's a gift. He doesn't react. Riccardo Sarti is a man built like a locked vault, not because he can't feel, because he refuses to let anyone see it, which means the feelings are in there, which means there are buttons, levers, pressure points. I just have to find them. He turns slightly, looking at the room like it's neutral territory. We're going to talk. No, I say immediately. His gaze returns, calm as a blade. Yes, you don't get to decide what we do. I do, he says, like he's stating the weather. I step forward so the distance shrinks by my choice, not his. Then decide to let me go. A beat. He studies me like I'm an equation, refusing to balance. Then he speaks. These are the rules, I blink once. Rules. Regole, he says, and the Italian makes it sound older, heavier. You will listen. I'll pass. His eyes darken a fraction, not with anger, with focus. Rule 1, you don't leave this wing. I already can't. His mouth barely moves. Rule 2, you don't touch my men. Oh, so you can abduct women, but I can't touch your employees. Rule 3, you don't scream unless you're dying. I stare at him. That's not a rule. That's a threat. It's a boundary. Boundaries are mutual, I say. Here's mine. Don't drug me. Don't lock me up. Don't say my name like you own it. For the first time since he entered, something flickers behind his eyes, an irritation so controlled it's almost elegant. He takes one step closer. My body doesn't retreat, it braces. I'm not negotiating, he says softly. I smile like I'm amused. I'm not. Then you're wasting your breath. His gaze drops briefly to my mouth again, and it makes my skin tighten in a way I don't want to examine. He looks back up. Rule 4, you will eat. You will sleep. You will not harm yourself. I snort. Concerned I'll deprive you of your hostage? His jaw flexes. Concerned you'll become unpredictable. I'm already unpredictable, I say. That's why you had to drug me like a coward? Something sharp passes through his expression, quick as a blink. There, I found one. Coward. He doesn't move, but the air changes. It thickens, like he's deciding which version of himself he can afford to show me. Then he exhales through his nose, slow, controlled, and the moment smooths over like ice refreezing. You think I'm a coward? He repeats. I know you are, I shoot back. Because strong men don't need cloth and chemicals. They don't need to trap women in pretty rooms and call it boundaries. His eyes narrow slightly. Strong men do what is effective. I'm not a shipment, I snap. I'm not a deal. I'm a person. Sigh, he says quietly. A person who stood in front of me and called me a lie. My throat tightens. You deserved it. He tilts his head, studying the set of my shoulders, the way my hands are loose but ready, the way I refuse to fold. You don't scare easily, he says. I bark a laugh. You keep saying that like it's a compliment. It's a fact. It's trauma, I correct, and the word slips out before I can stop it. Silence. Not awkward. Heavy. I feel my own pulse in my ears. I don't know why I said it. Maybe because I want to remind him I'm not a toy. Maybe because I want to remind myself. Riccardo's gaze sharpens, like he just found a new thread to pull. He takes another step closer. Trauma, he repeats softly, tasting the English word like it's unfamiliar. I lift my chin higher. Don't. His eyes hold mine. Don't what? Don't pretend you care, I say, voice rougher than I want it to be. You didn't take me because you care. You took me because you didn't like being told no. His mouth turns faintly, not a smile, something colder. You're wrong. Oh, am I? Yes. He moves again, and suddenly the distance is gone. Not because he rushed, because he's built for this. Closing space like it's inevitable. I don't step back. I should. I don't. His presence presses against my skin without touching, heat and weight and something like gravity. The room feels smaller because he decided it would. I took you, he says, voice low, controlled, because you made me curious. I swallow. I hate that my body hears his tone as threat, even if the words are almost intimate. Curious, like I'm a puzzle, like I'm an object, like I'm a person worth studying. It's all dangerous. I force my voice steady. Congratulations, curiosity doesn't give you rights. He leans in slightly and my breath catches. Not in fear, in reflex. My lungs don't like the proximity. My nervous system screams too close. Riccardo's gaze flicks to my throat as if he notices the swallow. Then back to my eyes. Here is the last rule, he murmurs. What? You do not lie to me. I laugh sharp. About what? My favorite color? Whether I like being abducted? His eyes go very still. About who you are. My stomach dips, not because he said it, because something in the way he said it feels like he knows there's a door in me I keep locked. I don't answer fast enough. His gaze tightens on my face, reading the hesitation like it's handwriting. I snap back, aggression as shield. You don't get to ask me anything. You're not a cop. You're not a judge. You're... a Don? He supplies softly. The word should sound ridiculous, like cosplay. Like some melodramatic title men use to scare each other. But in his mouth, it sounds like a fact carved into stone. He doesn't brag. He doesn't posture. He just is. And you're my prisoner, he adds, as casually as if he's saying the sky is blue. My vision flares white-hot with rage. I step into him, chest nearly brushing his shirt. Say that again. He doesn't move. He doesn't flinch. He looks down at me, eyes dark, voice low. Prigioniera. The Italian makes it worse, cleaner, more final. I lift my hand. Not to slap him, to shove him. My palm hits his chest, hard. I feel muscle under fabric, unyielding. He doesn't budge. I shove again, harder, and pain shoots up my wrist, because he's basically a wall. He watches me like I'm proving something. I grit my teeth. You're not getting what you want. What I repeats, and there's that faint curve again, inevitability. You don't know what I want. I know you want control. I spit. His gaze drops to my hand pressed against his chest, then lifts back up. Yes, he says simply. The honesty hits me harder than any lie would have. He doesn't pretend he's noble. He doesn't pretend he's saving me. He wants control, and he admits it. I should hate him more for that. I do. And yet the truth makes him feel more dangerous, not less, because there's no mask to rip off. Riccardo's hand lifts, slow. He doesn't grab my wrist. He doesn't yank me. He reaches for my hand like he's deciding what kind of touch he's allowed to use. His fingers close around mine, not squeezing, holding. My breath catches again, traitorous. I yank, but he doesn't let go. He doesn't tighten either. He just keeps my hand where it is, pressed to his chest, like he wants me to feel the steady beat under his skin. A heartbeat. Proof he's human. Proof he's not. I'm going to make this simple, he says. I glare up at him. You can't make me anything. He leans in close enough that his breath touches my cheek, not warm, not intimate. Controlled proximity. A demonstration. You will stop fighting the room, he murmurs, and start fighting me. My mouth goes dry. I already am. No, he says softly. You're fighting fear. I'm not afraid. His eyes narrow in a way that feels like praise and threat braided together. Then prove it. My pulse slams. How? He steps sideways in a single smooth movement, and suddenly my back meets the wall. Not a shove, a placement. He has redirected me like my body is an object, and I hate that it works. Hate that he moves like he's done this before, corralling, controlling, positioning. His forearm braces beside my head, trapping me without pinning my body fully, close enough that I can feel him, but not enough that I can accuse him of force without sounding hysterical. It's calculated. Every inch. My hands lift automatically, palms to his chest, not because I want him there, but because I need the boundary. He doesn't move away. His gaze locks on mine. Look at me, he says, voice dropping. I am. No, he murmurs. Not with anger. With truth. My throat tightens. I hate the way his voice feels like it's sliding under my defenses, trying to find skin. I hold his stare anyway because if I look away, he wins. You want rules? I whisper, lifting my chin. Here's one for you. You don't get inside my head. A flicker crosses his eyes, something like amusement, something like hunger, but not sexual, mental, predatory. We'll see, he says. I swallow. You don't scare me. The words come out steady. True. My body is tense, yes. My blood is loud, yes. But fear? No. Not the kind he wants. Riccardo watches my face like he's hunting for the tremor. He doesn't find it. His jaw tightens. Just a fraction. Then his gaze dips, again, to my mouth. And this time it feels different. Not assessment, not curiosity. Something closer to temptation. My stomach flips. Furious at my own physiology, I press harder against his chest, as if distance can be manufactured by force of will. Move, I say, voice sharp. He doesn't. Instead, he tilts his head toward my ear, voice a murmur that feels like it belongs in shadows. Say it again, he says. You don't scare me. His breath brushes my neck. My skin tightens. I hate that it reacts. His mouth doesn't touch me. But it almost does. So close the air between us feels like a wire. You think fear is the only way, he murmurs. It's the only way men like you know, I whisper back. His eyes lift to mine again, dark and steady. Men like me know many ways. My heart stutters. Not because I'm scared, because my body hears that and does something stupid like imagine it. Ways, voice, proximity, patience, isolation. The slow dismantling of resistance until you're not sure what you're resisting anymore. I refuse. I keep my stare, locked on his. You're not getting compliance. A slow inhale, his chest rises under my palms, then he exhales, controlled, measured, and his gaze sharpens. Good, he says. I blink. What? He pulls back half an inch, just enough to make my lungs breathe again, and the loss of his closeness hits me like a withdrawal I didn't consent to. Good, he repeats softer. If you complied, you would bore me. Rage sparks. I'm not here to entertain you. No, he says. You're here because you decided to cut me in public. He lifts his hand, not to touch my face. He stops just short, hovering near my cheek, like he wants to, like he's testing whether I'll flinch. I don't. My eyes stay locked on his. His fingers lower, brushing the wall beside my head instead, harmless. But the restraint is its own violence. You broke something, he murmurs. I told the truth. You exposed me, he corrects, and there's something dangerous in his quiet now. And now you want me to pretend it didn't matter. I want you to let me go. Riccardo's eyes hold mine. No. I press my palms harder to his chest. Then you're making a mistake. He leans in again, slow, deliberate, and I feel the almost of it, the almost kiss, the almost contact, the almost that makes my breath shorten even as my mind screams, don't you dare. His mouth stops a breath away, not touching, not crossing, just hanging there, suspended, like he wants to see if my defiance will crack into something else. My voice comes out like a blade. Try it. His eyes flicker, surprise, then something like satisfaction. He doesn't kiss me, he doesn't touch me, he simply holds that distance, one breath, two, until the tension feels like a bruise. Then he pulls back fully, stepping away as if the moment never happened. My lungs drag in air too fast, annoyed at myself, at him, at the fact that my body noticed the almost like it mattered. Riccardo turns toward the door. I push off the wall, fury surging. That's it? You come in here, rattle off rules, corner me like a psychopath, and then leave? He pauses with his hand on the handle. Doesn't look back yet. You rejected my rules, he says. Damn right. A beat. Then he turns his head slightly, just enough that I can see his profile, the hard line of his jaw, the calm set of his mouth. And yet, he says softly, you listened. My stomach twists. I listened because you wouldn't shut up. He turns fully now, facing me again, and his eyes pin me in place more effectively than the wall did. You're smart, he says. I don't answer. Smart women don't scream into soundproof rooms forever, he continues. They adapt. I bare my teeth. You want me to adapt to being kidnapped? I want you to survive it, he replies. The words land wrong, too real, too close to something I don't want to accept, that he thinks this isn't temporary, that he thinks this is a situation I'm meant to live inside. My voice goes colder. I'm not staying. You will, he says, calm as stone. I step forward again, refusing to let him leave with the last word. You don't own me, Riccardo. His gaze drops to my hands, then lifts back up, and something dark settles in his expression like night falling. I don't own you, he agrees. My chest tightens. Victory flickers. Then he continues, voice low, precise. Not yet. The words hit like a hand around my throat. Not squeezing. Promising. I force my voice steady. You can't scare me. Riccardo's mouth curves faintly, and it's not warm. It's obsessed. We've established that, he murmurs. That's the problem. He opens the door. Before he steps out, he looks at me one last time, slow, thorough, like he's memorizing the exact shape of my resistance. Then he speaks softly in Italian, like it's not meant for me but for himself. Testarda, he says. Stubborn. And in his tone it sounds like both an insult and a vow. He leaves. The lock clicks. Final. I stand there for a long moment, breathing hard, my palms still tingling like his heartbeat imprinted itself into my skin. I hate him. I hate his calm. I hate the way he didn't kiss me when he could have, like he's controlling even his own urges, just to show me he can. I hate that the almost of it did something to my body. I pace again, fast and furious, trying to burn it off. But the house stays silent. No footsteps, no voices. Only the quiet hum of a system designed to contain. And somewhere beyond this door, beyond this wing, beyond the locked windows and the polished darkness, Riccardo Sarti is watching. Not with anger, with interest, with patience. Like he has all the time in the world to learn exactly how to break me without ever raising his voice. I stop at the window, press my forehead to the cool glass, and stare out at the black line of trees. My reflection stares back, eyes bright, jaw set. You don't scare me, I whisper again, to myself this time. But the words don't feel like a declaration anymore. They feel like a challenge, because I can survive fear. I've done it. What I don't know how to survive is a man who doesn't need fear at all to get what he wants. And the worst part? He looked at my resistance like it was a gift, like it was something he could collect. Somewhere down the hallway, a door closes quietly. A footstep, just one. Then silence again. I can't see him, but I feel him. And I realize with a sick twist in my stomach that this isn't a cage built to punish me. It's a cage built to study me, and he just set the first rule, not for me, for himself, not to touch. Not yet. As if he's saving the moment he finally does, for when it will mean something, for when I'll feel it, for when I won't be able to pretend it didn't. My hands curl into fists at my sides. Fine. Let him watch, let him plan, because the next time he corners me, I'm not just going to survive it, I'm going to find the crack, and when I do, I'm going to use it. Even if the crack is in him.
Chapter 4. Riccardo, my father, does not summon. He expects. The message arrives at 6:12. A single line from a number that is not saved in my phone because I have never needed it saved to recognize the weight behind it. Casa. Ora. Home. Now. I don't respond. Response implies choice. I simply move. The estate is quiet in the early morning. The kind of quiet bought with acreage and men on gates. I cross the corridor outside Avery West's wing without slowing, though I feel, like a phantom sensation, the heat of her defiance through the walls. A woman who doesn't scream anymore. A woman who learns. Marco falls in beside me at the base of the stairs. His steps silent out of habit. You didn't sleep, he observes. I slept. I lie. He doesn't call it out. He's learned not to test the parts of me I keep locked. Update. I ask. Her friend filed a missing person report. He says, it won't move fast. Good. and we scrubbed her last location. The driver signed what you paid him to sign. Good. Marco hesitates, then adds carefully, your father called twice. I know what he is. I cut in. Marco's jaw tightens. He's loyal to me, not to my father, but loyalty doesn't erase fear. In our world, there is always a bigger blade. The driver has the car waiting. I slide in, and the city disappears behind tinted glass as we head toward the old house on the hill. The one my father still calls home like it is a kingdom and not a graveyard with chandeliers. I watch my reflection in the window, calm face, cold eyes, no visible bruise where Avery's palm landed on my cheek last night. But I feel it, not as pain, as proof. A woman put her hand on my face and didn't die. It should mean nothing. It means everything. The gates at my father's estate open without stopping. The guards stand straighter as my car passes, like their spines can earn them mercy. Inside, the house smells like old money and discipline, polished wood, lemon oil, and something darker beneath it, the lingering presence of men who built empires on fear and called it tradition. My father is waiting in the library, as he always is when he plans to strike. He sits behind a desk that has seen paperwork for deaths and weddings with the same signature. He doesn't rise when I enter. He doesn't need to. His power stands for him. Riccardo, he says, voice smooth as cut stone. Padre. He studies me with a gaze that has never once been warm. My father isn't cruel in the theatrical way. He's worse, he's certain. He believes in outcomes the way priests believe in God. You were at the Voss Gala, he says. It isn't a question. Yes. You were seen, he continues. And you left early. I say nothing. He taps a finger once against the desk. Something distracted you. Marco remains by the door. Two of my father's men are posted in the corners like shadows with guns. I don't look at them. I'm busy. I say. My father's mouth curves faintly. Always. He reaches into a folder and slides a document across the desk toward me. A photograph falls out with it. A woman's face. Elegant. Controlled. Beautiful in the way knives are beautiful. Sharp. Polished. Made to do damage without effort. Dark hair pinned back. A dress that costs more than most people's lives. Eyes that don't smile even when her mouth does. I don't need the paper to know her. Bianca Valenti. My fiancée. The word tastes like rust. You remember her. My father says. I remember the arrangement. I reply. His gaze narrows. Watch your tone. I lift my eyes. Or what? A pause. A thin stretch of silence where the men in the corners stop breathing. My father's fingers fold together. Or I remind you who built the ground you stand on. I hold his stare. Cold. Unmoving. I built my own ground. My father smiles like I'm amusing. You built on mine. Then, softer, as if he's offering generosity. It's time. I don't move. Time for what? His eyes flick down to the photo. The engagement. I let my expression stay blank. Inside, something tightens. Not fear. Not panic. Annoyance. Bianca Valenti is a political marriage. A border treaty. An alliance stitched with silk and blood. Her family controls ports and routes that matter. Money that washes clean. Influence that opens doors my father prefers to kick down. This engagement is not romance. It is insurance. I haven't agreed. I say. My father's gaze sharpens. You agreed when you were 16 and you wanted my approval like oxygen. I don't blink. I was 16, and now you're 32, he says. Old enough to understand the cost of refusing. I understand it. I say calmly. I'm refusing anyway. The room shifts. Not temperature, danger. My father leans back in his chair, studying me like I'm a problem he thought he already solved. You've been unpredictable, he says. I've been effective. You've been distracted. He corrects. I feel it, his attempt to hook the word into me, to reel out what I keep hidden. I don't take it. I'm expanding. I say. That requires focus. My father's eyes stay on mine. Bianca is arriving today. A beat. I keep my voice even. Why? Because I invited her, he says. And because our enemies are watching. Because the Valenti alliance has been promised. And promises keep blood from spilling. I tilt my head. Or start wars when they're forced. Wars start when sons forget their place. My father replies. I feel something cold settle deeper in my ribs, a familiar sensation. The old leash tugging. My father slides the contract closer. Sign it. I don't touch it. He waits, patient, confident. Then he adds, almost casually, if you don't, I'll assume your judgment is compromised. My gaze sharpens. Careful. He smiles again, just barely. Or what? I step forward. Not fast. Not loud. Just enough to remind him I am not the boy he trained anymore. My voice drops. Or you'll push me into making you regret it. My father's eyes glitter with something like satisfaction. There you are, he murmurs. I was wondering where my son went. The words hit like a slap disguised as nostalgia. I don't flinch. Bianca will be here within the hour. He says, you will greet her. You will be charming. You will show her the estate. I hold his gaze. And if I don't, my father's voice turns softer, almost kind. Then I visit your house. A quiet threat. Not to me. To Avery. My jaw tightens. The muscle jumping once. There. The crack. My father sees it immediately. His eyes narrow. Pleased. Ah. He stands now. Slow. Deliberate. Walking around the desk like a king stepping off a throne. You've taken something, he says. Or someone. I say nothing. Silence is my oldest shield. My father stops in front of me. Close enough that his cologne hits my lungs. Expensive. Old world. Suffocating. Be careful, he murmurs. Women are how men like us die. Not from bullets. I hold his gaze. Cold. I don't die. He smiles like he's heard arrogance from every man before the grave swallowed them. Everyone dies. Riccardo, the question is what you leave behind. He steps back. Greet Bianca. Then we talk tonight. And just like that, the meeting is over. Not because I agreed. Because he decided it was. I leave without looking at the contract. Without touching the photo. But I feel it in my pocket anyway. Like the paper somehow followed me. Wait. Inevitability. Rot. Bianca Valeni arrives at 8:47. I watch from the top of the staircase as the front doors open and she steps into my father's house like she belongs there. She doesn't look around in awe. She doesn't pause to admire the marble or the oil paintings. She walks like she's done this 100 times, entering lion dens with a steady pulse. Her heels click once, twice, and then she stops at the bottom of the stairs, lifting her gaze to find me. Her smile is perfect. Her eyes are not. Riccardo, she says, voice smooth, with a faint Italian lilt that sounds like Rome and knives. Bianca. She comes up the stairs at an unhurried pace. Men move out of her path like she's royalty. When she reaches me, she leans in and kisses both my cheeks, light, polite, staged for the house. Her perfume is expensive and cold, jasmine and something metallic under it. We're finally doing this. She murmurs against my cheek. Are we? I reply quietly. She pulls back, still smiling for the audience. You look well. I give her the faintest curve of my mouth. You look prepared. Her eyes sharpen a fraction. I always am. We stand there, a couple in the eyes of the house, two families' futures wrapped in silk. To anyone watching, it's perfect. To me, it's a noose with pearls. My father appears in the hallway, his expression bright with practiced warmth. Bianca, Cara, he greets, opening his arms. She glides into his embrace like she's done it before. Like affection is another weapon she knows how to use. Don Sarti, she says, voice honeyed. It's been too long. Come, my father says. We have breakfast. Then you and Riccardo will have time to reacquaint. Bianca's gaze flicks to me as if she's tasting the word. Yes, she agrees softly. Reacquaint. Breakfast is theater. My father talks alliances and donations and upcoming events. Smiling like a saint, Bianca nods, graceful, offering small comments that show intelligence without threatening male ego. I say very little. My silence reads as power in rooms like this. It's expected, respected, but Bianca watches me the way I watched Avery, interest without lust, assessment without softness. At one point, my father mentions the Voss Gala. Bianca's eyes lift to mine. I heard you attended, she says lightly. I couldn't make it. It was dull. I answer. Her smile widens. Was it? A beat. She tilts her head. And yet you left early. My father's gaze shifts to me. Quiet pressure. Bianca's tone remains sweet. Something urgent? I take a sip of espresso. Something unimportant. Bianca watches the cup touch my mouth. Watches my hands. Watches for signs. She's looking for the woman. She doesn't know it yet. But she's already hunting. My father stands after breakfast. declaring he has calls to make. He kisses Bianca's hand and leaves us alone at the table, servants melting away like ghosts. Bianca folds her napkin neatly, then looks at me with a calm that feels like a blade sliding free. "Tell me," she says, voice low. "Do you still hate this as much as you did when we were 20? I hold her gaze. "It's not personal." Bianca's smile is faint, controlled. "Everything is personal, Riccardo. That's what makes it useful." I don't respond. She leans back slightly. "Your father wants the engagement announced within the week. I heard. And you don't want it." She continues, as if we're discussing whether. "No, do you think I do?" she asks. I study her. Really look at her now. Bianca is beautiful. Yes, but it's not the beauty of softness. It's the beauty of control. She would never beg, never cry where someone could use it, never bleed in a way that wasn't calculated. "I think you want what it gives you," I say. She laughs softly. "Correct. A beat." Her gaze sharpens. "And you want something else." I keep my face still. She watches me for a moment longer, then stands. "Show me your house." "It's not my house," I correct. "It will be," she says. We walk the estate like it's a museum of my father's ego. Bianca touches paintings with careful fingers, asks questions about security with too much interest, notes exits like a woman who thinks in contingencies. At the top of the West Hall, she pauses. Her gaze drifts to the corridor that leads to Avery's wing. The air shifts. Bianca doesn't change expression, but I feel the attention land. "What's down there?" she asks, voice still light. "Private rooms." I answer. "Private for who?" She presses softly. I glance at her. "For me." She meets my eyes. "You don't keep private rooms in your father's house." "I do." A long beat. Then Bianca's smile returns, polite as a threat. "Interesting." She continues walking, but her steps slow near the end of the hall, like she's letting her instincts sniff. I guide her away before she can drift closer. Not hurried, not obvious, but Bianca notices anyway. Of course she does. In the sitting room overlooking the gardens, she stops again and turns to face me. Her posture is elegant, relaxed. Her expression is calm. Her eyes are sharp. "I want the truth," she says. I give her nothing. "About what?" "About why you're suddenly elsewhere." She replies, "You're here, but you're not." I keep my voice flat. "You're imagining things." Bianca's smile fades just a fraction. "No," she says softly. "I'm not." She steps closer, closing distance with the same unhurried certainty I use. Two predators meeting in silk. "Is it money?" she asks. "Power. Something new you're building." I hold her gaze. "Why do you care?" Her eyes flicker, amused. "Because I'm not marrying a man who can be manipulated by a distraction." My jaw tightens. "I can't be manipulated." Bianca's smile returns, sharp. "Every man can," she murmurs. "We just need the right leverage." The line lands like a quiet warning. I lean slightly closer, enough for my voice to drop into something that doesn't belong in polite rooms. "Careful, Bianca." She doesn't flinch. "Or what?" "Tesoro." The endearment is honey over poison. I don't answer. Instead, I turn away, walking toward the doors. Bianca follows, her heels clicking like a countdown. When we reach the main hall again, servants pass with trays. Voices low. The house moves around us like it's alive. Bianca stops beside a console table, picking up a silver-framed photo of me at 25 with my father, two cold men posing like family. Her fingers trace the frame. Then she looks at me, head tilted. "You've changed," she says. I keep my face still. "Timed as that?" "No," she murmurs. "This is different." She sets the frame down with delicate precision and steps closer again, lowering her voice. "You want something," she says, "and you don't want your father to know." I stare at her. Bianca's eyes narrow, sharp enough to cut through lies. Then, like a knife sliding between ribs, she adds, "Is it a woman?" The air goes still. Not because she said it, because she's right. I don't move. I don't blink. I don't give her satisfaction. But Bianca's gaze flickers to my jaw, to the tension there, and her mouth curves. Found. I shift my stance slightly, letting her feel the warning in my posture. "You're here to discuss the engagement. I'm here to survive it." She corrects smoothly. "Just like you." She steps even closer, close enough that her perfume fills my lungs, close enough that anyone watching would see intimacy. Her voice is quiet and lethal. If there's a woman, Riccardo, you need to end it. My gaze hardens. You don't give me orders. Bianca smiles. No, she agrees softly. I give you realities. She looks up at me, eyes bright with calculation. A woman can be used against you. Against us. Us. I echo. Flat. Bianca's. Smile doesn't waver. Yes. Us. That is what this engagement means. I hold her gaze for a long moment, measuring. Bianca isn't jealous the way girls are jealous. She isn't emotional. She's strategic. And that's more dangerous than anger. I have it handled. I say. Bianca's eyes sweep my face one more time. Then she nods as if accepting the answer. But I can see it. She doesn't believe me. Good. She murmurs. Because if you don't, she lets the sentence hang. Unfinished. Like she doesn't need to say the ending for it to exist. Then her smile brightens again, and she turns, gliding toward the foyer where my father waits with guests arriving for lunch. The show resumes. I follow at a measured distance, my mind already moving ahead, because Bianca's instincts are sharp, and she just caught the scent of Avery West on me without ever seeing her. And my father threatened to visit my house, meaning he will look, meaning he will find what I'm hiding if I'm careless. By midday, my phone vibrates once, a message from Marco. She's awake. She asked for you. I stare at the words, then look up at Bianca laughing softly at something my father says, her hand resting lightly on his arm like she's already family. The room is full of silk and teeth, and somewhere down a corridor in this estate, a woman who doesn't fear me is learning the shape of my cage. Bianca's gaze flicks to me across the room. She sees the moment my attention shifts away. Her smile stays polite. Her eyes turn cold. There you are, she seems to say without words. The thing you don't want me to see. I slip my phone back into my pocket. I don't move. Not yet. Because if I run to Avery now, Bianca will follow the scent straight to the door. So I stay. I play the role. I let Bianca think she's the only woman in this house with a claim. But as lunch drags on, I feel it, the pressure building, the triangle tightening, my father watching for weakness, Bianca watching for the secret, and Avery, wild, defiant Avery, pulling at the part of me I keep locked down. By the time the guests begin to leave, and my father escorts Bianca toward the guest suite, Bianca pauses at the staircase and turns back to me. Her smile is sweet enough for anyone listening. Her voice is soft enough to be private. I'm looking forward to meeting her. She says. My blood goes cold. I keep my expression calm. Meeting who? Bianca's eyes glitter. The woman who made you forget you were engaged. Then she turns and walks away, her dress whispering over marble like a promise. I stand still for a moment, jaw tight, hands loose at my sides. Marco appears beside me, quiet as shadow. Dawn. I don't look away from the corridor Bianca disappeared down. Move Avery. I say. Marco's eyes widen slightly. To where? Somewhere Bianca can't find. I reply, voice low, a beat. And if she asks? Marco says. My gaze hardens. Tell her nothing. I say. And if Bianca goes near that wing? Marco nods once, already understanding the weight. She won't. He promises. But promises are fragile in houses like this. And Bianca Valenti doesn't need permission to hunt. As I turn toward the West Hall, toward the locked wing, toward the woman who asked for me, I feel it. Sharp and absolute. This isn't just an engagement now. It's a war with lace gloves. And Bianca just decided Avery West is a threat, which means the next move won't be mine. It will be hers.
Chapter 5. Avery. The dress is a weapon. That's what I decide the moment the woman I've never seen before walks into my room carrying black silk like it's a peace offering. She doesn't knock. The door unlocks from the outside, opens, and she steps in with the quiet confidence of someone who belongs to the house that's holding me. She's not one of Riccardo's men. She's staff. Hair pinned, face composed, eyes trained to look through people instead of at them. Behind her, another woman follows with a tray. Makeup, pins, a pair of heels sharp enough to stab. My skin goes cold. No, I say immediately. The first woman's expression doesn't change. Signorina, you're expected. I didn't RSVP to my own kidnapping. She sets the dress on the back of the chair, like my sarcasm is weather she's dressed for. You will be brought downstairs, she says, with or without cooperation. My stomach tightens. I glance at the door, at the lock, at the windows that don't open. The room that's become too familiar in the last 2 days. The cage I've mapped 100 times without finding the seam. Expected by who? I ask, even though I already know. She lifts her eyes to mine, and there's a flicker. Something like pity, something like warning. The dawn. Riccardo, of course. I step closer to the dress, fingers hovering over the fabric. It's expensive, heavy, soft in a way that makes my teeth itch. It's the kind of dress you wear when you want the world to remember you walked into the room. It's also the kind you put on a woman when you want to remind her that she is being displayed. I'm not your doll, I say. The woman's hands fold in front of her. No, Signorina, you're his. My vision flashes white with anger. The second woman clears her throat softly, as if uncomfortable witnessing my humiliation. She sets the tray down and opens a compact, revealing brushes and lipstick. I take a slow breath. I can fight this. I can throw the tray. I can tear the dress. I can scream until my throat bleeds, in a wing designed to swallow sound. And then what? They'll still bring me down. They'll just bring me down bruised and wild, and Riccardo will watch like it's entertainment. No, if I'm going to be forced into his world, I'm going to choose how I enter it. I pick up the dress. The staff relaxes. The smallest shift. Relief. Compliance. They have no idea compliance is a costume I know how to wear. Turn around, I say to the woman with the pins. She blinks, startled. Turn around, I repeat, sharper. Or I'll change in front of you and then I'll make sure you're the one blamed when I tell Riccardo you watched. That gets her moving. The first woman's lips press into a thin line, annoyance, perhaps, or respect. She gestures for the second to face the wall. I change quickly, efficiently. I've learned how to move through vulnerability like it's just another hallway with cameras. The dress slides over my skin like cold water. Black silk, fitted at the waist, a slit up the thigh that feels like a deliberate insult. The neckline isn't obscene, but it's intimate. Collarbones exposed, throat offered. I catch my reflection in the mirror. I don't look like a hostage. I look like a mistake someone made on purpose. My hair gets twisted up, pinned into a sleek knot at the nape. Makeup appears on my face in careful strokes, concealer to hide exhaustion, blush to mimic health, lipstick a deep neutral that makes my mouth look softer than I feel. They hand me the heels. I take them and hold them in my hands. Put them on, the first woman says gently, like she's coaxing an animal. I meet her eyes. If I stab someone tonight, it's on you. Her expression doesn't change. If you stab someone tonight, Signorina, you won't need heels tomorrow. The statement is calm, not a threat, a fact. My fingers tighten around the shoes until my knuckles ache. Then I set them down and slide my feet in. When the door unlocks again, 2 men are waiting in the hall. Not guards in the obvious way. No uniforms, no visible weapons, but their bodies scream trained violence. One is blonde, wide-shouldered, expressionless. The other is dark-haired with a scar across his eyebrow and eyes that don't soften when they land on me. Signorina, the scarred one says. I have a name, I bite. He doesn't blink. This way. They escort me down the corridor like I'm valuable cargo. The house shifts around me as we move. Hallways opening into rooms I haven't seen, ceilings high enough to swallow sound, art that looks stolen, not bought. Every inch of this place is built to remind you that whoever lives here can afford silence. At the top of a staircase, I hear voices. Male laughter, low conversation, the clink of glasses, a dinner, a gathering. My throat tightens. This isn't about showing me. We descend. My heels click on marble, each step a countdown. At the bottom, a pair of double doors open. Warm light spills out. Candlelight. Crystal. A long table laid with linen so white it feels aggressive. Silverware arranged like ritual. Plates heavy enough to be shields. Men in suits. A few women in expensive dresses. Faces sharp with money, sharper with power. Conversations hush when I enter, not completely. Just enough for attention to tilt. I feel it. The instant shift. A new object in the room. A new story. And at the head of the table, Riccardo, he sits like he was born in that chair. Dark suit tonight, black shirt, no tie. His posture is relaxed but not casual, controlled, dominant without movement. His eyes lift to mine. The room disappears at the edges, not because he's beautiful, because he's a problem my body doesn't know how to ignore. His gaze sweeps over me, my dress, my hair, my mouth, and something tightens in his eyes. Possession, approval. A flicker of satisfaction so fast I almost doubt it happened. Then his face goes blank again, like he locks it away. I hate him for the flicker more than anything. A man beside him leans in to speak. Riccardo doesn't look away from me as he answers in Italian, voice low, smooth, lethal. Sit, he says in English. There's a chair halfway down the table, positioned like a statement, close enough to him that everyone will read it as intimacy, far enough that I'll feel isolated anyway. I don't move. The scarred guard's hand hovers near my elbow, a silent suggestion that my choices are limited. I keep my chin high and walk to the chair at the other end of the table instead, the farthest possible seat, away from Riccardo, away from his gravity. I pull it out. The room goes quiet enough that I can hear candle flames shifting. One of the men clears his throat. Someone murmurs a name under their breath. Sarti. I sit. Across the table, Riccardo's eyes narrow slightly. He doesn't speak. He doesn't correct me. He simply watches as if I've just drawn the first line on a battlefield. Good. Let them all see it. A woman 2 seats away watches me with a cool, controlled expression. Dark hair, pinned perfectly. Dress sleek, expensive, eyes sharp like glass. Bianca. I recognize her instantly because even without context, she radiates the kind of elegance that kills. Her gaze moves over me the way rich women appraise threats, not with disgust, but with calculation. A slow smile touches her mouth. It doesn't reach her eyes. Riccardo lifts a glass, addressing the table in Italian. His voice carries without effort, and the men respond with murmurs, smiles, small nods that feel like vows. I don't understand every word, but I catch enough. Business, alliances, loyalty, a toast. When he finishes, everyone drinks. I don't. Riccardo's gaze flicks to my untouched water, a subtle warning. I lift the glass and take one sip, purely to show I can choose even inside his rules. The dinner begins. Plates appear, carried by staff who move like ghosts. Courses of food I don't want. Conversations that curl around me like smoke. Men discussing ports, unions, problems that sound like people they plan to erase. I sit upright, listening, memorizing, because if I ever get out of here, I want to know exactly who I'm up against. A man near Riccardo's right side is speaking now. Gray hair, expensive watch, smile too wide. He laughs as if he's telling a joke, but his eyes never stop scanning. And the mayor's office, he says in English for the table's benefit, will be cooperative again. They're learning. Riccardo nods once. Learning, I mutter, not quietly enough. The man's smile falters. Riccardo's gaze shifts to me, slow. Something to add, Avery? He asks. My name in his mouth is a claim. I smile sweetly. Just impressed. It must take a lot of work to make everyone in the city afraid of you. A ripple of discomfort runs down the table. People look at their plates like the porcelain might save them. Riccardo doesn't react. He simply cuts a piece of meat with precise strokes, as if my words are background music. Ignore. That's his tactic. He wants to starve me of reaction until I lose momentum. I've met men like him before, boardroom predators who pretend you're invisible until you apologize for existing. I lean back slightly, letting my voice carry with controlled ease. Do you all do this often? I ask the table. Kidnap women and dress them up for dinner like centerpieces? A few faces stiffen. A woman drops her fork. Someone coughs. Bianca's eyes brighten, amused. Riccardo finally looks directly at me. Eat, he says softly. I tilt my head. No, thank you. I'm not hungry for whatever this is. The gray-haired man laughs awkwardly, trying to soften the tension. She's spirited. Spirited is one word, I reply, smiling at him. Delusional is another, if you think I'm here willingly. Riccardo's knife pauses. Not a reaction exactly, but a marker. He resumes cutting like nothing happened. The table tries to move on. Business talk resumes, careful now, like everyone is tiptoeing around a bomb they didn't know was under the linen. I watch Riccardo. He participates minimally, but when he speaks, the room leans in. Men defer. Women watch him like their survival depends on reading his moods, and he gives them nothing, except that cold authority that makes everyone else shrink into politeness. Everyone except me. So I escalate, because if he can ignore me, he can pretend I'm not a problem, and I refuse to be convenient. A younger man across from me, sharp jaw, slick hair, leans toward his companion and mutters in Italian, then glances at me with a smirk. He thinks I can't understand tone. He thinks I'm entertainment. I look at him. Did you just call me a stray? The man's face shifts, surprise flashing. Riccardo's gaze flicks to him. One brief look, and the smirk dies instantly. Interesting. So Riccardo does control the room, even when he says nothing. I smile wider, turning back to Riccardo. Your friends are charming. Riccardo takes a sip of wine. They're loyal. Loyal men say whatever you want, I reply. Brave men say whatever they mean. Silence. The table quiets again, tension crawling across the linen like fire. Riccardo's eyes hold mine for a long moment. Then he says, with infuriating calm, You're trying to provoke me. No, I say. I'm trying to remind you I'm not afraid. Bianca's soft laugh cuts through the moment. She's interesting, she says lightly, eyes on me. I see why you kept her close. Kept. Close. The way she says it makes my skin prickle. I turn my head slowly, meeting Bianca's gaze. And you are? I ask. Bianca's smile is flawless. Bianca Valenti. I nod like the name means nothing. Avery West. Bianca's eyes sweep over me again, lingering on my dress, my hair, the subtle signs of grooming that scream I was prepared for display. West, she murmurs. American. And you're Italian, I return, polite as poison. Congratulations. A few people at the table shift uncomfortable. Riccardo's gaze tightens. Avery. I look back at him. Riccardo. The way I say his name isn't soft, it's a challenge. He watches me. Expression unreadable. Behave. I laugh quietly. Behave? Like a pet? Bianca's eyes glitter. Riccardo sets his glass down with deliberate care, then looks at me like I'm a blade he wants to test against his skin. You're at my table, he says. And I'm still not your property, I reply. One of the men clears his throat again, trying to steer the room away. Don Sarti about the shipment. I cut in, turning toward the speaker. Do you always call it that? Shipment. Cargo. Like you're moving furniture instead of human lives? The man's face flushes. Riccardo's eyes go colder. Still no explosion. Still control. I can feel the room holding its breath now. Everyone wants to see what happens when the Don is publicly challenged, and Riccardo is letting them wait, letting them wonder if he'll crush me or indulge me. He's making my defiance part of his power. I hate him for that too. So I do the one thing men like him cannot tolerate. I embarrass him. Not with shouting, with precision. I lean forward, elbows off the table because I'm not an animal, and speak in a clear voice that carries. You know what's funny? I say, smiling as if I'm telling a story at brunch. You're all sitting here acting like this is normal, like men like him are gods. But I met Riccardo in a gallery, and do you know what he did when I said no? The room freezes. Riccardo's gaze locks on mine, sharp. I continue anyway. He didn't threaten me, I say. He didn't shout. He didn't even raise his voice. He just stared, like he was waiting for me to remember I'm supposed to be afraid. A few people shift. Someone's fork clinks against a plate. I keep my smile sweet. And when I didn't, I add, he kidnapped me. The word is a grenade on the table. Kidnapped. Not invited. Not protected. Not kept. Kidnapped. Riccardo's jaw flexes once. His eyes do not leave mine. I tilt my head, feigning innocence. Is that how it works? If a woman doesn't pretend you're intimidating, you just take her? Is that your whole empire? A gasp from somewhere near the middle of the table. Bianca's expression doesn't change, but her eyes sharpen, like she's watching two blades cross and calculating which one will cut deeper. Riccardo speaks softly. Avery. I smile at him. Yes? He doesn't raise his voice. He doesn't threaten. He gives a simple command in Italian, low and lethal. Basta. Enough. I hold his gaze, my heart pounding but my face calm. Then I say it, the line that detonates the room. You're not intimidating, I tell him clearly, in front of everyone, just used to people pretending you are. The silence after is so complete it feels like the house itself stopped breathing. Riccardo's eyes go still, not blank, still. The kind of stillness right before something breaks. A man near the far end shifts as if to speak, then decides he likes living. Bianca's mouth curves faintly. Not amused, satisfied. Like she just watched me hand her leverage wrapped in velvet. I see it in her eyes. Thank you. Because if I can embarrass Riccardo publicly, she can use it. I hate that I gave her that, but I hate Riccardo more in this moment. Riccardo doesn't move for a beat. Then he stands, slowly. The chair slides back with a soft scrape that sounds like a warning shot. Every eye in the room locks on him. His gaze stays on me. No anger in his face. That's the terrifying part. His voice is quiet when he speaks. Come. I don't move. No, I say. A flash, something sharp and dark, crosses his eyes. He walks around the table, not rushing, not performing. Each step is controlled, measured. The room shrinks around his movement. People draw back instinctively as he passes, like he carries cold with him. He stops beside my chair. I look up at him. I refuse to lower my gaze, refuse to show him even a flicker of fear. "What?" I ask, voice steady. "Are you going to do? Hit me in front of everyone?" He leans down slightly, close enough that only I can hear him. His breath brushes my ear. He murmurs in Italian, "Non qui." "Not here." My stomach flips. He straightens and extends his hand. Not to help me up, to demand. I stare at his hand like it's a trap. Then I look past him to the table, to Bianca watching with calm interest, to the men who look eager, hungry for a demonstration of power, to the women who look away, already pretending they didn't see. If I refuse, he'll still take me, but he might do it in a way that gives them what they want, a spectacle. If I go on my terms. So I stand, slowly, without taking his hand. I step around him, brushing close enough to make a point that I choose my movement. His hand drops, fingers curling once, control tightening. He doesn't touch me yet. He turns and walks toward the doors. Assuming I'll follow, I do, 2 steps behind because I refuse to let him drag me like a trophy. The room remains silent as we cross it. I feel eyes burning into my back, feel the story forming already in their minds. The American girl, the Don's new problem, the fiancé watching like a hawk. At the door, Riccardo pauses. He doesn't look at the table. He looks straight at Bianca. It's brief, a glance, but it carries weight. Bianca's smile doesn't move. Her eyes do. They flicker with something like warning. Riccardo turns away, pushes through the doors into the hallway beyond. The instant we're out of the room, the air feels colder. The doors close behind us, and the silence here isn't performative, it's private. Riccardo stops in the corridor, then turns to face me. Up close, his control is a tangible thing, like the house built itself around it. His gaze pins me. "You humiliated me," he says softly. I lift my chin. "Good." His eyes darken. "Why?" "Because you needed it," I snap. "Because you think you can take anything you want, and no one will ever say it out loud." Riccardo steps closer. My body braces automatically, but I don't step back. He speaks in Italian, voice low, sharp. "Testarda? Stubborn? I bare my teeth, coward?" That word, again, lands like a match. Riccardo's jaw tightens. He moves so fast this time the control slips just enough for me to feel it. 1 second, he's a step away. The next, his hand is on my arm, fingers firm, not bruising but unbreakable. And he turns me, steering me down the hall away from the dining room, away from witnesses. My heart slams. Not fear. Not yet. But the promise of consequences. "Where are we going?" I demand, trying to wrench free. He doesn't answer. He just tightens his grip slightly and says, voice like steel wrapped in velvet, "You wanted my attention," he murmurs. "Now you have it." And he keeps walking, pulling me with him into the darker corridor as the last echo of the dinner room seals behind us, leaving me alone with the man I just dared to break.
Chapter 6. Riccardo. She walks beside me like she's walking to an execution. Chin up, spine straight, eyes furious. Not pleading, not crying, not bargaining. Avery West does not negotiate with panic. She negotiates with teeth. My hand is on her arm, fingers locked just above the elbow. Firm enough that she knows I can move her. Controlled enough that no one could call it cruelty if they saw. No one sees. That's the point. The corridor we take is not the one that leads back to her wing. It threads through the estate like a vein, staff passageways, security doors that open at my presence, corners where the light is softer and the air smells like stone and old wood. Behind us, the dinner continues. I can hear it faintly through distance and design, laughter returning in cautious waves, conversation resuming as if my table wasn't just turned into a battlefield. They'll tell the story later. They'll edit out their own fear and make it about my control. They'll say I tolerated it, that I allowed it, that I wanted to show my guests I could keep a wild thing close without getting scratched. Let them. The truth is simpler. She humiliated me because she could, and the part of me that should want to crush her for it is awake in a different way. I hate that. I love that. I don't allow either emotion to show. Avery tries to wrench her arm free again, twisting at the wrist like she's figured out leverage. I tighten my grip half a fraction and keep walking. "Where are you taking me?" she snaps. I don't answer. Silence is discipline. It's also punishment. She hates silence. She fills it with defiance because it keeps her from feeling anything else. We reach a door at the end of a narrow hallway. No art. No warmth. Just a simple steel handle and a keypad. I press a code. The lock clicks. Avery goes still beside me, sensing the shift. I open the door and guide her through. It isn't a dungeon. That's what she expects. Chains, darkness, concrete floors. It's worse. It's clean. A private room designed for correction. Not spectacle. Neutral walls. A simple chair bolted to the floor. A leather strap coiled neatly on a hook beside it. Not decorative. A table with a first aid kit and a glass of water. A camera in one corner that isn't there to record pleasure. It's there to document compliance. Procedure. Avery's gaze takes it in fast. Pupils tightening. She laughs once. Breathless. Oh my God. I close the door behind us. The click is final. Her eyes snap to me. You have a discipline room. It's not for play. I say. Her laugh turns sharp. So it's for assault. I step closer at a measured pace. You embarrassed me in front of my allies. Good. You called me a lie. I continue. You questioned my authority in a room full of men who live under it. Her jaw juts forward. Because you don't deserve authority. I stop 3 feet from her. Close enough that she can feel my presence. Far enough that she can't reach my face without me allowing it. You want to be defiant. I say quietly. Bene. But defiance has a cost. Avery's eyes glitter. Cost. Like I'm a bill. In my world. I say. Everything has a cost. Her breathing is fast now. Anger. Adrenaline. The instinct to strike first. She looks at the chair. At the strap. Back at me. She forces her voice steady. You're not touching me. I lift my gaze to hers. You don't get to decide that tonight. Her face hardens. Then you're proving me right. I feel something in my chest tighten. Not guilt. Recognition. She thinks I'm doing this because I'm angry. I'm not angry. Anger burns hot and fast. It makes men sloppy. What I feel is colder. It's the need to restore order. Not because my ego is fragile, because my world is. A don cannot be questioned publicly and walk away unchanged. Not by a rival. Not by an ally. And certainly not by a woman sitting at his table like she has the right to spit truth and survive it. If I let that stand, my men begin to wonder where the line is. My father begins to wonder if I've softened. Bianca begins to wonder if she can move around me. Avery becomes a symbol. And symbols get people killed. So I correct the symbol. I step closer, slow and deliberate. Avery's hands curl into fists at her sides. You're really doing this, she says, voice low. You're really going to hurt me to feel big again. I tilt my head. I don't need you to make me feel big. Her eyes narrow. Then why? Because I need you to understand what you started. Because I need you to stop believing you can cut me without consequence. Because when you said that line, you're not intimidating. The room went silent, and every man in it watched to see if I would break. And the darkest truth is, I wanted that moment. I wanted the silence. I wanted the eyes. I wanted to stand, walk to you, and take you out of that room like a promise. Not because you humiliated me, because you made me feel awake. I don't give her that truth. I give her structure. Sit, I say. No, I wait. She stands there, shoulders squared, eyes on mine. Her refusal is a blade she thinks she can hold between us. I close the distance in one step, and Avery reacts instantly. She swings. Fast, furious, aiming for my jaw. I catch her wrist mid-arc and twist, turning her momentum into a controlled pivot. She stumbles, tries to brace, and I guide her, firmly, into the chair. Not gentle, not brutal. I strap her wrists to the armrests in 2 quick motions before she can calculate a way out. Avery thrashes, swearing, trying to yank free. Let me go. No, she pulls hard enough that the leather creaks. You sick. I lean in close, my mouth near her ear, voice low enough to be private. Basta. Enough. Her chest heaves. Go to hell. I've been. I murmur. Sit still. Her eyes are wild, furious, but there is no fear in them. That should make this easier. It makes it worse. Because punishment is simple when the other person breaks. When they cry. When they plead. Avery holds my gaze like she's daring me to become the monster she already believes I am. I step back and unhook the strap from the wall. Her eyes track it. Avery swallows once. But she doesn't look away. You're going to beat me, she says, voice rough. That's what this is. I'm going to remind you. I correct. That words have weight here. She laughs. Brittle. Your words have weight because you have men with guns. Not because you're special. I pause. There, another cut. My jaw tightens. Still, I say, you used them. Her gaze flicks. Just a fraction, confusion. What? You used my world to challenge me. I say calmly. You chose the table, the room, the silence. You wanted an audience. Her lips part, then pressed together. I can see her mind working, because she did. She wanted witnesses. Not because she wanted to die. Because she wanted to prove she could survive. Because she wanted to show herself she wasn't afraid. Because fear has ruled her before, and she refuses to let it again. Fine, she snaps. I wanted them to see you're not a god. I step closer, strap loose in my hand. And now, I say softly, they will see you leave my presence changed. Avery's eyes flare. I won't change. I hold her gaze. Everyone changes. Her chin lifts higher. Not me. I inhale once. Slow. Then I deliver the punishment. Not graphic. Not sexual. Not indulgent. Controlled. Each strike lands where it will hurt, but not damage. Thigh. Upper arm. Places clothing can hide. Places that won't ruin what I need her to be later, alive. Intact. Still defiant. Avery flinches on the first contact. Her breath punches out. But she doesn't cry. She hisses, teeth bared. Is this what you do when you don't get your way? I don't answer. Second strike. Her shoulders tense. Her eyes water from involuntary reflex. But she blinks it away violently, refusing to give me the release of seeing her break. You think this makes you powerful? She spits. Third strike. Her hands strain against the leather. Her breath shakes now, anger and pain tangling. I feel it in my own body, an echo, not of pleasure, but of something uglier. Control. Order restoring itself. And beneath it, want. Not for her body, for her reaction, for her to look at me differently, for her to stop seeing me as a static villain in her story and start seeing what I really am. A man who can decide whether she suffers and make it true. Avery's voice cracks. Coward. The word hits like a punch. My hand stills. For a heartbeat. The room freezes. I look at her. Really look. Her lips tremble with fury. Her cheeks are flushed. Her eyes are bright with tears she refuses to shed. She isn't calling me coward because she thinks I'm weak. She's calling me coward because she needs to believe I'm small enough to hate safely. If I'm not small, then she has to acknowledge what she's trapped with. And what she's trapped with is a man who doesn't need to raise his voice to destroy her. I step closer, strap hanging at my side. Avery. I say quietly. Her breathing is ragged. What? I could do worse. I tell her. She laughs, broken and vicious. Then do it. I hold her gaze. I don't strike again. Not because I'm merciful. Because I am suddenly aware, brutally, uncomfortably, that if I continue, the line between correction and desire will blur in my body. Not sexual desire. Something more dangerous. The desire to watch her endure. The desire to see how far she can go before she breaks. The desire to own her resilience the way men own land. That is not punishment. That is obsession. I refuse to indulge it here. I step forward and unstrap her wrists. Avery jerks them back instantly, rubbing the red marks, ready to attack even now. She rises too quickly, winces, masks it with a glare. You're done, she spits. For tonight. I say. Her eyes narrow. Tonight. I lean in close, voice low. You will not speak to me that way in public again. Avery's laugh is raw. Or what? You'll put me in your little torture room. I don't blink. Yes. She stares at me for a long moment, breathing hard. Then she says, voice quiet and lethal, I hate you. I nod once, as if acknowledging a fact. Good. Avery's eyes flare. That's all you have to say. No. I add, softer. It's not. My gaze drops, not to her mouth this time, but to the set of her shoulders, the tension in her hands. You're brave. I say. Her expression flickers. Disgust. Confusion. Rage. Don't. I'm not praising you. I correct. I'm observing you. Avery's jaw clenches. Stop looking at me like I'm a science project. I step back, giving her space. I'll have someone bring you ice. I say, turning toward the door. Her voice cuts sharp. Don't. I pause, hand on the handle. Avery stands behind me, trembling with fury and pain and stubborn pride. I don't want anything from you, she says. Not ice. Not food. Not your fake concern. Nothing. I turn my head slightly. It's not concern. She laughs bitterly. Then what is it? I don't answer. Because the answer would expose me. Because the answer is that I wanted the moment at the table. And I wanted this moment too. The aftermath. The quiet. The raw honesty of her hatred. Because it means she feels me. And if she feels me, she's already halfway inside my gravity. I leave without giving her the satisfaction of my truth. The door locks behind me. The house is loud with normal again when I return to the main halls. Guests have moved to brandy and cigars. Conversations carry. Laughter is freer now that the tension has been removed from the table and taken down a corridor. They pretend they didn't watch. But their eyes follow me. I can feel it. I walk into the sitting room where Bianca lounges on a velvet chaise like a queen at rest. She holds a glass of wine, posture effortless, legs crossed with elegant precision. She looks up as I enter. Her smile is polite. Her eyes are knives. "Riccardo," she says softly. "You disappeared. I handled something." I reply. Bianca's gaze flicks over my face, as if searching for a mark, for emotion, for proof of rupture. She finds nothing. Her eyes drift to my hand. The faintest red line across my knuckles where Avery's nails caught me earlier. Bianca's smile widens. "Handled," she repeats, savoring it. "And did it satisfy you?" I don't react. I take a seat opposite her. Posture calm. Bianca tilts her head. Was she difficult? My jaw tightens. Enough. Bianca's eyes glitter with interest. "You don't usually tolerate difficulty." "I tolerate what serves me," I say. "And does she serve you?" Bianca asks, voice honeyed. I meet her gaze. "Careful." Bianca laughs softly. "There it is." She leans forward slightly, lowering her voice like we're sharing intimacy. "People are talking," she murmurs. Not loudly, but they're talking. "Let them," I say. Bianca's smile fades a fraction. "Your father won't." I feel the cold pinch in my ribs at the mention. My father will do what he does. Bianca watches me, calculating. "I heard a rumor," she says lightly. I say nothing. She continues anyway. "That you dragged a woman from dinner tonight." My gaze holds hers. Rumors are for bored people. Bianca's eyes narrow. Bored people become dangerous. "Riccardo." I lean back, voice flat. "What do you want?" Bianca's smile returns, sharp and controlled. "I want the truth." "I don't give truth," I reply. "I give results." Bianca's gaze flicks. Just once. Toward the west hall, the direction of the wing. Then back to me. "You're keeping her here," she says softly. I don't answer. Bianca's smile turns almost tender. "You're risking everything for a stray American with sharp teeth." A pulse of irritation slides through me. "Don't call her that." There. The crack. Bianca's eyes brighten with satisfaction. She sets her glass down carefully, like she's placing a chess piece. "You like her," she murmurs. "I don't like anyone," I say. Bianca's smile widens. "You're lying." I stand. The motion controlled but final. Bianca stays seated, unbothered. "You punished her," she says, tone casual. I freeze for a fraction of a second. Not because she knows, because she said it like she's certain. I turn slowly. "What did you say?" Bianca's eyes hold mine, unflinching. "You punished her," she repeats. "I can see it on you. Not on your body. On your energy." I don't move. Bianca's voice softens. "Did she cry?" "No," I say. Bianca's eyes flicker, interest sharpening. "Did she beg?" "No," Bianca exhales. Slow. "Then she's more dangerous than I thought." I stare at her. "Why do you care?" Bianca smiles sweetly. "Because if she doesn't break, she becomes leverage." My voice drops. "Against me. Against us." Bianca corrects. I step closer, letting her feel the threat. "There is no us." Bianca's expression stays calm. "There will be. Your father will make sure of it." She lifts her eyes. Voice velvet. "You can keep your little toy," she adds softly. "But you'll need to keep her contained." Toy. The word hits wrong. Avery is not a toy. She is a blade. And I am already bleeding from her. I turn away. Before Bianca can see anything else. I return to my own estate after midnight. The drive is silent. The city lights sliding past like distant fires. Marco meets me at the door. Expression careful. "She hasn't eaten," he reports. "Has she asked for anything?" "No," he says. "She won't speak to staff." I nod once, unsurprised. Avery doesn't withdraw to punish me. She withdraws to protect herself. That's what the strong do when they realize rage won't open the door. They get quiet. They plan. I move toward her wing. At the door, I pause. Not because I'm unsure. Because something unfamiliar presses against my ribs. Regret? No. Concern? Not exactly. Awareness. I wanted the moment tonight. At the table. In the corridor. In the room. I wanted her defiance to crash against my control so I could feel something sharpen inside me. And now I have it. Now I feel it. And it is not clean. It is not simple. It is a hunger that doesn't care about rules. I unlock her door and step inside. The room is dim. Fire low behind glass. The tray of food is untouched. Cold now. Avery sits on the couch. Knees drawn up. Arms wrapped around herself. Not small. Not weak. Guarded. Like a fortress making itself compact. Her hair is loose again, falling around her face. Her eyes lift to me. No fear. No anger. Nothing. And that emptiness hits harder than her insults. You're alive. I say. Avery's gaze stays on mine. Flat. Controlled. Unfortunately. I step closer. Slow. You're hurt. She doesn't answer. I crouch beside the couch. Careful not to invade too much. Ice. I say. It will help. Avery's mouth curves into a humorless smile. I don't want your help. It's not help. I reply. It's maintenance. Her eyes flash for half a second, then cool again. I'm not your car. No. I say softly. You're my problem. Avery's jaw tightens. She looks away, toward the window, the locked glass reflecting the fire. Is that all I am? She asks quietly. To you. The question is a trap. Not for me. For her. If I answer wrong, she gives me a piece of herself by reacting. If I answer right, I become something else in her mind, something that can reach her. I choose truth, but not the whole truth. You're not nothing. I say. Avery's throat moves with a swallow. She keeps her gaze on the window. Let me go. No, she nods once. Like she expected it. Like she's already filed it away in a new plan. I'll leave anyway, she says, voice soft, almost bored. Eventually, I study her profile, strong jaw, mouth set, eyes too bright with thought. You think so? I murmur. Avery finally looks at me again, and the emptiness in her eyes is gone. In its place, cold, smart, strategic. You want rules, she says softly. Fine. Here's mine. I hold her gaze. Speak. Avery's voice is calm now. Too calm. I won't beg you. I won't scream. I won't entertain your power games. I'll eat because my body needs it. I'll sleep because my mind needs it. She leans forward slightly, eyes sharp. And I will not give you my anger anymore. The words land like a door slamming. Because anger was contact. Anger was heat. Anger was a string between us. She's cutting it. I feel something in my chest tighten. An irritation I don't allow. A possessiveness I can't justify. You'll break that rule. I say. Avery's smile is small. Lethal. Watch me. She stands. Slow and controlled despite the pain she's hiding. She moves toward the bed without looking at me. Like I'm furniture. You're dismissed. She adds. Voice quiet. A laugh almost rises in my throat. Surprise. Disbelief. Instead, I stand. I let my gaze linger on her back. The line of her shoulders. The way she refuses to limp even when she should. You're changing tactics. I say. Avery climbs into bed and pulls the blanket up, turning her back to me. Yes, she replies, voice muffled. Because you like when I fight you. My jaw tightens. She knows. She felt it. She is smarter than I wanted her to be. Buonanotte, Riccardo, she says softly. In Italian, good night, pronouncing it imperfectly, as if she learned it just to weaponize it. Then she goes still, not asleep, but closed. I stand there for a long moment, staring at the shape of her under the blanket, and the worst truth settles in my bones. I wanted her anger. I wanted her defiance. I wanted her heat. And now she's taking it away from me like it's hers to control. I leave her room. The door locks. In the hallway, Marco waits. He reads my face the way he reads threats. Dawn. She's adapting. I say. Marco nods. Good. That means she'll calm down. No. I reply. Voice low. Marco blinks. No. I stare at the closed door. She's not calming down. I say. She's preparing. My phone vibrates. A message. Unknown number. But I already know whose world it belongs to. A photo loads. It's from tonight. Avery at my table, chin lifted, eyes bright with war. Below it, one line, she made you public. Now I make her disappear. Be my blood goes cold. Marco watches my face change. What is it? I don't answer, because behind that locked door, Avery has just turned herself into a quiet weapon, and Bianca Valenti just promised to strike first. I look at the door to Avery's wing, then down the hallway toward the security office. Then I speak, voice flat, lethal. Move her. I say. Now. Marco's eyes widen. Where? I turn. Already walking. Somewhere even I can't afford to lose. I reply. And for the first time since I took Avery West, I feel the edge of something I do not allow in my world. Not fear, but urgency. Because this war is no longer about control. It's about who gets to touch her first.
Chapter 7. Avery. The first time I hear gunfire in this house, it doesn't sound like the movies. It sounds like someone slamming a door hard enough to crack the frame, twice, followed by a sudden choking silence that makes my blood turn to ice. I'm already awake. I've been awake for hours, lying on my back with my eyes open, listening to the building breathe. The kind of rich, padded quiet that isn't peace, it's insulation. The lock clicks. My head snaps toward the door. It opens fast, and Riccardo is there. Not calm, not stone, moving. He's dressed in black again, but not tailored tonight. Dark shirt, dark pants, jacket thrown on like an afterthought. His hair isn't perfectly disciplined. It's pushed back with a rough hand, like he doesn't have time to care how he looks. His eyes land on me and the temperature in the room drops. Get up, he says. No theater. No rule recital, just command. I sit up slowly, heart hammering. What? Now, he cuts in, voice hard. I swing my legs off the bed. My bare feet hit the carpet, and the adrenaline in my veins makes my skin prickle like it's trying to outrun my body. What's happening? I demand, because refusing to ask questions is how people die. Riccardo crosses the room in 3 steps and grabs my forearm. Not dragging, anchoring. His grip is firm, urgent. His palm is warm. Too human for how inhuman he's been. You're moving, he says. Moving where? He doesn't answer. His jaw is tight, the line of it sharp enough to cut. He pulls me toward the door and I go because my body recognizes the shift in him. This is not him playing. This is him responding. In the hallway, Marco is waiting, face drawn, eyes alert. 2 other men I haven't seen before stand with weapons held low but ready. Not flashy, not meant to scare, meant to function. The estate that felt like a museum is suddenly a machine. I look down the corridor toward the main hall. Another sharp crack echoes, closer this time, followed by a shout in Italian. One word I catch, slicing through the air like glass. Tradimento. Betrayal. My stomach drops. Riccardo doesn't look back. He moves forward, pulling me with him down the opposite corridor, the one that leads to service stairs, not the main grand ones. What did you do? I hiss, because anger is my instinct when fear tries to climb my throat. Riccardo's head turns slightly, eyes flashing. I didn't do anything. That answer doesn't comfort me. It terrifies me more. Because if he didn't cause this, then someone else is trying to hurt him, and that means I'm not a prisoner tonight. I'm a target. We hit the service stairwell. The door slams behind us. Riccardo takes the steps 2 at a time, pulling me up instead of down. The stairwell is narrow, utilitarian, smelling faintly of stone and cleaning solvent. Not pretty. Not curated. Real. I stumble once, catching myself on the railing. Riccardo doesn't slow, but his grip shifts. His hand slides from my forearm to my wrist, a more secure hold, as if he can't afford to lose me for even 1 second. I hate how my body responds to being handled like that. Not in desire, in something worse, in the safety of a strong hand when the world turns sharp. We burst out into an upper corridor I've never seen. Less art, more doors, more cameras. Marco speaks low, fast to Riccardo in Italian. I catch fragments. Valenti. Messaggio. Entrati del retro. Due morti. Valenti. Message. Came in from the back. 2 dead. Bianca. My chest tightens like a fist closes around my ribs. Riccardo's jaw tightens, but he doesn't break stride. Portala, he orders. Take her. Marco nods once and reaches for me. My whole body recoils instinctively. Don't touch me. Riccardo's grip tightens. His eyes cut into mine. Avery. I hate that one word from him can pull me back into focus. I glare at Marco. I'm fine. Marco's gaze stays professional. Not cruel, not soft, like he's looking at a complicated object and following instructions. Riccardo leans in close enough that his breath hits my ear, voice low and sharp. Listen to me. Not them, not your anger, me. I swallow hard. Why should I? Because if you stop moving, he murmurs, you die. The words slide under my skin, not a threat, a fact. My stomach flips. My eyes sting with the sudden heat of reality. Riccardo straightens and releases me, not because he's done controlling me, but because he's transferring control. Marco grips my arm firmly and starts moving me down the corridor. 2 armed men take point, one behind. Riccardo doesn't come with us. He stops at the corner, eyes scanning the hall like a predator hearing footsteps. Riccardo, I snap because my mouth is faster than my fear. Where are you going? His gaze lands on me. For half a second, there's something in it I haven't seen before. Not interest, not possession, protectiveness. Then it shudders. He turns to Marco. Get her to the car. If anything happens, you shoot first. Marco's face tightens. Don, shoot. Riccardo repeats, voice lethal. My heart slams so hard it hurts. What about you? Riccardo's eyes flick back to me. I'll be behind. Behind doing what? I demand. His mouth tightens. Fixing what she started. She. Bianca. The name tastes like poison in my mind. Riccardo turns away, disappearing down the corridor in the opposite direction, as if he's walking toward violence like it's just another room in his house. Marco yanks me forward. Move. I stumble into motion, fury and fear tangling in my throat. You're not leaving me. I spit, because the words feel like the only thing I can control. Marco doesn't answer. The building shudders again. Another crack. Another distant shout. Then a heavy thud like someone hitting the floor. My pulse climbs into my teeth. We hit a back stairwell, descend fast, exit into a garage that smells like oil and money. Black SUVs sit like sleeping beasts, engines already humming. A driver stands ready. Marco pushes me toward the nearest car, inside. I stop short, glaring at him. I'm not getting in until he's here. Marco's eyes go flat. That's not your decision. I stare at the open door, the leather interior waiting like a mouth. I hear Riccardo's voice in my head. If you stop moving, you die. I hate him for being right. I climb in. The door shuts. Lock clicks. I'm caged again, but this cage is moving, and somehow that's worse. Through the tinted window, I see Marco speaking into an earpiece, eyes scanning the garage entrance. The armed men hold positions like statues with hearts. Seconds stretch. My hands shake in my lap. I press my palms to my thighs, forcing myself to still. Then Riccardo appears. He doesn't walk. He moves fast, shoulders tight, one hand pressed briefly to his side. I lean forward, trying to see more. His hand drops. It's red. My breath catches. He reaches the car and yanks open the rear door without waiting for anyone. His eyes meet mine, dark, focused. Go, he orders the driver. The SUV starts moving immediately, gliding out of the garage into the night. Riccardo slides in and shuts the door. The lock clicks again. For a second, neither of us speaks. The cabin smells like leather and the faint metallic sting of blood. My gaze drops to his side. There's a smear of red on his shirt near his ribs. Not a lot. My throat tightens. You're hurt. Riccardo's jaw flexes. It's nothing. It's blood. He leans back, breathing controlled, like he's trying to keep his body from betraying him. I've had worse. I should feel satisfaction. He's not invincible. He bleeds like anyone else. Instead, something cold and sharp slides into my chest. Not sympathy, not softness, awareness. He didn't have to come back for me. He could have let Marco take me and stayed to fight, but he came. I look away quickly, hating the thought before it finishes forming. The SUV moves through darkness, headlights slicing the road. I can't see where we're going. The city lights fade behind us like a dying pulse. Riccardo keeps his gaze forward, not at me, like he's watching the world for threats even inside the sealed vehicle. How bad is it? I ask quietly. Enough, he answers. That's not an answer. His eyes flick to me sharp. Stop talking. The command should make me snap. It doesn't, because his voice is rougher than before, edged with strain he's trying to bury. My eyes drop again to the blood. Let me see, I say. No. Riccardo. No, he repeats, more forceful. I lean closer anyway, because apparently I have a death wish and a mouth that doesn't know when to shut up. If you're bleeding through your shirt, it's not nothing. His hand shoots out, gripping my wrist. Not violent. Immediate. His eyes lock onto mine, dark and dangerous. You think this is your moment to play nurse? I yank my wrist, but he doesn't let go. His grip is tight, and I can feel the tremor under it, a subtle shake he's fighting. I'm not playing, I snap. His gaze flickers, irritation, then something else. Something like exhaustion. He releases me abruptly and leans back, closing his eyes for 1 second. Just one. But it's enough to expose him. A crack in the stone. My heart does something stupid, stuttering once like it forgot how to beat. I hate it. I hate him. I hate that my body notices vulnerability like it matters. The SUV turns onto a long road. Trees press in on both sides, black silhouettes, no street lights, only headlights and darkness. A safe house? I realize. A place even his fiancée can't find. Bianca promised to make me disappear, and Riccardo is moving me like I'm a prize he can't afford to lose. The car slows, then stops. A gate opens. We roll through. A smaller estate appears. Less grand, more fortified. Cameras visible, men posted. We pull into a covered drive. The engine cuts. Before anyone opens the door, Riccardo speaks, voice low. You will do what Marco says, he tells me. I stare at him. Where are we? A place Bianca doesn't know, he says. The mention of her name makes my stomach twist. Why did she? I start. Riccardo's eyes flash. Later. The door opens. Cool air rushes in. Marco stands outside, face hard. Inside, Marco says. Riccardo doesn't move immediately. He braces his palm on the seat, pushes himself up, and his face tightens in a way that makes my stomach drop. Pain. Real. Sharp. His hand goes to his side again, and this time it stays there. I see more blood, darker now. My breath catches. Riccardo? He ignores it, steps out, boots hitting stone. I climb out behind him, despite Marco's glare. He needs. Marco grabs my arm. Inside. I jerk away. He's bleeding. Marco's face doesn't change. He's always bleeding. Riccardo turns his head slightly, eyes cutting to Marco. A single look. Marco releases me immediately. Riccardo walks toward the house, posture controlled, but I can see it now. The subtle stiffness, the careful way he's managing his body so it doesn't show weakness in front of his men. Men like him can't be seen hurting. They can be dying and still stand like kings. Inside, the safe house is colder than the main estate. Modern. Minimal. Built for function. A living room with security screens. A kitchen untouched. Riccardo moves past it all and heads for a back room. I follow. Marco starts to stop me. Riccardo raises a hand without looking back. Aspetta, he says. Wait. Marco stops. Riccardo opens a door and steps into what looks like a private office. There's a couch, a low table, a cabinet that screams medical supplies without trying to hide it. He shuts the door behind us, and suddenly it's just me and him. No audience. No theater. Just the quiet hum of safety systems and the sound of his breathing. Too controlled, too shallow. He leans one hand on the desk, shoulders tightening. I said stop talking, he murmurs, voice rough. I step closer, eyes fixed on the blood. I don't care what you said. His mouth twitches faintly. Of course you don't. Sit, I order. Pointing to the couch, he lifts his gaze to mine. That look, cold amusement, dark, warning. You're giving me commands now, Americana? Yes, I snap. Sit down before you fall down. Something shifts in his eyes. Not anger, surprise. He hesitates for half a heartbeat. Then, with visible restraint, he lowers himself onto the couch, slowly, carefully. A soft hiss escapes him despite his discipline. My stomach turns over. I move to the cabinet and yank it open. Inside, gauze, antiseptic, medical tape, gloves. I grab what I need with shaking hands. Riccardo watches me like he's not sure whether to stop me or let me. You know how to do this? He asks. I know how to keep someone from bleeding out, I snap, kneeling in front of him. His jaw tightens. I'm not bleeding out. Then stop bleeding everywhere like a dramatic idiot, I mutter. His breath leaves him in something that might be a laugh. It's quiet, brief, gone. But I heard it, and it unsettles me more than his threats ever did. I reach for the hem of his shirt. Riccardo's hand catches mine instantly. The air between us snaps tight. His eyes lock on my fingers like my touch is more dangerous than the bullet was. Don't, he says. My throat tightens. You want me to help or not? His gaze flickers, jaw working. Not like that. How else am I supposed to? Give me the supplies, he says, voice cold again. I can do it. I stare at him. You can't even stand without wincing. His nostrils flare. I lean closer, lowering my voice. Riccardo, if you pass out and crack your head open, I'm not dragging you anywhere. His eyes narrow, irritation sharpening. But there's something under it now. Something tired. He releases my wrist slowly. I take that as permission. I lift the hem of his shirt carefully. His skin is warm under my fingers, and I hate that my body registers the simple fact like it's intimacy. There's a bandage already taped near his ribs, bloody soaked through. The wound is underneath, and I can see the edge of it. A slice, not a hole. Grazed maybe, but deep enough to bleed steadily. Someone already wrapped you, I murmur. Marco, he says. Marco did a terrible job. Marco isn't a medic, Riccardo replies, voice rough. Neither am I, but I've been patching people since I was 12. Kids on playgrounds, roommates with bruises they didn't want to explain, myself in bathroom mirrors after nights I don't talk about. You learn, you adapt. I peel the bloodied tape slowly. Riccardo's breath tightens. His fingers dig into the couch cushion, knuckles whitening. You're tense, I say. His eyes cut to me. You're touching me. I swallow hard. You're welcome. He doesn't answer. I clean the wound carefully, antiseptic making his abdomen twitch once. I keep my touch steady, deliberate, professional. Except there's nothing professional about kneeling between his knees, my hands on his skin, my face close enough to feel the heat of him. I force my mind to stay clinical. Blood. Cleansure. Bandage. Not him. Not the way his throat works when he swallows. Not the way his jaw clenches when pain hits him. Not the way he refuses to make a sound because he'd rather chew through his own tongue than let anyone hear weakness. My fingers shake slightly as I press fresh gauze in place. Riccardo's hand covers mine suddenly. Warm, heavy. I freeze. His voice is low. Stop. My eyes lift to his. He's watching my face like he's reading something I'm trying to hide. What? I snap, too sharp. You're shaking, he says. I hate that he noticed. I'm fine. His thumb shifts slightly against the back of my hand. Not stroking, not caressing, anchoring, and my entire chest tightens like my body recognizes the shape of comfort, even when my mind refuses it. I don't want your pity, he murmurs. It's not pity, I whisper before I can stop myself. His gaze darkens. Then what is it? He asks softly. The question lands like a blade sliding under my ribs because I don't know. I don't know why I'm here, kneeling, patching up the man who abducted me. I don't know why my anger isn't loud right now. I don't know why the quiet between us feels like something alive. I pull my hand back, breaking contact. It's practical. Riccardo's mouth curves faintly. Liar. My heart kicks hard. I tape the new bandage in place with quick, precise motions, as if speed will save me from the heat of his gaze. When I finish, I sit back on my heels, exhaling. There, I say, voice clipped. Try not to get shot again. Riccardo leans back slowly, testing the wrap. Past his face eases a fraction. Then his eyes settle on me again, and the softness of pain relief makes him look different. Not gentler, just less armored. How did you learn that? He asks quietly. I stiffen. It's not your business. Avery. My name in his mouth is quieter now. Less claim. More question. I hate that it pulls something in my chest. I stand quickly, creating distance. Don't do that. Do what? Say my name like you care, I snap. Riccardo's gaze holds mine. I don't care. Good. The word comes out too fast, too sharp, like I'm trying to stab the moment before it grows legs. Riccardo's eyes drop to my mouth. My pulse stumbles. He stands too, slower because of the wound, but he's still towering, still heavy with presence. He steps closer. I should step back. I don't. The room shrinks again, not because he touches me, but because he's near enough that my body feels him like weather. You helped me, he murmurs. I didn't do it for you, I whisper, though I don't know if that's true. His gaze darkens. Then who? I swallow. For me, because if you die, things get worse. His mouth curves faintly. Smart. He lifts his hand slowly, fingers hovering near my cheek. I go still. My breath catches. His fingertips don't touch me yet, but the almost of it feels like a line drawn across my skin. Your anger is quieter tonight, he says. I force my voice steady. Don't confuse quiet with surrender. I don't, he murmurs. His fingers finally brush my cheek. One light contact barely there, like he's testing whether I'll flinch. I don't flinch. I hate myself for not flinching. His touch is warm, controlled, not claiming, worse, tender. My throat tightens. Don't. Riccardo's eyes hold mine, and for a heartbeat he looks like a man who is fighting himself harder than he fought whoever shot him. Why? He asks softly. Because if you touch me like that, I won't know what to do with it, because tenderness from monsters is how people get trapped, because my body is already responding in ways I didn't permit. I don't say any of that. I whisper the truth I can survive, because you don't get to be soft with me, I say. His mouth is a breath away now, close enough that I can feel his exhale. Maybe I do, he murmurs. My heart slams. His gaze drops again, mouth hovering near mine, not touching but close enough that my lips tingle like they're anticipating contact. This is the almost. This is the edge. This is where a moment becomes a mistake. Riccardo's hand slides into my hair at the nape, firm, not yanking, holding me in place without forcing me forward. My breath shudders. His voice is rough. Say it. Say what? I whisper, barely audible. That you felt it, he murmurs. My pulse roars in my ears. Felt what? His eyes lift to mine, dark and quiet and dangerously honest. Me, he says. The word hits harder than any threat. Because I did. I feel him in the room like gravity. I feel him in my skin where his fingers touched. I feel him in the way my anger keeps circling back to him like it doesn't know how to leave. His mouth drifts closer, a breath, a hair's width. I can feel the almost kiss like a live wire between us. And for half a second, my body wants it, wants the collision, wants the relief of giving in to something simple. Then my mind snaps its teeth shut. I jerk back, breaking his hold, stepping away fast. Don't, I say, voice shaking. Riccardo stills, eyes flashing, surprise then something darker. Not anger, frustration, want. He keeps his hands at his sides like he's forcing them to obey. Avery, he says, low. No, I repeat. Don't. The room feels colder immediately, like I stole the fire out of it. Riccardo's jaw clenches. His gaze drags over my face like he's memorizing the boundary I just drew. Then he nods once, slow. Bene, he says quietly. Good. The word should feel like relief. It feels like a promise he's shelving, not discarding. He turns away, walking toward the door with a controlled limp he tries to hide. Get some sleep, he says, voice back to stone. I swallow hard. What about you? He pauses at the door, hand on the handle, and doesn't look back. I don't sleep, he says. Then he leaves. The lock clicks. I stand there in the quiet, my mouth still tingling like it's been burned, my hands still smelling faintly of antiseptic and his blood. I should feel triumphant. I didn't let him kiss me. I didn't let him soften me. I didn't let the almost become real. So why do I feel like I just lost something? I sink onto the edge of the couch, staring at my fingers like they betrayed me. Because they did. They touched him like he was human. And the worst part, he let me. Riccardo Sarti let someone see him hurt. He let someone help him. That's not nothing in his world. It's a crack, a real one. A doorway. My chest tightens. I don't know whether that doorway is my escape, or my trap. A soft buzz pulls me from the spiral, an alert tone from somewhere in the house, muffled but insistent. Then another, then the sound of fast footsteps outside the office door, Marco's voice urgent through the hall. Don phone, it's Valenti. My spine goes rigid. Bianca, Riccardo's voice answers, low and clipped, somewhere just outside. Speak. A pause, then a woman's voice, cool, elegant, filters through the door as if she's standing right beside it. I know you moved her, Bianca says. My blood turns to ice. Riccardo doesn't respond immediately. Bianca continues, voice sweet as poison. Tell me where, Riccardo, or I start removing pieces of your world until she crawls out on her own. Silence. Then Riccardo's voice, colder than I've ever heard it. If you touch her, he says softly, I will burn your family's ports to ash. Bianca laughs, quiet, delighted. Oh, she murmurs. So she is real. My breath catches. I press a hand to my mouth, instinctively silent, listening like my life depends on it. Because it does. Bianca's voice lowers, turning intimate. You can't protect her forever, she says. Not from me, not from your father, not from what she is. What she is. My stomach drops. Riccardo's voice turns razor sharp. What are you talking about? Bianca's reply is a whisper that still slices clean through the door. I know who Avery West really is, she says. And if you don't come meet me tonight, I'll make sure she finds out too. The line lands like a gunshot in my chest. I go still, every nerve on fire. Because Bianca's not threatening to kill me. She's threatening to expose me. And whatever she knows, Riccardo doesn't, yet. Outside, Riccardo says one word, low and lethal. Dove. Where? Bianca's laugh is soft, satisfied. See you soon, Tesoro, she murmurs. Bring your curiosity. The call ends, footsteps move away. Then the lock on my office door clicks again, and the handle turns.
Chapter 8. Riccardo. Bianca's voice stays in my head long after the call ends. I know who Avery West really is. It's not the threat that rattles me. Threats are currency. It's the certainty behind it, the way she said it like she was describing the weather. Like the truth is already written, and she's simply deciding when to hand me the page. I don't like surprises. I don't like gaps in information. And I don't like that Avery West is becoming one. When I open the office door, she's standing on the other side like she belongs there, back straight. Eyes bright with that cold intelligence she's been sharpening since she decided to stop feeding me her anger. She watched. She listened. Of course she did. Her gaze flicks over my face, searching for what the phone call did to me. She finds very little, but she finds something. A shift. A weight. What was that? She says. Not a question. Really. A claim. Like she has the right to demand answers. I don't give her the satisfaction of reacting to her tone. Go back inside. Avery's chin lifts. No, Marco's eyes tighten behind me. He waits for my order like a coiled wire. I look at Avery. You're not safe in the hall. Was that Bianca? She presses. Voice low. Her pulse is steady. Her eyes aren't afraid. But her fingers curl once at her side like she's holding herself in place. I step closer until she has to tilt her head back to maintain eye contact. Inside, Avery's mouth tightens. You're hiding things. Yes. I say simply. That honesty throws her, just a fraction. It always does. She expects men like me to lie, to twist. I don't need lies. I need control. Avery's gaze hardens again. Is she coming here? My jaw tightens. Inside, Marco clears his throat. Dawn, quiet. I say without looking away from Avery. Avery's eyes flash at Marco, then back to me. If Bianca knows something about me, she doesn't know anything you haven't already hidden. I cut in. Sharper than intended. Avery goes still. For half a second. Her expression cracks. Not fear. Something else. Something like reflex. Like an old bruise pressed. Then she seals it again. Calm returning like a blade sliding back into its sheath. I haven't hidden anything. She says. Too smooth. I study her face. She's lying. Not about everything. Not about who she thinks she is. But there's a missing piece. A door she keeps locked even from herself. My father taught me how to spot the moment a person edits their own truth. That micro delay. That tiny tightening around the eyes. Avery has it. I don't press it now. Not because I'm merciful. Because Bianca said she'd expose her. And I refuse to let Bianca be the one who pulls that thread. If there's a truth inside Avery West, it's mine to uncover. I turn toward Marco. Get the car. Avery's gaze snaps. Where are we going? I look at her. Public. Her eyes narrow. That's your idea of safety? It's harder to kill a woman in a room full of cameras and witnesses. I say. Bianca prefers shadows. Avery's mouth twists. And you prefer control. I don't deny it. Get dressed. Something simple. She crosses her arms. No, I step closer again. Avery. She meets my stare. Defiant. I'm not going out like a doll again. I lean in, voice low enough that only she hears. Then don't be a doll. Her breath hitches. Subtle. She hates how words can become touch. I straighten. 10 minutes. Avery's eyes burn. But she turns and walks back into the office without another argument. Because she knows, whether she admits it or not, she's safer in the light. And because she's smart enough to understand that when I say 10 minutes, I mean it. We take her to a private members club in the city, one of the quieter ones. The kind that doesn't advertise because it doesn't need to. Men in tailored suits. Women in soft luxury. Conversation that never rises above a certain volume because loudness is for people who aren't listened to automatically. I don't bring Avery here to show her off. I bring her here because the club belongs to me. Because every camera feeds into my system. Because the staff answers to Marco before they answer to the manager. Because if Bianca is watching, she'll see a room full of witnesses and understand I'm not handing her an easy strike. Avery steps out of the car in a simple black dress, knee-length. Fitted. Nothing dramatic. Her hair is down tonight. Loose waves that make her look softer than she is. She scans the street automatically, eyes mapping exits and threats. Then she looks at me, chin lifted like a challenge. So what is this? A meeting. I reply. With who? A doctor. I say, because the bruise-colored shadows under her eyes have not faded, and because I don't trust the way she holds her right side when she thinks no one is looking. Her jaw tightens. I don't need a doctor. You don't decide what you need. I say. Avery exhales through her nose. Sharp. You really can't help yourself. I don't answer. I escort her inside with Marco 2 steps behind. The club smells like cedar and whiskey and money. The hostess greets me by name and doesn't look at Avery long enough to be rude. She leads us through a corridor into a private room with frosted glass and soundproofing. Inside, a man stands near the window, hands in his pockets. Not Italian. American. Clean-cut in a way that suggests discipline. Not vanity. Dark blonde hair. Gray eyes. Sharp jaw. He wears a suit, but it's looser than mine, like he's not trying to perform wealth. Only competence. Dr. Adrian Cole. He's a private physician. Former military. Quiet. Discreet. He's also, importantly, not mine. He's a professional who owes me favors, not loyalty. That makes him useful. He turns as we enter. His gaze lands on me first, then shifts to Avery, and I see it immediately. Interest. Not crude. Not the lazy hunger of men who've never been punched. More like surprise, like he didn't expect a woman like her to be standing beside me. Avery notices it too. Of course she does. Her posture changes, subtle, immediate. Shoulders relaxing by a fraction. Chin tilting. The smallest shift of weight to one hip. Not fear. Not submission. Performance. She's choosing a weapon. Adrian's expression remains professional, but his eyes hold hers a beat longer than necessary. Avery West, he asks. Avery blinks, then gives him a crisp smile. Depends. Are you here to help me or sell me? Adrian's mouth twitches. Almost a laugh. Help. Avery's gaze flicks to me. Is that true? Riccardo. He's here to help. The way she says my name is different tonight. Light. Almost teasing. She's provoking me. Testing the edge of my patience. I keep my face calm. Sit. Avery ignores me and steps toward Adrian instead, offering her hand like this is normal. Like she walked involuntarily. Like she's not a woman I took. Hi, she says, voice softer. Thank you for whatever this is. Adrian takes her hand. His fingers close around hers for a half-second too long. He meets her eyes. You look like you haven't slept. Avery's smile turns wry. You have no idea. She lets her hand fall, but her fingers brush his wrist as she does. Casual. Deliberate. My jaw tightens. A useless, primitive reaction I refuse to show. Marco shifts behind me. He feels it too. The air changing. Adrian gestures toward the chair. We can do a basic check. Bruises. Ribs. Concussion symptoms. Avery sits, but not like a patient. Like a woman in control of the room. She crosses one leg over the other slowly. Her gaze never leaves Adrian's face. Do you always meet your clients in private club rooms? She asks him. Or am I special? Adrian's lips curve. You're special. The words are innocent enough, but the look he gives her is not. Avery's eyes brighten. Amused. And she glances at me again, quick. Pointed. She knows exactly what she's doing. She's leaning into it because it gives her something she wants. Proof I can be disturbed. Proof I'm not made of stone. And worse, proof she can make me feel. Adrian takes her pulse. Checks her pupils with a small penlight. His hand brushes her cheek lightly as he angles her face toward the light. Avery doesn't flinch. She smiles. My throat goes tight. Possession is not rational. It doesn't care about ethics. It simply arrives. Like a dog that smells blood. Adrian steps back. You have bruising. No obvious concussion signs. I'd like to check your ribs. Avery's eyes flick to my face as she answers. Sure. Whatever you want. Whatever you want. She could have said whatever you need. She chose want. Her tone is too sweet to be natural. It's aimed. Adrian hesitates, professional boundaries reasserting, but Avery lifts her arms slightly, giving him access. He reaches for the hem of her dress. I move. Not fast enough to look desperate. Fast enough to end it. Enough. I say. Both of them pause. Avery turns her head slowly, eyebrow lifting. What? I keep my voice level. He'll examine you with a nurse present. Adrian's gaze tightens. A flicker of annoyance. Riccardo. I can. I said enough. I repeat. Adrian exhales. Controlled. Fine. Avery's mouth curves. Ah. Are you jealous? The question is quiet, but it slices through the room like a blade. Marco's gaze hardens instantly. Adrian goes still, reading the shift with military instincts. I look at Avery. She meets my stare without blinking, daring me to admit it, daring me to deny it. The truth is ugly. I don't feel jealousy the way normal men do. I feel ownership challenged. I feel control threatened. And the terrifying part is that it's not just about power anymore. It's about her. I step closer to her chair. My shadow falls over her legs. Don't do that. Avery tilts her chin up. Do what? Play. I say softly. Her eyes glitter. I'm not playing. Yes, I reply, voice low. You are. Adrian clears his throat. I can step out. No. Avery says quickly, eyes still on mine. Stay. The command is directed at Adrian, but it's meant for me. She wants witnesses. Again, she wants an audience to my restraint or my failure. I lean in, close enough that my voice turns private without being a whisper. You're testing me. Avery's lips part slightly. And I hold her stare. Stop. Avery's smile sharpens. Make me. My blood goes cold. The room is suddenly too small, too controlled, too full of people who are not supposed to see what's happening between us. I straighten, stepping back. Marco. Marco moves instantly, a silent execution of my intent. Doctor. I say, voice flat. You're done. Adrian's eyes narrow. She needs to live. I cut in. And you're not helping. Avery rises from the chair, anger flashing. You can't just. I turn to her. I can. She stiffens. Her gaze burns. You're insane. I lean closer, voice like steel wrapped in velvet. Yes. Then I gesture toward the door. Come. Avery doesn't move at first. She looks at Adrian, almost pleading, almost defiant, almost strategic. Adrian's posture shifts, ready to speak again. I look at him once, a single cold glance. He stops. Avery sees it. She hates that she sees it. She follows me out. We don't speak until we're in the corridor beyond the private room, past the staff door, away from ears. The hallway is dim, quiet, padded, built for secrecy. Avery's heels click behind me, too close. She wants me to feel her there. I stop abruptly. She nearly collides with my back. I turn fast and she's suddenly trapped between me and the wall. Breath catching, not fear. Reflex. Her eyes flare. What? I step closer. Not touching. Just closing space until she feels the pressure of it. What was that? I ask softly. Avery laughs. Brittle. What was what? A medical exam you couldn't handle. You offered yourself to him. I say. Her mouth twists. Offered myself. I let him check my ribs. You let him touch you. I correct. Avery's eyes flash. Oh my God. Are you serious right now? Yes. She stares at me like I'm absurd. You kidnapped me. You punished me. You locked me in rooms. And you're mad because a doctor touched my cheek. Don't. I say quietly. Don't what? She snaps. Don't pretend you don't know what you were doing. I murmur. Avery's chin lifts. Defiance sharpening. I know exactly what I was doing. My throat tightens. Then say it. Avery's eyes glitter, cold, brave, reckless. I wanted to see if you could feel anything. The confession hits like a punch. Not because it's cruel. Because it's intimate. She wanted to see inside me. She wanted proof I'm human. She wanted a lever. And she found one. I step closer until her back meets the wall. My hand plants beside her head, forearm braced. Trapping without touching her body. Avery doesn't flinch. She looks up at me with that same stubborn, luminous refusal. You do feel, she says softly, voice almost satisfied. You just hate it. I lean in, slow, controlled, dangerous. My mouth hovers a breath from hers. Her breath catches. So does mine. The air between us becomes a live wire. Avery's gaze drops to my mouth for half a second, then back to my eyes. She wants this. Not the kiss. The tension. The proof. The moment. You think you have power because you can make me react. I murmur. Avery's lips part slightly. Don't I? I should pull back. I should reassert the rules. I should remind her she's still trapped. Instead, my hand slides into her hair at the nape, firm, steady, holding her head in place without forcing her forward. Her throat moves with a swallow. Her voice comes out quieter. Riccardo. My name in her mouth is not an insult this time. It's a hook. I feel it catch. I lower my head a fraction more, close enough that my breath brushes her upper lip. Almost. Not contact. Just heat. Avery's eyes flutter once, then harden again as she fights herself. Do it. She whispers. I freeze. The request is a knife. A dare. A test. If I kiss her, she wins something. She gets proof I can lose control. If I don't, she learns I can resist even this. And the truth is worse than either option. If I kiss her, I won't stop. Not because I'm lustful. Because I'm starved. Starved for the softness I'm not allowed to have. starved for the way she looks at me like I'm not a god, not a monster, just a man she can provoke into honesty. My jaw tightens. Avery's eyes watch my face like she can read the war under my skin. You're thinking, she murmurs. Yes, I say. About what? She asks, voice too quiet. I press my forehead briefly to hers, one controlled contact. Not a kiss, just a claim without lips. Avery's breath shudders. My voice drops into something rawer than I allow. About how easy it would be to take what you're offering. Avery's lips part, her breath hitting my mouth. For 1 second, the world narrows to the space between us. She smells like soap and silk in defiance. My hand tightens in her hair. Not painful, anchoring. Possession. Avery's fingers lift, hovering near my chest as if she can't decide whether to touch me or push me away. And I realize cold, brutal clarity, this isn't about control. Anymore. It's about her. Because her proximity doesn't just make me want to dominate. It makes me want to stay. A stupid, dangerous desire. I release her hair abruptly and step back. Avery blinks, breath unsteady, eyes flashing with frustration. What? No. I say. Her jaw drops slightly. You can't. I can. I cut in, sharper than I want. Avery's eyes harden, humiliation flickering fast before she crushes it. Wow. I hold her gaze, forcing my voice steady. You don't get to own my restraint. Avery laughs. Bitter. Restraint. Is that what you call it? It's what it is. She steps forward, closing the distance again because she refuses to be the one left against the wall. Then why are you shaking? The question lands like a blade. Because I am. Not visibly. Not to anyone else. But inside, something is vibrating, an animal under control. Furious about it. I glance at her hands, at her mouth, at the pulse in her throat. Then I look back into her eyes and give her the truth I can survive. Because you're starting to matter. I say softly. Avery goes still. For the first time tonight, her expression loses its edge. Just a fraction. Like she didn't expect honesty to hurt. She swallows. I don't want to matter to you. Yes, I murmur. You do. Her eyes flash again. Defensive. No. You leaned into him to make me feel. I say quietly. That is wanting. Avery's breathing changes. Faster. Not fear. Something else. Then she whispers, almost angry at herself. I wanted to know you could. I step closer. Careful. Controlled. And now you know. Avery's gaze drops to my mouth again, just for a heartbeat. Then she looks away, jaw tight, angry at her own body. She turns her head sharply. Take me back. I watch her profile, the stubborn set of her shoulders, the way she's trying to rebuild walls fast. I nod once. Come. She follows without another word. But her silence isn't the cold withdrawal from before. It's shaken, because she just learned something she didn't want to learn. And so did I. In the car, as the city lights slide past, Avery sits rigid beside me, staring out the window like the glass can save her from what almost happened. I keep my gaze forward. I keep my hands still. But inside, something has shifted. Avery West didn't just provoke me tonight. She found the one place I am not armored. And the terrifying truth settles in my bones with quiet certainty. She owns part of me now. Not because I took her. Because she can make me stop. Because she can make me hesitate. Because she can make me want. When we arrive at the safe house, Marco opens the door. Avery gets out without looking at me. Before she disappears inside, she pauses. Just once. And she turns her head slightly. Not fully. Not soft. But enough for me to catch the edge of her expression. A challenge. A question. A warning. Then she goes inside and the door shuts. Marco steps closer. Voice low. Dawn. Bianca's men were seen near the club. My blood goes colder than the night. I don't move. I don't blink. I stare at the closed door Avery just walked through and feel the new fear I refuse to name. Because if Bianca is watching now, if Bianca saw Avery lean into another man, if Bianca saw me react, then Bianca knows what to target. And this time, she won't threaten to expose Avery's identity. She'll threaten to expose mine. The part of me Avery just stole. I speak without looking away from the door. Double security. I say, no mistakes. Marco nods. And the girl? My jaw tightens. Because the answer is not strategic. It's personal. She doesn't leave my sight. I say. And as I say it, I realize the hook at the end of the sentence, the part one don't say out loud. even to myself, because if she disappears now, it won't just be a loss. It will be a wound I don't know how to live with.
Chapter 9, Avery. The safe house has a different kind of silence. Not the curated museum quiet of Riccardo's estate, soft carpets, art that watches you back, luxury pretending it isn't a cage. This place is built like a fist, minimal, modern, cold lines, corners that hide cameras without trying. A house that doesn't want to be admired, only obeyed, which is exactly why I don't sleep. Not really. I lie on the bed in the room they put me in. White sheets, gray walls, a single painting that looks like it was chosen because it offends nobody. And I keep my eyes open in the dark, listening to the hum of security systems and the faint, distant movement of men who never stop pacing. Riccardo said I wouldn't leave his sight. He didn't say I would get to breathe. After the club, after the hallway, after that almost forehead to forehead, his hand in my hair, my mouth practically begging for something I refused to name, I've been trying to scrape the sensation off my skin like it's a stain. It won't come off. It's not even him I can't erase. It's me. The way I wanted proof he could feel and then flinched when I got it. The way his voice sounded when he said, "Because you're starting to matter." Like it hurt him to admit. Like it made him angry at himself. Like he wanted to punish me for it and protect me because of it. None of it makes sense. And when my life stops making sense, I do the only thing that keeps me sane. I watch. I learn. I plan. So when the lock clicks at 2:14 a.m., I'm already sitting up. The door opens. Not Riccardo. A woman steps in with a tray. She's staff, older than me, dark hair in a tight bun, expression calm. Her hands are steady like she's done this for men with power her whole life. "Signorina," she says softly. "Te." I stare at the tray. A porcelain cup. A small teapot, a plate with something sweet, biscotti maybe. A folded napkin. A silver spoon that looks too heavy to be practical. My stomach tightens. "Why?" I ask. She keeps her eyes lowered. "To help you sleep." I bark a laugh. "In a locked room. In a safe house. After gunfire." "Sure. Tea is what's missing." She doesn't react. She sets the tray on the bedside table with gentle precision. Then she adds, still soft, "The Don asked that you be comfortable." The Don. It should sound ridiculous. It doesn't. Not here. Not after everything. I keep my voice sharp to cover the twist in my chest. "He asked, did he?" "Yes." I look at the tea again. A cup offered in a cage is never just a cup. It's a test. It's a message. It's an opportunity. My gaze lifts to the woman. "What's your name?" Her eyes flick up in surprise, then lower again. "Sophia." "Sophia," I repeat. "Did you make this tea?" "Yes, Signorina." "Where?" I ask. She hesitates just long enough to be human. "The kitchen." "Who else was in the kitchen?" I press. Sophia's mouth tightens. "No one." That's a lie. Not necessarily because she's trying to poison me, because staff don't get kitchens alone in a place like this. Not at 2 a.m. Not with a hostage in the house. I set my hand on the tray and slide it slightly, watching her face. Sophia's eyes flick to the cup. Just once. Like she's checking something. My blood goes cold. I lift the cup, hold it near my face. The tea smells normal. Chamomile. Honey. A hint of lemon. Nothing sharp, nothing chemical. But I know this lesson. You don't need chemicals to hurt someone. You need enough of anything. Enough to make them dizzy. Enough to make them sleep too hard. Enough to slow their reflexes at the wrong moment. Enough to make an accident easier. I set the cup down without drinking. Sophia's hands clasp tighter. "Drink," she says gently. I smile, sweet and sharp. "No." Her eyes flicker, panic, fast, then smoothed away. "Signorina, it is only tea." "Then you drink it," I say. Sophia freezes. Her throat moves with a swallow. "I drink it," I repeat, voice soft but hard, "or leave." Sophia's lips part. Then she closes them, bows her head quickly, and reaches for the tray. Relief hits me so sharp it almost makes me dizzy. She lifts the tray, turns toward the door, and before she can leave, I add, "Tell Riccardo I'm not thirsty." Sophia's shoulders stiffen. She doesn't respond. The door closes. The lock clicks. I sit still for a long moment, staring at the spot where the tea was. Then I slide off the bed and move to the door, pressing my ear to it. I hear footsteps retreat down the hall. Then a murmur. Low Italian. Another voice answers. Male. Marco. My pulse climbs, because tea doesn't come with whispers. I step back, mind racing, and the worst thought settles into my chest like a stone. This isn't just about putting me to sleep. It's about making me vulnerable. And only one person benefits from me being vulnerable. Bianca. By morning, Riccardo appears like he never left. He enters my room at 7:03 a.m., dressed in black again, simple this time, no suit jacket. His wound isn't visible under fabric, but I can see the way he moves, controlled but careful, like pain is a quiet companion he refuses to acknowledge. His eyes sweep the room first. Security check. Then they land on me. I'm standing by the window with my arms crossed, watching the trees outside sway in the wind I can't feel. When he closes the door, the air shifts. Not tension, something tighter. Possession. "Did you sleep?" he asks. "No," I say. His gaze drops to the bedside table, where the tray would have been if I'd accepted it. It's gone. A tiny flicker crosses his eyes. "What did they bring you?" he asks, voice too calm. "Tea," I reply. Riccardo's jaw tightens. He doesn't ask why I didn't drink it. He already knows. "You didn't touch it," he says. "No." A beat. Then his gaze sharpens on my face, as if reading my expression for fear. He won't find it. He finds anger. "What was in it?" I ask, turning fully toward him. "And don't lie." Riccardo's eyes darken. "You think I would poison you?" "I think you would do what's effective," I throw his own line back at him. "And last time I trusted a cloth in your hand, I woke up in a locked room." His jaw flexes once, not guilt, irritation at being reminded. He takes one step closer. "No one in this house poisons you without dying." "Interesting," I say, because someone just tried. The air goes razor sharp. Riccardo goes still. A dangerous still. He doesn't ask if I'm sure. He asks who brought it. "Sophia," I answer. A muscle jumps in his jaw. His hand goes to his phone in his pocket. I step closer too, refusing to let him turn this into something I'm not part of. "Riccardo," I say, voice low. "This isn't paranoia. This is pattern." His eyes flick to mine. "Pattern?" "Yes," I snap. "First your fiancé threatens me. Then there's gunfire at the estate. Then you move me. Then someone tries to get me to drink something in the middle of the night." His gaze stays on mine, but I can feel his mind moving. Fast, cold, strategic. Pieces aligning. I hate that I'm impressed by it. And I hate that the fact he's listening makes something in my chest loosen. "Who else is here?" I demand. Riccardo's voice is flat. "Only people I trust." I laugh without humor. "Then your trust is compromised." His eyes narrow. Then quietly he says, "Get dressed." "What?" I snap. "We're going back," he says. "Back where?" "The estate, the lions, Bianca, his father." My stomach tightens. "No." Riccardo's gaze turns cold. "Yes. You said I'm safer here. I said Bianca doesn't know this place." He corrects. "Now she does." My blood goes colder. "How?" Riccardo's mouth tightens. "Because she has eyes everywhere." I swallow hard. "Get dressed," he repeats, "and stay close to me." He turns to leave. I say the thing before I can stop myself. "Why do you care if I die?" Riccardo pauses. He doesn't turn around yet. His shoulders go still under the dark fabric. For one heartbeat, the room holds its breath. Then he turns his head slightly, looking at me over his shoulder. His eyes are dark, unreadable. "Because you don't get to die," he says softly. The words should feel like a threat. They don't. They feel like a claim that scares me more than threat ever could. He leaves. And I stand there, staring at the door after it clicks shut, trying to decide whether that line is my protection or my leash tightening. We return to the main estate like we're stepping back into a dream that wants to eat you. The grand house rises from the trees with quiet arrogance. Guards at the gate, cameras that follow. Men who pretend they aren't armed. Riccardo's car glides through like royalty. I sit beside him in the back seat, spine rigid, jaw clenched, wearing a dark green dress they gave me because apparently even potential murder requires styling. I keep my face calm. Inside, my mind is screaming. If Bianca already has someone close enough to send tea into my room, then she's not just watching. She's inside. Riccardo's hand rests on his knee, fingers still. No tremor, no hesitation. His calm is contagious in the worst way. It makes you forget you're in danger until you bleed. The car stops under the covered drive. Riccardo steps out first, then extends his hand toward me. Not politely, possessively. He wants witnesses to see the gesture. He wants every eye in the house to register that I am under his control. I hesitate just long enough to make my defiance real. Then I take his hand, not because I submit, because if Bianca is hunting, I need Riccardo close. And because I hate that I want him close. His fingers tighten around mine briefly as I step out, not squeezing, anchoring. We enter together. The foyer is bright, warm, elegant, everything designed to hide rot behind beauty. Staff move quickly, heads lowered. I feel eyes on me immediately, some curious, some resentful, some amused, and one set like ice. Bianca stands near the staircase in a white dress that makes her look like a saint carved out of marble. Hair pinned back, makeup perfect, smile ready, her gaze lands on me like a blade touching skin. Then it shifts to Riccardo's hand holding mine. A flicker crosses her eyes. Her eyes. Not jealousy. Calculation. She steps forward, graceful. Avery, Bianca says, voice sweet. We meet properly at last. I stare at her. Do we? Bianca's smile widens. You're not what I expected. My mouth curves, sharp. Good. The line lands exactly as it did in the map of this nightmare, and I feel Riccardo's fingers tighten around mine like he felt it too. Bianca's eyes glitter with satisfaction, as if I just confirmed something she suspected. She looks at Riccardo, voice gentle. She's charming. Riccardo's gaze stays on Bianca. What do you want? Bianca laughs softly. Straight to it. Always. Her eyes return to me. I wanted to see you with my own eyes, she says. You've become an interesting rumor. Rumors are for bored people, I reply. Bianca's smile stays sweet. Bored people become dangerous, she echoes, and the fact she uses my words against me makes my spine stiffen. Riccardo's voice cuts low. Bianca. She lifts a hand. Relax, Tesoro. I'm only being polite. Then she turns fully to me, and the sweetness drains from her eyes without changing her smile. Walk with me, she says. I glance at Riccardo. He watches Bianca like a predator watching another predator circle its prey. Then he releases my hand. Not because he trusts her, because he wants to see what she does. A chill runs down my spine. Bianca gestures toward a side corridor. I follow because refusing in front of the staff would feed her exactly what she wants. Proof, I'm afraid. And because I want her away from Riccardo for a moment. I want to look her in the eyes without his shadow complicating it. We walk past gilded mirrors and expensive art. Bianca's heels click on marble like a countdown. She doesn't speak until we reach a small sitting room with tall windows and a couch the color of dried blood. The door closes behind us. Finally, privacy. Bianca turns to face me. Up close, she's terrifying in a quiet way. Not because she's loud, because she's controlled, because she looks at you like you're a piece on a board. You're brave, she says softly. I stare at her. Don't compliment me. It makes me suspicious. Bianca's mouth curves. Good, you should be. I cross my arms. What do you want? Bianca steps closer, her perfume sliding into my lungs. Jasmine, metal, something cold beneath. I want you gone, she says, still soft. There's no drama in it, no flair, just truth. My pulse spikes anyway. Too bad. I say, I'm not leaving. Bianca's smile widens. You think you're choosing? I am, I snap. Bianca tilts her head. No, you're reacting. There's a difference. My nails dig into my own arms. You don't know me. Bianca's eyes sharpen. I know you're temporary. I meet her gaze, voice steady. Then why am I still here? The words hang between us like a blade. Bianca's smile doesn't move, but something in her eyes shifts, irritation, fast, then smoothed away, because I hit something real. If I'm temporary, she shouldn't feel threatened, and yet she does, because Riccardo is different. Because his attention is a currency Bianca expected to own, and I'm stealing it without even trying anymore. Bianca steps back, drifting toward a side table where a tray sits, 2 glasses, a decanter of amber liquid, whiskey, or brandy, or something that could burn. She lifts a glass and swirls it slowly, eyes never leaving mine. Do you know what happens to women who become distractions? She asks calmly. I don't answer. Bianca smiles faintly. They become lessons. My stomach tightens. Is that what you are? A lesson? Bianca's gaze flickers. I am a solution. She takes a sip, then sets the glass down with delicate precision. And you, she continues softly, are a problem. I step closer, refusing to let her loom. You tried to drug me last night. Bianca's eyes widen a fraction, then she laughs. Did I? I hold her gaze. I didn't drink it. Smart, Bianca murmurs, almost impressed. So it was you, I press. Bianca's smile turns razor thin. You're in my house, she says, as if that's the only confession she needs to give. My blood goes cold. This is Riccardo's father's house. Bianca's eyes glitter, and soon it will be Riccardo's, and soon I will be his wife. She steps closer again, voice lowering. You think he cares about you? I bare my teeth. I don't care what he feels. Bianca studies my face, amused. You're lying. I force my voice calm. Even if he did, it doesn't matter. He's still engaged to you. Bianca's smile brightens like she enjoys the reminder. Exactly. Then softly, which means this ends one way. My heart pounds. You're not going to scare me into leaving. Bianca's eyes go cold. No, she agrees gently. I'm going to remove you. The room seems to tilt. I inhale slowly, forcing my voice steady. If you touch me, Riccardo will. Riccardo will do what? Bianca interrupts and the softness vanishes. Burn ports? Start wars? He already threatened me. Do you think threats stop a woman like me? I stare at her, throat tight. Bianca leans in, smiling like she's sharing a secret. Riccardo thinks he's protecting you from me. Her voice drops to a whisper. He's protecting you from your own identity, she says. My stomach drops so hard it feels like falling. What? I snap. Bianca's eyes shine. Oh, she murmurs. He hasn't told you. I don't know what you're talking about, I say too fast. Bianca's smile widens. You will. I step forward, rage flaring. Say it. Bianca tilts her head. Why would I give you the gift early? Because you like to talk, I bite. Because you want to see me squirm. Bianca's eyes flicker with satisfaction. Maybe. She straightens, smoothing invisible wrinkles from her dress. But not. My heart is a drum in my ribs. You're insane. Bianca's smile turns almost kind. No, Avery. I'm realistic. She turns toward the door. I lunge, not to hit her, but to block her path, because I'm not letting her walk, away with this dangling threat in the air like a noose. Tell me, I demand, voice shaking with fury. What do you know about me? Bianca stops, half turning her head, and then she gives me the coldest look I've ever seen, a look without emotion, without humanity. You should have drunk the tea, she says softly. My blood turns to ice. She opens the door and steps into the hallway, heels clicking away like nothing happened. I stand frozen for one heartbeat, then move after her. The moment I hit the hall, Riccardo is there, waiting. His eyes snap to my face like he can read what just happened. What did she say? He asks, voice low. I swallow hard. She said, Bianca's voice floats from behind him, sweet as poison. Nothing important, Tesoro, I was just making conversation. Riccardo doesn't look away from me. His gaze is sharp now, protective in a way that feels like possession. Avery, he says quieter. Tell me. I open my mouth, and a tray appears beside me, carried by a young staff member with downcast eyes, a glass of water on it. My stomach twists. The staff member pauses too close, hand steady, eyes lowered. Signorina, she murmurs. Water. My skin goes cold. Not again. I see it instantly. The setup, a nudge in the crowd, a moment of distraction. A glass offered while my guard is down. I don't take it, but the staff member's hand wobbles slightly, as if accidentally losing grip. My instincts scream. I jerk back, and the glass tips. Water splashes. Not onto the floor, onto my dress, onto my hands, onto my mouth as droplets fly. I gasp, the shock of cold water hitting my lips, and then a taste. Bitter beneath clean. Not strong. Just enough. My throat tightens. My stomach clenches hard. A wave of nausea hits like a fist. The hallway tilts. Riccardo's hand clamps around my arm instantly. His voice cuts sharp. Avery. I try to breathe. My lungs don't want to cooperate. The staff member stammers, Mi dispiace, I'm sorry. Bianca's soft laugh threads through the moment like silk. Clumsy. Riccardo's gaze snaps to the staff member. Something in his eyes turns lethal. Marco appears from nowhere, grabbing the girl's wrist, yanking her back. The girl cries out, shaking. I didn't. Riccardo doesn't look at her. He looks at me. My vision blurs at the edges. My pulse pounds in my throat. My stomach roils like it wants to empty itself onto the marble. What did you taste? He demands, voice low and furious. I swallow hard. My mouth is dry and wet at the same time. Bitter, I rasp. Riccardo's face goes still, not calm, deadly. He turns his head slowly toward Bianca. Bianca stands a few feet away, hands folded, expression filled politely concerned, a saint watching a sinner choke. Riccardo's voice is quiet when he speaks. You. Bianca blinks, innocence performed perfectly. Me? Riccardo takes one step toward her, and the air around him sharpens like a drawn blade. You're testing poison in my house, he says softly, in front of me. Bianca's smile remains. Riccardo, don't be dramatic. Dramatico, he repeats in Italian, voice low. Do you think this is drama? Bianca's eyes flick to me, watching me sway, watching me fight nausea, watching me refuse to collapse. Something like admiration crosses her gaze, then it hardens. Riccardo's hand tightens around my arm, anchoring me. I hate that I need it. I hate that without it I might hit the floor. Marco's voice is tight. Don, we should. Riccardo cuts him off with a glance, then looks back to Bianca. His voice drops even lower. You don't get to touch her. Bianca's smile finally cracks. Just a hair. Then she smooths it, eyes glittering. She's temporary, Riccardo. My stomach turns. The nausea spikes. Riccardo's gaze doesn't waver. Then why are you trying to kill her? Silence. Bianca holds his stare. Then softly she smiles again. Because she has her answer. Because she sees what she wanted to see, the thread between us. She tilts her head. Because I can, she murmurs, and because you're letting her make you weak. Riccardo's jaw flexes. He doesn't argue. He simply turns, pulling me with him. Marco, he says, voice flat. Lock the house down. Interrogate everyone who touched anything in the last 24 hours. Marco nods sharply. Riccardo looks at Bianca one last time. His voice is quiet, lethal. If she dies, Bianca, you don't get a wedding. You get a funeral. Bianca's eyes flash. Then she laughs softly, like she enjoys the idea. Riccardo doesn't wait for her reply. He moves fast, guiding me down the hall toward a side door, away from staff, away from witnesses. My stomach is a knot. My vision tunnels. I breathe through my mouth, trying not to gag. Riccardo pushes into a small bathroom and locks the door behind us. The moment it clicks, my body betrays me. I lurch to the sink and gag. Hard, violent. Nothing comes up at first. Just bile. Just the taste of bitterness. My hands tremble on the porcelain. Riccardo's hand presses between my shoulder blades. Not tender. Steady. Support. After a second, my stomach convulses again, and I vomit water and whatever else touched my tongue. I spit, wipe my mouth with the back of my hand, breathing hard. I hate that my eyes water. I hate that my body is shaking. Riccardo's voice is low. Look at me. I don't want to. I do anyway. His eyes are dark, furious, not at me. At what happened, at the fact Bianca tried to poison me in his home. At the fact she succeeded even a little. Did you swallow? He asks. I don't know, I rasp. It hit my mouth. Riccardo swears in Italian, a low, vicious string that makes my skin prickle. Then he grabs a cup, turns on the faucet, and holds it out. Rinse, he orders. I take it with shaking hands and rinse, spit, rinse again. Riccardo watches my face like he's tracking symptoms. Dizzy, he asks. A little, I admit. Nausea? Yes, he nods once, jaw tight, already calculating. I'm not dying. I snap, because I can't stand how he's looking at me like I'm fragile. Riccardo's eyes cut into mine. Don't be stupid. I flare. Don't be controlling. His mouth tightens. Too late. He steps closer, and for a second I think he's going to do that thing. Corner me, press me into the wall, make me feel his gravity. Instead, he cups the back of my head briefly and checks my eyes like a medic would. His thumb brushes my temple. Accidental tenderness. It hits harder than any punishment. I jerk back, breathing hard. Don't. Riccardo stills. Then his voice goes quieter. She's escalating. My throat tightens. She wants me dead. Yes, he says, a beat. Then brutally honest, because she thinks you matter. I swallow, nausea and dread tangling. Do I? Riccardo's gaze locks on mine. For one heartbeat, his face is naked with something he refuses to name. Then he shudders it. You're here, he says. That's enough. It isn't an answer. It's a decision. I wipe my mouth again, forcing my voice steady. What did she mean about my identity? Riccardo goes very still. He stares at me for a long moment, eyes unreadable. Then slowly he says, what did she say? I hate that my voice shakes, but I say it anyway. She said she knows who I really am. Riccardo's jaw flexes. He looks away once, brief, like he's thinking. Then he looks back. His voice is low. Do you? My stomach drops. The question is a knife, because there are things I don't talk about. Things I locked away years ago and built a life on top of like concrete poured over bones. My foster records, my unknown father. The gaps in my history I learned not to poke because every time I did, someone got angry. Someone got quiet. Someone moved me to another house. I stare at Riccardo, pulse pounding. No, I lie. His eyes narrow slightly. He knows, but he doesn't press. Not now, because I'm pale. Because my hands are still trembling. Because Bianca's poison is still in my mouth like a ghost. Riccardo opens the bathroom door and calls out, voice sharp, Marco, doctor now. Then he looks back at me, gaze hard. This ends, he says. I swallow. How? Riccardo's voice drops, cold as stone. Bianca wants you dead. I nod, throat tight. She will try again, he continues. And next time she won't use tea. My blood chills. Riccardo steps closer and his hand lands on my jaw. Firm, not hurting, forcing my eyes to his. You stay with me, he says. I try to pull back. I'm not your... His grip tightens just enough to stop the words. Not a toy, he says, echoing Bianca's insult without letting it touch you. Not a symbol, not a lesson. His eyes burn into mine. You are mine to protect, he says softly. The words hit like a chain wrapped in velvet. I should spit in his face. I should scream. Instead, my breath shudders. Because protection from Riccardo comes with ownership. And ownership from Riccardo feels terrifyingly close to devotion. The door opens behind him. Marco appears with Dr. Cole, face tight with urgency. Riccardo releases my jaw instantly, stepping back into stone again. The moment disappears like it never happened. But I felt it. I felt the flicker under his control. And somewhere in the house, Bianca Valenti is watching her plan unfold. Because that wasn't a warning. That was a test. She wanted to see if Riccardo would react. He did. She wanted to see if I would break. I didn't. And as Adrian begins checking my pulse and Marco murmurs updates in Italian, I realize something with a cold twist in my stomach. Bianca isn't trying to scare me into leaving. She's trying to force Riccardo into choosing. And if he chooses wrong, she'll kill me. If he chooses right, she'll still try. Because Bianca Valenti doesn't lose. She escalates. And tonight, somewhere behind her perfect smile, she just made a new decision. Not to threaten, not to hint, not to test, to finish. To kill me.
Chapter 10. Riccardo. By the time Avery West decides to run, she has already run 100 times in her head. That is what makes her dangerous. Not the fists. Not the mouth. Not the way she can cut a room open with one sentence and make men who own cities shift in their seats. It's the patience. The intelligence. The way she adapts without asking permission. After Bianca's little performance, water turned weapon, poison turned message, I keep Avery close enough that the staff begins to look at her like an extension of my body. She is at my side in hallways. She is in my peripheral when I take calls. She sits in the same room when Marco briefs me. Silent, listening, filing away details she pretends not to care about. She does not beg. She does not scream. She eats when food appears. Mechanically, like she refuses to let her body become another weakness men can use. She sleeps when exhaustion forces it. But lightly, always lightly. She talks less. And when Avery talks less, she thinks more. So do I. Because I know what she's doing. She's building an exit out of scraps. She's learning the rhythms of my house. Who walks which corridors at which hours. Which doors click twice before locking. Which cameras pan left and how long they take to return right. Which guard likes his coffee too sweet. Which staff members' hands shake when they pass her tray. She is studying my world like it is a language she will eventually speak well enough to lie in. And I let her. Not because I underestimate her. Because I'm not only containing a woman. I'm containing a storm I brought inside my walls. If I clamp down too hard, she explodes. If I loosen too much, she disappears. So I do what I always do with volatile things. I watch. I measure. I control the perimeter and let the center breathe. Marco hates it. Dawn. He says on the third day back at the estate, voice tight as he follows me into the security office. We should move her again. She is safe here. I answer, eyes on the screens. The wall of monitors shows the house in slices, gates, corridors, stairwells, the kitchen, the staff entrance, the garage, the long hall outside Avery's wing. Avery herself is on one of the feeds, sitting at a small table in the sunroom, a book open in front of her like she's a guest. Her posture is relaxed. Her eyes are not. She's not safe from Bianca. Marco says, Bianca can't reach her here without exposing herself. I reply. Marco's jaw tightens. She already exposed herself. She exposed a fraction. I correct. Enough to test me. Marco watches me, cautious. And you reacted. I don't look away from the screen. Yes. The word comes out too clean. Because it's true. And truth is sharper than lies. Bianca wanted to see if Avery mattered. She saw it. Now she will adjust. So will I. What did the Valenti ports report? I ask. Marco exhales slowly. Minor delays. Their customs guy in Newark suddenly quit. 2 trucks misrouted. Nothing that can be traced to us. But she knows you're willing. I nod once. Bianca thinks war is chess. So do I. The difference is I don't need to win publicly. I just need her to stop touching what's mine. Marco's phone buzzes. He glances at it. Your father's calling. I don't move. Ignore. Marco hesitates. He's calling more often. I said ignore. Marco nods and tucks the phone away. Then his gaze drifts to the screen again, to Avery in the sunroom. She's quiet. He says, yes. That's worse. He mutters. I almost smile. Marco is not wrong. Quiet Avery is planning Avery. And planned Avery is the one who gets closest to freedom, or the one who gets herself killed. I watch her on the monitor as she turns a page, lifts her cup, and sips water like it is the most normal thing in the world. Then her gaze flicks up, straight toward the corner of the ceiling, straight toward the camera. Not accidentally, not because she sensed movement, because she knows exactly where it is. She holds the camera's stare for 1 heartbeat, 2. Then she looks down again, but her mouth curves faintly as she does. Like she just whispered a message without sound. I know you're watching. My jaw tightens. Not anger. Something else. A recognition that she is not afraid of my surveillance. She is using it. Fine. Let her. Because the moment she tries to leave, I will know. And when I know, I will decide what her running costs. She chooses the afternoon. Smart. Not at night when guards are tight and men with guns are restless. Not in the morning when schedules are rigid and staff are alert. Afternoon is a lull. The house breathes. People relax into routine. Security shifts become predictable. I'm in my office when it starts, signing documents with one hand and taking a call with the other. An ally in Queens is asking for more time. A man in Jersey wants assurances. There are always men who want something. Avery doesn't care. Avery wants out. The first alert hits my system as a soft chime. West Hall, service door. Open. My eyes lift to the security tablet on my desk. The door should not open without a code. I tap the feed. The camera shows the service corridor near the kitchens. Staff moving. A cart pushed by a man with his head down and a cap pulled low. The man's shoulders are narrow. The gait is wrong. My blood goes cold with certainty. Avery. She's in staff clothing, black slacks, white shirt, apron, her hair tucked under a cap, face angled away from the camera. But I can still see her. Not because the disguise is poor, because I know her shape. The way she holds tension in her shoulders like a blade she refuses to drop. The way she moves like she's always ready to pivot. I end the call without saying goodbye. Marco. I say into my comm. His voice answers instantly. Don. Lock down the perimeter. I order. Soft. No panic. No sirens. No obvious chase. A beat. She's running. Yes. Marco's voice tightens. We stop her. We catch her. I correct. Quietly. I stand and leave the office without rushing. Rushing is for men who lose control. I take the side corridor that leads toward the service wing, moving like I have time because time belongs to me in my own house. On the way, I send 3 quick instructions through the comm. 1 man to the garage. 1 man to the staff gate. 1 man to the south wall where the hedges meet the stone and blind spots exist for exactly 9 seconds if you're clever. Avery is clever, but she is not invisible. She reaches the service door at the back of the house, one of the exits used for deliveries, staff, and discreet movements. It opens. She slips through. She does not look back. Of course she doesn't. Looking back implies doubt. Avery doesn't doubt herself when she moves. She commits. Outside, the air is bright. The gardens stretch toward the tree line. Beyond the tree line is the road. Beyond the road is the world she still believes exists for her. She cuts through the hedges, low and fast. She uses the landscaping like cover, staying off the open path. She heads toward the south wall. Exactly where I predicted. Good. I want to admire her. I do. I also want to destroy the illusion that she can outthink me on my own ground. Not by beating her. Not by screaming. Not by dragging her back bloody and broken. By catching her like she was never truly gone. I reach the garden exit just as she reaches the wall. The wall is high, stone, topped with iron spikes that look decorative but aren't. Not unscalable, just difficult. Avery doesn't hesitate. She grips the stone, finds footholds, and climbs with the efficient grace of a woman who has learned to escape harder places than this. Her hands slip once. She recovers. She gets higher. From my angle, I see the thin line of blood on her palm where stone scraped skin. I step closer, silent. She reaches the top and pauses for 1 heartbeat, breathing hard. Freedom is on the other side. I let her have that heartbeat. Then I speak. Come down. My voice is low, calm, not loud enough to carry beyond the hedges. Avery freezes like her body forgot how to move. Slowly, she turns her head. Her eyes find me below. For 1 second, something flickers, shock, then rage, then the quick recalculation of a mind that refuses to panic. Riccardo, she says. breathless. Of course. I tilt my head slightly. You planned well. Her mouth twists. Thanks. Come down. I repeat. Avery's eyes narrow. No. I take one step closer to the wall, looking up at her like she isn't above me at all. You're going to hurt yourself. I say. Avery barks a laugh. You mean like you hurt me? I mean you'll fall. I reply, still calm. And if you break your leg, you won't get far. Avery's jaw clenches. Her gaze flicks to the other side of the wall like she's considering jumping anyway. It's a bad jump. The drop is steep. The ground on the other side slopes toward a drainage ditch. She could do it. She would get away for maybe 30 seconds. Then she'd hit the ditch, twist an ankle, and my men would pick her up. She knows it too. That's why she stays still. That's why she's furious. You can't keep me. She spits, voice low but shaking. I already am. I say. Her eyes flash. This isn't keeping. This is imprisonment. Yes, I agree. The honesty hits her like a slap. It always does. She expects me to justify, to claim protection, to pretend. I don't, because the truth forces her to face what she's dealing with. A man who doesn't need excuses. Avery's breath trembles. Why won't you just let me go? I study her face up there, wind pulling loose strands of hair from under the cap. Cheeks flushed, eyes bright with pure defiance. Then I answer with the only truth that matters. Because Bianca will kill you. Avery's lips part slightly. She hates that the statement lands. She hates that it makes sense. She'll kill me anyway. She snaps. Because I'm here. She'll kill you because she wants to hurt me. I correct. Avery's eyes burn. Then stop giving her reasons. I hold her gaze. Come down. Avery's jaw tightens. Her fingers flex on the stone. Then she says, voice sharp as glass. If I come down, I'm not doing it for you. I know. I reply. Avery's laugh is bitter. You always know everything. Yes. She stares at me for a long moment. Then, slowly, she shifts her weight like she's going to descend. Her hands move. Her foot searches for a hold. Then she jumps. Not over the wall. Down toward me. She drops from the top like a weapon, aiming to land close enough to shove past me and run the other direction. It's clever. It would work on most men. I catch her. Not violently. Not roughly. I step forward, arms lifting, and take her weight against my chest with a controlled impact. Her body jolts against mine. Her breath punches out. My arms lock around her, one under her thighs, one around her back, holding her off the ground like she's nothing. Avery thrashes instantly, furious. Put me down. I don't. I carry her 2 steps away from the wall and set her on her feet with slow, deliberate care. Not because I'm kind, because I refuse to give her the satisfaction of roughness. I refuse to let her make this a scene where she can say I hurt her. I step back half a pace. Avery's chest rises and falls fast. Her hands curl into fists. She doesn't swing. She wants to. I can see it. But she's learned. I've learned her. Too. You almost had it. I say quietly. Avery's eyes blaze. Don't patronize me. It's not patronizing. I reply. It's acknowledgement. She laughs. Sharp. Acknowledgement. Like I'm some student. You are. I say simply. Her face tightens. In what? In consequences. Avery's breathing slows as she forces herself into control. Her eyes lift. Cold again. You're not going to hit me. It's a statement. A test. No. I say. Avery's jaw tightens. Then what? Another room. Another strap. I step closer. Just enough that she feels my presence like a wall. No. I repeat. Her eyes narrow. Suspicious. So what? You drag me back and pretend this didn't happen. I don't pretend. I say. Avery swallows. Her defiance flickers, then sharpens again. Then do something. I study her for a moment, letting silence press into the space between us. Then I speak, voice low and absolute. You don't run from me. Avery's throat moves with a swallow. I do what I want. No. I say, still calm. You do what keeps you alive. She laughs, but there's strain in it, and you decide what that is. Yes. The word lands like a chain. Avery's eyes flash with hatred. I hate you. I nod once. I know. Her shoulders rise with a breath. She looks past me, toward the hedges, toward the house, toward the cameras she knows exist. Then she looks back at me, and for the first time, I see something behind her defiance that isn't anger. Shaken. Not because she failed. Because she succeeded enough to realize the truth. Even her best plan can be swallowed by my control. That truth is its own kind of cage. I lift my hand slowly and take the cap off her head. Gentle and deliberate. Her hair spills free in waves. Catching the light. Avery goes still. Eyes tracking my fingers. Body tense like she expects violence. I don't give it. Instead, I look at her palm scraped, bleeding lightly. I take her hand without asking. She stiffens, but she doesn't pull away fast enough. I wrap my fingers around her palm and press lightly, stopping the blood with pressure. My thumb brushes over her knuckles once. Accidental. Her breath catches. Not desire. Recognition. That terrifying intimacy of small touch after big threat. You're hurt. I say. Avery's voice is tight. I'm fine. You're bleeding. It's a scratch. She snaps, trying to yank away. I hold her hand steady, not allowing the retreat yet. Why now? Avery's eyes flare. Why do you think? Because I'm not staying. That's not an answer. I say. Avery's mouth trembles with frustration, then hardens. Because I can't breathe here. The honesty hits harder than insults. Because it's real. Because it's the first time she's said something that isn't a weapon. I loosen my grip slightly, letting her feel the option to pull away. She doesn't. Not immediately. Her eyes stay on my face, searching, hating that she's searching. I can't breathe anywhere you are. She adds, colder, trying to take it back. I let her. I always let her retreat into defiance when vulnerability slips out. It was a good attempt. I say, voice steady. Avery's eyes narrow. Stop saying that. Why? I ask. Because it makes me feel like you're enjoying this. I look at her hand in mine, then back to her eyes. I'm not enjoying your suffering. I say quietly. Avery's jaw clenches. Then why? I cut her off, low and calm. Because you're alive. Avery stares at me, breath caught. Then she whispers, almost angry. You keep saying that like it's love. The word hangs between us, dangerous, absurd, too big for what we are. I don't flinch. I don't deny it either. I simply release her hand. Avery snatches it back, curling her fingers, protectively. Inside, I say. She doesn't move. Inside, I repeat, softer but more dangerous. Avery's eyes burn. You can't keep doing this. Yes, I say. Her breath shakes. You're going to destroy me. I step closer, just enough to lower my voice into something only she can hear. I'm not destroying you. I murmur. I'm preventing someone else from doing it first. Avery's eyes flash with something like despair that turns immediately into rage. Then kill Bianca. She says. End it. The request is sharp. Simple. Mafia logic. I watch her face as she says it. Avery doesn't understand that ending Bianca starts a war that draws my father's teeth. The Valeni ports. The alliances at my table. It would turn her from a protected secret into a public symbol. And symbols get killed. I lean in slightly. Voice low. Not yet. Avery's laugh is broken. Always not yet. Yes, I say. Then I turn and walk toward the hedges, expecting her to follow. She does, 2 steps behind, silent, shaking off the moment like it burned her. When we reach the corridor back inside the house, Marco is waiting, face tight with contained fury. He looks at Avery's staff clothes, the cap in my hand, the scrape on her palm. His gaze flicks to me. Dawn, quiet. I say. Marco swallows the rest. We walk through the halls. Staff look down. Guards straighten. Cameras follow. Avery walks beside me like she's made of knives. Back in her wing. I stop at her door. Avery turns to face me. Eyes cold. Jaw set. What now? She asks. I study her. The woman who almost made it to the wall. The woman who jumped at me like a weapon. The woman who is learning that my calm is not mercy. Now, I say, you rest. Avery laughs. Bitter. You think rest is possible here? Yes. I reply. Because you're exhausted. And exhaustion makes you stupid. Her eyes flare. I'm not stupid. No. I agree softly. You're brilliant. The words land wrong in the air. Too intimate. Too honest. Avery stiffens as if I touched her. I step closer. Voice low. That's why you're dangerous. Not to me. Her breath catches. To yourself. I finish. Avery's throat moves. Let me go. I hold her gaze. Know her eyes burn. Why? I step in close enough that only she can hear me. my voice a quiet blade. Because if you make it out, I murmur, Bianca will take you the moment you're unguarded. Avery's jaw trembles with restrained rage. Then come with me. The words slip out before she can stop them. Not a plea, not softness, a reckless, furious solution. For a second, the world narrows to her face. Because that offer, if that's what it is, would change everything. Adon does not run. Adon does not abandon his empire for a woman. Adon does not choose love over power. And yet, Avery's eyes hold mine like she just threw a match into gasoline and is waiting to see if I burn. I don't give her an answer. Instead, I lift my hand and brush one loose strand of hair behind her ear with the gentlest touch I allow myself. Avery goes still. My voice drops. You don't understand what you're asking. Her breath shakes. I'm asking you to stop treating me like a possession. I lean in, close enough for my words to hit her mouth like a secret. I'm not treating you like one. I whisper. Avery's eyes narrow. Then what are you doing? I hold her gaze. Then I tell her the most dangerous truth I've said aloud yet. I'm acting like you matter. I murmur. Her lips part slightly. Her eyes flick to my mouth, then back to my eyes. The tension spikes, hot, sharp, unbearable. She wants to say something. I can see it, but she doesn't, because saying it would make it real. I step back first, not because I don't want it, because I want control more than I want relief. I'll have someone bring antiseptic for your hand. I say, voice returning to stone. Avery's jaw tightens. Don't. I pause at the door. Why? Because you'll use it as proof I need you. She whispers. I look at her for a long moment. Then I nod once. Slow. Fine. I say. Then bleed. Avery's eyes flash. I open the door and gesture her inside. She hesitates, then walks in without looking back. Before I close it, she speaks quiet, deadly. You didn't catch me, she says. You stopped me. I still. My gaze shifts to her profile. Avery continues. Voice shaking with rage, she refuses to show his fear. There's a difference, she adds. Then she walks deeper into the room and turns her back on me like a dismissal. I close the door. The lock clicks. Final. In the hall. Marco exhales like he's been holding his breath. You want increased restraints, he asks. Careful. I stare at the door. No. Restraints make her fight harder. Containment makes her smarter. But there is something else I can do. Something quieter. Something that will shake her without breaking her. Find the staff member who helped her. I say. Marco's eyes sharpen. You think she had help? She did. I reply. Because the service door opened. Because a code was used. Because Avery doesn't have access to that without a crack she exploited. Marco nods. And when I find them, I look down the hall toward the main house, where Bianca's shadow still lingers in every polished surface. Bring them to me, I say softly. Marco hesitates. Punishment. I don't answer immediately, because my mind isn't on the staff member. It's on Avery's words. Come with me. As if she doesn't understand what she's asking. As if she doesn't understand what it would do to me. What it would cost. What it would reveal. I turn away from her door, walking toward the security office. Not punishment. I tell Marco at last. Voice low. Then what? I glance back once. At the locked door behind which Avery West is bleeding quietly on purpose. Leverage. I say. Because if she wants to run again, she will. And next time, I won't stop her at the wall. Next time, I'll let her get close enough to freedom, to realize I can take it away with a word. And the moment she realizes that, the moment she truly understands the shape of my control, that's when she'll break in a way she can't pretend is only fear. That's when she'll look at me and know the truth. Running isn't the hardest part. The hardest part is what I do when she comes back. And as I step into the glow of the security screens, Marco's phone buzzes with an incoming message. He glances down, then stiffens. Dawn, he says quietly. Bianca's sent something. I take the phone from his hand. A single photo loads. Avery in staff clothes, caught on a distant camera angle outside the wall, mid-climb. And beneath it, one line in Bianca's elegant script. Let her run. I'll catch her next.
Chapter 11, Avery. The house doesn't feel like a house anymore. It feels like a mouth. Every corridor too polished, every corner too quiet, every chandelier too bright, like light can bleach violence into something respectable. After the escape attempt, after Bianca's message, let her run. I'll catch her next. Riccardo tightens the world around me without touching a single lock. He doesn't put me in chains. He doesn't shout. He doesn't even punish me again. He just rearranges reality. There are always two men within 10 steps of me now. They don't hover. They don't stare. They move like furniture. Present, inevitable, impossible to forget. Meals happen when Riccardo is in the room. Water is poured by Marco himself. Every tray is tested. Every cup watched. The staff won't meet my eyes. And Riccardo watches me like he's waiting for something to crack. Not in me. In the story. Because the air has shifted since Bianca tried to poison me. Since she hinted about my identity. Since Riccardo's face went still in that bathroom and he asked me one question that landed like a knife in my ribs. Do you? Do I know who I am? Do I know what I'm hiding? Do I know what's missing? I haven't slept properly in days. My body has learned to live on adrenaline and spite, which is a terrible diet, but it keeps you upright. Tonight, though, something feels different. Tonight, the house is holding its breath. I'm in the small sitting room off the West Hall, the one with the couch the color of dried blood. The window shows the dark line of trees and the faint glow of security lights outside. My hands are wrapped around a mug of tea Marco personally made and personally tasted first, because apparently my life now comes with a food tester. I'm not drinking because I trust it. I'm drinking because I refuse to let Bianca turn my throat into a trigger. Footsteps approach. Not staff. Not guards. A rhythm I've memorized against my will. Riccardo, the door opens without a knock? Of course it does. He steps in and the room changes temperature. Not because he's loud, because he's there. Black shirt tonight. Sleeves rolled. His wound is hidden, but his posture still carries a carefulness he hates. His eyes are darker than usual. Not sleepy dark, storm dark. Marco follows him in, then stops at the door like a shadow that can speak. Riccardo doesn't look at me at first. He crosses to the sideboard, pours himself a drink, whiskey, neat, and takes one slow sip like he's steadying something inside his ribs. Then his gaze lands on me, and it pins. Avery, he says. My spine goes rigid. Riccardo. He holds my stare. His voice is quiet when he speaks again. Your name is not Avery West. The mug freezes halfway to my mouth. For half a second, my body forgets how to breathe. Then the survival part of me snaps back into place like armor. You're wrong, I say quickly. Riccardo's gaze doesn't change. No. Marco shifts slightly at the door, eyes cutting away like he doesn't want to witness what's about to happen. I swallow hard. Bianca told you that? Riccardo's jaw flexes once. Bianca confirmed it. My stomach drops. Confirmed. Meaning he already suspected. Meaning he already had something. He takes 2 steps closer, slow and deliberate. Your file, he says, voice like ice. Your foster records, your missing person report, the gaps that don't make sense. I tighten my grip on the mug until my fingers ache. Lots of people have gaps. Yes, he says softly. Not like this. The room feels smaller, as if the walls leaned in to listen. Riccardo's eyes burn into mine. Your real name is Avery Callahan. The mug slips slightly in my hands. Hot tea splashes onto my thumb. The sting is sharp enough to anchor me. I set the mug down carefully, because if I throw it, I'll lose something I can't afford to lose. My control. My name is Avery West, I say, too steady, too rehearsed. Riccardo tilts his head, predator still. No, he repeats, and this time there's something under tap. Hurt, maybe. Anger dressed in discipline. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a folded document. A photo slides out first. A man, American, mid-40s, hard face, cold eyes, the kind of handsome that looks better on a wanted poster. A scar near his mouth, a suit that screams money without asking permission. And beside him, a girl, teenage. Darker hair than mine is now. Same cheekbones, same jaw, same eyes. My throat closes. I stare at the photo like it's a weapon pointed at my chest. Riccardo's voice is low. Miles Callahan. I don't answer, because if I answer, lie dies. Riccardo steps closer. Your father. The word slams into my ribs. Not because it's new, because it's spoken out loud by him. I force my voice to work. He's not. Don't, Riccardo cuts in softly. One word. A command wrapped in velvet. I look up at him, eyes burning. I don't know what you think you found, but... Riccardo's mouth tightens. You've been lying to me since the night I took you. You kidnapped me, I spit. You don't get to act betrayed. Something flickers in his eyes. Fast, dark, dangerous. He doesn't move closer. He doesn't shout. He simply lowers the photo onto the table between us like a verdict. Marco clears his throat at the door. Don, your father. Riccardo doesn't look away from me. Out. Marco stiffens. Riccardo. Riccardo's gaze cuts to him like a blade turning. Fuori. Ora. Out. Now. Marco hesitates for half a heartbeat, then obeys. He leaves, shutting the door behind him. The lock clicks, and suddenly it's just me and Riccardo in a room that feels like a confession booth built by criminals. I stare at the photo again. I haven't seen Miles Callahan's face in years. Not since the night everything burned. Not since the night my mother screamed so hard her voice broke. Not since men dragged me into a car and told me to stay quiet if I wanted to live. I feel the old panic clawing up my throat, like it knows exactly where home is. I crush it. I look up at Riccardo, letting anger take the wheel because anger is safer than grief. So what? I snap. You found a picture. Congratulations. You want a medal? Riccardo's eyes stay locked on mine, unblinking. You're his blood. My mouth goes dry. And you're what? His enemy? The silence that follows is heavy. Riccardo's jaw tightens. Yes, one word. Clean. Certain. My stomach drops harder because if he's Miles Callahan's enemy, then I wasn't just taken. I was collected, like a piece on a board. My fingers curl into fists at my sides. That's why, I whisper, voice shaking. That's why you took me. Riccardo's gaze sharpens. I didn't know that night. I laugh, brittle. Bullshit. His voice cuts low. I didn't. I stare at him, trying to read his face, and I hate that part of me wants to believe him, because the alternative is worse. The alternative is that everything, every almost soft moment, every gaze, every whispered Italian word, was calculated. Riccardo steps closer until he's standing on the other side of the table from me. Bianca found it first, he says. That's why she escalated. My chest tightens. So I'm leverage. Riccardo's eyes darken. You are a liability. The word hits like a slap. Liability. Not woman. Not person. A problem to manage. I flinch. Just a fraction. He sees it. His jaw flexes. And she tried to kill you because if you die, I go to war. I laugh again, but it comes out wrong. How romantic. Riccardo's gaze drops briefly to the photo, then lifts back to me like it hurts to look. Tell me the truth, he says. My throat tightens. The truth is you kidnapped me and now you're mad I didn't hand you my trauma like a gift basket. His eyes narrow. Tell me, he repeats softer, more dangerous. I take a slow breath. Yes, his name is Miles Callahan. The words taste like blood. Riccardo goes still. I continue, voice cold. Yes, he's my biological father. No, I haven't seen him since I was 14. No, I didn't grow up in some mob princess mansion. I grew up in foster care and group homes and apartments where the locks didn't work and the men did. Riccardo's eyes don't blink, but something in his face tightens, like he didn't expect that part. I step closer to the table, palms flat on the wood. They changed my name, they moved me, they wiped paper trails, they told me it was for my safety. I spit the last two words like poison. Riccardo's voice is low. Who? I swallow hard. People who didn't want Miles Callahan's enemies to find me. Riccardo's gaze sharpens. Did you know who he was? My jaw tightens. I knew enough to stay away from the truth. You lied when I asked, Riccardo says. I lied because your world kills people for less, I snap. And look, here we are. Riccardo's eyes flash. You're not going to die. I bark a laugh. You don't get to promise that. You're not God. His voice drops, deadly calm. In my world, I decide. My hands tremble on the table. Rage, fear, old memories trying to climb out of my skin. I lean forward, eyes bright. That's the problem, Riccardo. You decide. You always decide. His jaw tightens. I push harder because I can feel the crack in him and my survival instinct wants to jam a finger into it. You took me because you wanted control, I say. Then you kept me because you were curious. Then you pretended it was protection. And now you have your answer. I gesture to the photo. I'm your enemy's daughter. Your fiancé wants me dead. Your father will use me, and you. I point at him, voice shaking with fury. You're standing here acting like the victim because a woman you kidnapped didn't tell you her real name. Riccardo's eyes go very dark. I see the moment he wants to explode. He doesn't. He holds it in his fist like a blade he refuses to swing. You think you're untouchable, I whisper, leaning in. You think you can take anything you want and still call yourself honorable. Riccardo's voice cuts low. Don't speak about honor. Why? I spit. Because it's the one thing you pretend you have. His jaw flexes. The room is tight with pressure. And then, because I'm tired of fear, tired of secrets, tired of being a pawn, I say the thing that aims straight for the wound I've been sensing in him since the beginning. You want to know what I see, I whisper. I see a man who's terrified of his own father. The words land like a bullet. Riccardo goes still. Not calm still. Shock still. Like something inside him just got hit. I keep my eyes locked on his. You hide behind control because it's the only thing that's ever been yours. You talk like a Don. You move like a Don. You punish like a Don. My voice shakes with anger and something uglier. But you're still his son, aren't you? Still doing what he tells you. Still building his empire. Still marrying his choice. Riccardo's face doesn't change much, but his eyes flare with something raw. Pain, fast and sharp. And suddenly I know I was right. I lean closer, voice soft as a knife. You're not afraid of me, Riccardo. His breathing changes. I watch his throat work as he swallows something. I finish, quietly. You're afraid you'll want something your father can't control. Silence. The kind that presses on your ears. The kind that makes you hear your own heartbeat and wonder if it's too loud. Riccardo doesn't move for a long moment. Then he steps back. 1 step. 2. His expression is stone, but his eyes look like he's holding himself together with his teeth. That's enough, he says. I laugh, bitter. Is it? Riccardo's gaze lifts to mine one last time, and there's something in it I haven't seen before. Not interest, not possession. Defeat. The first time he doesn't look like he's winning. You don't know what you're talking about, he says quietly. I hold his stare. I know exactly what I'm talking about. Riccardo's jaw tightens. Then he turns, and he walks away. Just like that. No punishment, no threat, no last word victory. He reaches the door, opens it, and leaves. The lock clicks behind him, and I stand there shaking, not because I won, because I didn't want to. I wanted him to fight back. I wanted him to argue. I wanted him to prove me wrong. Instead, like my words hit someplace he keeps locked even from himself. I sink onto the couch, palms pressed to my eyes, breathing hard. The photo sits on the table like a ghost. Miles Callahan. A man I haven't let myself grieve. A man I haven't let myself hate properly. A man whose blood runs in my veins like a curse. And now Riccardo knows. Now Bianca knows. Now everyone in that house will know soon enough. I should feel relieved, like the secret is out and I can stop holding it. I feel exposed, like someone ripped the last layer of privacy off my bones. And worse, like Riccardo was the one person I didn't want to see that part of me. An hour passes. Maybe 2. Time in this house is elastic, stretched by fear, snapped by silence. I don't move much. I stare at the window and watch the trees sway. I listen to distant footsteps, to doors opening and closing, to murmurs in Italian that stop when I turn my head. At some point a tray arrives. I don't touch it, not out of paranoia now, out of emptiness. Then, deep into the night, the door opens again. I don't look up right away. I don't want it to be him. I want it to be anyone else. But I know the way the air changes. Riccardo steps in quietly and closes the door behind him. He doesn't speak at first. He stands there like he's deciding whether to be a man or a monster. I lift my gaze slowly. His face is controlled. Cold. But there's something different in his eyes. Tired. Not physically. Tired like he's been holding a war inside his chest and it finally started bleeding through. Avery, he says. My throat tightens. Don't. He takes a step closer. Don't what? Don't come in here like you didn't just, I swallow hard, like you didn't just walk away. Riccardo's jaw flexes. I needed to. Because I hit a nerve? I snap, anger trying to climb back into my mouth. Riccardo's eyes darken. Because if I stayed, I would have... He stops. I sit up straighter. You would have what? Riccardo's gaze drags over my face like he's memorizing the damage. Then he says the worst thing he could possibly say. Because it's honest. I would have taken you, he murmurs. My breath catches. Not because I don't understand what he means. Because I do. Not sex, not assault, control, a claim, a moment of dominance to cover the fact that I made him feel something he hates. Riccardo steps closer, slow, and you would have hated me more. I swallow, throat dry. I already hate you. His mouth curves faintly. No, the word is quiet, certain. I stand abruptly, needing distance, needing air. Don't tell me what I feel. Riccardo moves faster than I expect, 1 step, closing space, and suddenly I'm pinned between him and the back of the couch. Not slammed. Trapped. His hand plants on the couch beside my hip. The other hovers near my waist like he's fighting the urge to grab. His voice is low. You don't hate me. My pulse slams. Yes, I do. Riccardo's gaze drops to my mouth, then lifts back to my eyes. If you hated me, you wouldn't have touched me when I bled. My chest tightens. I whisper, furious. That was survival. Was it, he murmurs. His breath brushes my cheek. My body betrays me, shivering once, stupid and honest. Riccardo's eyes sharpen. He saw it. He leans in closer, mouth hovering near mine, not touching. The tension spikes so fast it makes my knees weak. This is what you do, I whisper, voice shaking. You push until people break. Riccardo's voice is rough. You pushed me first. My breath catches. Good, I whisper. His eyes flare. You want me broken. I swallow hard. I want you honest. Riccardo's jaw tightens, then slowly his hand lifts and cups the side of my face. Warm, steady, dangerous. My eyes sting. Riccardo. Shh, he murmurs in Italian, and the sound of it makes my skin tighten. Basta, enough. But it doesn't feel like a command this time. It feels like a plea. His thumb brushes my cheekbone once, so gentle it makes my throat ache. You were right, he says quietly. My breath stutters. About what? Riccardo's gaze holds mine. About my father. Silence detonates inside my chest. He admits it, just like that. The truth I aimed at him like a weapon. He picks it up and hands it back, bleeding. My voice comes out small despite my fight. Then stop. Riccardo's mouth tightens. You think I can stop? Yes, I whisper. If you're as powerful as you pretend. His eyes darken. He leans in closer until his forehead brushes mine. One controlled contact that makes my world tilt. Power, he murmurs, isn't freedom. My breath shudders, and then his mouth is a breath away. So close, so inevitable. He doesn't kiss me. Not yet. He holds the almost like a weapon, like he's making me feel the edge without cutting. I shouldn't want you, he whispers. My eyes burn. Then don't. Riccardo's breath hits my lips. I tried. The confession lands like a hand around my throat. I whisper, barely audible, Riccardo. His hand slides into my hair at the nape, firm, anchoring, not yanking, holding me in place like he's afraid if he lets go, he'll lose whatever this is. My fingers curl into his shirt at his chest without permission. He stills. His eyes drop to my hand like it's a spark. Then he looks back at my face, and his control is visibly cracking, tiny fractures in the stone. I learned who you are, he murmurs, and I still... He stops, jaw clenched. I swallow hard. Still what? His voice drops to a rough whisper. Still want you. My heart slams. My mouth goes dry. I should step back. I don't. I lift my chin, lips hovering near his. If you touch me, I whisper, voice shaking, don't do it to win. Riccardo's eyes flash. I always win. I shake my head, furious. Not tonight. Something in his face shifts. Pain, anger, and something like surrender fighting. He leans in another fraction, and I feel it. The moment right before impact. Then he stops himself so hard it looks like it hurts. His breath is ragged. If I kiss you, he murmurs, I won't stop. My pulse roars. I whisper the only truth left in my body. Then don't stop. For one heartbeat, he looks like a man standing on the edge of a cliff, deciding whether to jump. His mouth hovers closer. A breath. A hair's width. The door behind him bangs open. Dawn, Marco's voice snaps. Urgent. We have a problem. Riccardo doesn't turn. He doesn't move. His eyes stay locked on mine, burning. Marco freezes in the doorway like he just walked into a crime. Out, Riccardo says, voice deadly calm without looking back. Riccardo. Marco tries. Riccardo's gaze hardens. Fury. Marco disappears. The door shuts again. The lock clicks. Riccardo's breath is still rough. His hand is still in my hair. His body is still pressed close enough that my skin remembers him. And the interruption didn't cool the room. It sharpened it. Because now the moment is no longer private. Now it's stolen time in a house full of knives. Riccardo's mouth grazes my temple instead of my lips. One brief, controlled contact that makes my knees almost buckle. Not a kiss. A promise. Then he pulls back abruptly, stepping away like he's tearing himself loose. His eyes are dark, furious, at Marco, at the world, at himself. He looks at me one last time, voice low and wrecked. Don't run, he says. I swallow hard. I wasn't. Riccardo's jaw tightens. Then he turns and leaves. And this time, when the door clicks shut, it doesn't feel like he walked away because he won. It feels like he walked away because if he stayed, he'd lose. And the worst part? So would I.
Chapter 12, Riccardo. The first thing I feel is rage. Not the clean kind that sharpens decisions. The ugly kind that crawls under the skin and makes a man reckless. Because it isn't directed outward. It's directed inward. Marco's problem is still waiting downstairs. My father's men on the south perimeter. A Valenti car seen too close to the east gate. Another message from Bianca, that reads like a smile with teeth. And none of it is what's making my hands shake. It's Avery. It's the way her mouth formed my name like it meant something. It's the way she looked at me like she wanted honesty more than freedom. Like she'd rather rip my ribs open and pull out the truth than keep breathing in my house. It's the way she said, "Then don't stop." I walk out of her room and the hallway feels too narrow. Like the walls are pressing in to keep me from running from myself. Marco is waiting at the end of the corridor. Eyes alert. Jaw tight. He starts speaking immediately. "Dawn, we caught." "Not now." I cut in. Marco halts mid-sentence. His gaze flicks to my face and tightens. He reads the storm on me and chooses survival. "Your father is in the library," he says carefully. "With Bianca." My blood goes cold. "Bianca is here." I repeat, voice flat. Marco nods. "She arrived 10 minutes ago. With 2 men. She says it's family business." Family business. That's what wolves call a meal they plan to share. I turn toward the main hall. Marco falls into step beside me, lowering his voice. "Dawn, if you confront them, I'm going to." I say. Marco swallows. "And the girl stays where she is." I snap. I hear my own tone, too sharp, too possessive. Marco hears it too. He doesn't comment. He doesn't need to. We reach the library doors and I don't knock. I push them open. My father sits behind his desk like he's always sat there, king of a kingdom built on obedience. His expression is composed. Eyes calm. Hands folded as if he isn't the reason men die. Bianca is perched on the edge of a leather chair facing him. Legs crossed. Dress impeccable. Smile sweet enough to rot teeth. When she sees me, her eyes brighten. Satisfied. She wanted this. "Riccardo," she says softly, as if we're lovers. Not enemies wearing engagement rings like weapons. My father lifts his gaze. "You're late." I don't look at him. I don't look away from Bianca. "You came into my house." I say to her. Bianca's smile widens. "Your father invited me." My father's voice is smooth. "Watch your tone with your future wife." The word hits like a fist. Wife. Avery is upstairs, still tasting the almost of my mouth. Still shaking from the moment we stole. And my father says wife like it's already sealed. I feel something in me shift, cold to burning. "I told you I wasn't announcing anything." I say, voice low. My father's eyes narrow. "And I told you you don't decide alone." Bianca tilts her head, feigning concern. "You seem stressed." I step closer to the desk. "Why is she here?" Bianca's gaze flicks to my father, then back to me. "Because we're tired of secrets." My father speaks, calm and precise. "We have a problem. Riccardo." I laugh once, humorless. "I have several." My father's gaze hardens. Miles Callahan has moved. The name lands in the room like a gunshot. Bianca watches my face for the reaction. My father watches for weakness. I give them neither. "What moved?" I ask. "Shipments." My father says. "Routes. Men." He's repositioning. That means he knows something shifted in our territory. Bianca's smile is small. "Or he sensed you picked up something valuable." My hand flexes at my side. "You came here to talk about Callahan." Bianca's eyes glitter. "I came here to talk about his daughter." My father's gaze is too calm. "You didn't tell me you had her." My blood goes colder. So Bianca told him. Of course she did. She doesn't just strike at women. She strikes at foundations. My father leans forward slightly. "That is a bargaining chip," he says. "A powerful one." I feel my jaw tighten. "She is not a chip." Bianca's smile sharpens. "Oh." My father's eyes flicker. Interest. Calculation. "You sound attached." I don't answer. Silence is the only shield I have left. My father continues, voice steady. "If Callahan knows she's here, he'll come. If he comes, we can end him." My stomach turns, and Avery dies in the crossfire. Bianca's smile turns almost kind. Collateral is unfortunate. Tesoro. I look at her, and the rage becomes clear enough to cut. "You tried to poison her." I say softly. Bianca's eyes widen in mock innocence. "Me? Never." My father's gaze sharpens. "Poison." Bianca shrugs lightly. "A test. She didn't die. Everyone is fine." My father's attention shifts to me like a blade. "You let Bianca test poison in your house." My voice goes flat. "I didn't let her do anything." My father smiles. "Then you failed to control your home." Bianca's eyes glitter. This is what she wanted. Not just Avery dead. Me weakened in front of my father. My father's voice turns quieter. Bring the girl down. The command lands with finality. I don't move. No, I say. My father's eyes harden. Riccardo. I step closer to the desk, lowering my voice. She is not coming into this room. My father's mouth curves faintly. Because you're protecting her. Yes, I say. And the honesty is a knife I'm throwing at both of them. Bianca's breath catches. Delighted. My father's gaze goes cold. You don't protect liabilities. She's not. Avery Callahan is a liability. My father interrupts. A weapon. A hostage. A lure. A bullet we can fire into Callahan's heart. My vision flashes. I hear Avery's voice in my head. If you touch me, don't do it to win. And here he is, planning to use her like a knife. My hand plants on the desk, and the wood groans under the pressure. If you bring her into this, you lose me. The room goes silent. Bianca's smile fades a fraction surprise. Fast. My father's eyes sharpen with a dangerous kind of calm. You don't threaten me. I'm not threatening. I say softly. I'm deciding. My father stands slowly, his presence filling the room in a way that used to crush me. Your duty, he says, voice like stone, is to the family. I meet his gaze. My duty is to my empire, and your empire exists because I allowed it. He replies. The old leash. The old cage. Bianca watches. Hungry. Then my father adds. Softer, crueler. Your engagement will be announced. Bianca will be your wife, and the girl will be used. My throat tightens. Not fear. A reaction I hate. Because Avery is upstairs, and I can still feel her breath against my mouth. I turn away before either of them can see what my eyes want to reveal. I'm leaving. I say. My father's voice cuts sharp. Riccardo. I don't stop. Bianca's voice follows. Sweet as poison. Tell her the truth. Tesoro. I pause at the door. My hand grips the handle. Bianca continues softly, as if she's giving me a gift. Tell her she was never taken because you wanted her. Tell her she was taken because you wanted Callahan. My blood goes ice. Because it isn't fully true, but it's true enough to shatter Avery if she hears it wrong. I leave the library. I walk back toward the west wing with my ribs tight and my mind moving too fast. I can handle wars. I can handle betrayals. I can handle my father. I don't know how to handle the one thing I feel when I imagine Avery finding out she's a pawn in the story she's already bleeding in. By the time I reach her door, I'm shaking with control I'm forcing into place. I unlock it. I step inside. Avery is standing near the couch, arms folded, eyes bright. She looks like she hasn't moved since I left, like she's been holding herself in place through sheer will. But something in her gaze shifts when she sees my face. You're different, she says quietly. I close the door behind me. I don't lock it, not because she can leave, because I don't want her to think this moment has bars. What happened? She presses. I cross the room without answering. I stop in front of her. Close. Too close. Avery's breath catches, but she doesn't step back. You were gone, she says, voice tight. And when you're gone, things happen. I lift a hand to her jaw firm. Steady, not to control her, but because I need to feel something real. She stills. Her eyes burn into mine. Riccardo. I swallow the words I should say. My father knows, because the moment I say them, the fragile thing between us breaks. Instead, I tell her something else. Something truer. Don't run. I murmur. Avery's mouth twists. I wasn't. My thumb shifts against her jawline, and the touch is too intimate for the words we're not saying. Avery's breath shudders. You're doing that thing. What thing? I ask, voice low. Using your touch like a weapon. She whispers. I stare at her mouth. I hear her earlier, then don't stop. I should step back. I don't. Not a weapon. I murmur. A choice. Avery's eyes flash. Whose? Yours. I say. The words land like a match. Her lips part slightly. For a heartbeat. The room is just breath and tension. Then she whispers, voice shaking. You walked away. I came back. I reply. Why? She demands. I don't answer with strategy. I answer with the truth that is already tearing me open. Because I can't. I stop. Jaw tight. Avery's gaze sharpens. Because you can't what? Because my father will use you. Because Bianca will kill you. Because if you leave my sight, you become a corpse in someone else's plan. Because I don't know how to exist in a world where you aren't in it. I don't say any of that. I lean in instead. And Avery doesn't retreat. She lifts her chin like a dare, eyes burning. Don't do it to win, she whispers again. My breath hits her lips. I'm not thinking about winning. Avery's hands grip my shirt at my chest, fingers curling like she's holding on to the edge of something she can't name. Then what are you thinking about? She breathes. I press my forehead to hers. One controlled contact. My voice drops to a rough whisper. About you. Then I kiss her. Not gentle. Not violent. Consuming, like a man starving himself finally stops pretending he isn't hungry. Avery inhales sharply against my mouth, and the sound goes straight through me. Her hands tighten in my shirt, pulling me closer, and my control slips in a way it never does in boardrooms, never does in wars. Because this isn't business. This is blood and breath, and the kind of need that doesn't care what it costs. I keep the kiss deep, relentless, letting it build without rushing into explicitness, mouth on mouth. Pressure, heat, the brutal intimacy of being this close after everything we've done to each other. Avery's fingers slide up into my hair, gripping at the base like she's anchoring me, like she's trying to keep me from leaving again. I groan quietly against her lips, frustration, want, the rage turning into something that looks too much like surrender. I lift her, one clean motion, carrying her like she weighs nothing, and she makes a startled sound that turns into a breathy, furious laugh against my mouth. You, she starts. I kiss her again, cutting the word off. Her legs tighten around my hips instinctively as I carry her toward the bed, and I feel the collision of her body with mine like a promise I can't take back. I set her down carefully, despite the hunger, because even when my control slips, my code doesn't. I don't break what I want. Avery's eyes are dark and bright, hair disheveled, mouth swollen from kisses that have no right to feel this good. She looks at me like she's furious with herself for wanting this. Good. So am I, Riccardo. She whispers, voice shaking. I hover over her, forearms braced on either side, trapping without crushing. Yes, I murmur. Her throat moves with a swallow. If you're doing this because you're angry, I'm angry. I cut in softly. But not at you. Avery's eyes flash. Then who? My father. I say, and the admission tastes like iron. Avery's gaze shifts, surprise. Then something softer that scares me. She reaches up, touches my cheek with two fingers like she's checking if I'm real. The touch is so gentle it almost breaks me. I capture her hand and press a kiss to her knuckles, brief, controlled, intimate in a way that makes her breath catch. Then I return to her mouth, slower now, letting the tension stretch until it hurts. Avery's hands slide to the back of my neck, holding me there, and the kiss turns less like battle and more like confession. Her breath stutters. Mine does too. The room narrows to heat and breath, and the sound of our mouths meeting again and again. Each kiss stripping something away I've spent years building. Control slips for both of us. Not in crude ways. In the way she arches into me without meaning to. In the way my hands grip her waist and hold her like she might disappear if I let go. In the way her mouth goes soft against mine for 1 second. Before she bites my lower lip lightly like she's punishing herself for softness. I break the kiss just enough to breathe. Avery's eyes search mine. This is a mistake. Yes, I whisper. Her breath shakes. Then stop. I stare at her mouth. I can't. I admit. Avery's eyes flare. Something like fear. Something like longing. Then she pulls me down by the collar and kisses me like she's the one who can't stop. It wrecks the last of my restraint. I bury my face at her neck for a moment, breathing her in, grounding myself in her skin, her scent, then kiss the spot just below her jaw. Slow, deliberate, enough to make her shiver without crossing into graphic territory. Avery's fingers thread into my hair again, holding me close. Don't leave, she whispers, voice breaking. The words hit harder than any insult. I lift my head, eyes locked on hers. I'm here. I say, rough. I'm here. And because I'm a man who doesn't do tenderness unless it's lethal, I seal the promise the only way my body knows how, staying close, kissing her until her breathing changes, until the anger melts into something raw and aching. When it finally crests, when the tension breaks in both of us, Avery's eyes squeeze shut and she exhales a sound that isn't defeat. It's release. And in that moment, something in me shatters. Not because we crossed a line, because I wanted to, because I needed to. Because for the first time in my life, surrender feels like relief. I pull back slowly, breathing hard, and Avery's eyes open again, glossy, furious, vulnerable in a way she'd kill me for noticing. I don't give her the chance to cover it with sarcasm. I fold her into me immediately, pulling her against my chest and holding her there, face tucked into her hair, my arms locked around her like a shield. One simple thing. Holding. Aftercare. Avery stiffens at first, instinct, but then her body softens by a fraction, like exhaustion wins over pride. My mouth brushes her hair as I breathe her in. You're safe. I murmur, the words low enough that they feel like a secret. You're safe with me. Avery's hands clutch my shirt. Her voice is muffled against my chest. Don't lie. I tighten my hold. It's not a lie. She stays there, pressed to me, breathing unevenly. For a minute, we are almost normal. Almost. Then reality crawls back into the room like smoke. Avery shifts slightly, and her gaze slides past my shoulder to the table near the couch. The photo. The one I brought back earlier. The one I left there like an idiot. Miles Callahan. Her father. Avery goes still. I feel it before she speaks, the way her body locks, the way her breath changes. What is that? She asks quietly. My ribs tighten. I don't move. I don't loosen my hold. I already know the damage is coming. Avery. She pulls back just enough to look at me. Eyes sharp again. Vulnerability gone like it never existed. What is that? She repeats. I exhale slowly. There's something you need to know. I begin. Avery's mouth twists. Now you want to talk? Yes. Her gaze flicks again to the photo. Why is he here? Because Bianca dangled your identity like bait. Because my father wants to use you. Because I'm losing control of everything. I choose the truth that will hurt less than the full story. Because I'm a coward in the only way that matters tonight. I investigated. I say. Avery's eyes narrow. Investigated what? You. I answer. Her face goes blank. Not confused. Blank like a door slamming shut. You what? She whispers. I didn't know at first. I say quickly. The night I took you. I didn't know. You took me. She cuts in, voice icy. And then you investigated me like I was evidence. My jaw tightens. I needed to know who you were. Avery laughs once. Sharp and broken. No. You needed to know if I was useful. The accusation hits because it's close enough to true. I step toward her. Avery. She stands fast, creating distance, pulling the blanket around herself like armor. Her eyes burn. Bianca knows. She says, voice shaking. Your father knows. They were downstairs. Weren't they? I freeze. Avery's gaze sharpens instantly. There. She found the crack. Her voice turns lethal. They know about me. About Callahan. And you knew. And you still. She gestures between us like the air is filthy. You still did this. She whispers, horrified now. You still touched me. My chest tightens. I touched you because I wanted you. Avery's laugh is ugly. And wanting me is convenient, isn't it? No. I snap, control cracking. It's not convenient. It's ruining me. Avery's eyes flash. Oh, poor you. She turns toward the table, snatches up the photo with shaking hands, and holds it up like an accusation. This, she says, voice breaking, is why you took me. No, I say, stepping closer. I took you because you challenged me. And then you kept me because you were curious. She spits. And now you keep me because I'm leverage. The word hangs. Poisonous. I reach for her. Avery. She flinches away like my touch burns. Don't. She says, voice raw. Don't touch me now. My throat tightens. You were in my arms a minute ago. And I was stupid. She replies. Eyes shining with angry tears she refuses to drop. She backs away another step, clutching the blanket to her chest. Chin lifted like she's trying to hold herself together with posture. You're engaged. She says, voice shaking. You have a fiancé who wants me dead. You have a father who wants to use me. And you, she points at me, hand trembling. You're standing here acting like what we just did meant something. She whispers, like it wasn't just another way to control me. My jaw flexes. It meant something. Avery's eyes narrow. Did it? Yes. I say, and the word comes out like a vow. It did. Avery stares at me for a long moment. Then she laughs softly, shattered, disbelieving. You're unbelievable, she murmurs. She drops the photo onto the table like it's contaminated. Then she steps back toward the door. My chest tightens. Where are you going? Avery's gaze locks onto mine cold, defiant, destroyed. Away from you, she says. You can't. I reply automatically. Avery's smile is razor thin. Watch me. She opens the door. The hallway light spills in. Harsh and real. She doesn't run. She doesn't panic. She walks out like she's cutting herself free 1 inch at a time. I follow to the threshold, stopping there, because if I chase, I prove her right. I watch her disappear down the hall. Blanket wrapped around her like a flag of surrender, she refuses to call surrender. And in the empty room behind me, the bed still warm, her scent still in the sheets, the photo still lying on the table like a curse. I realize the truth with a cold drop in my stomach. I didn't just cross a line tonight. I gave her a reason to hate me that she won't be able to forget. Down the corridor, a door opens, hers, and then shuts. A lock clicks. Not my lock. Her choice. I stand there, staring at the closed door, listening to the quiet, and somewhere deep in the house, I hear my father's voice in my head. You don't protect liabilities. I close my hand into a fist, because Bianca wanted her to see me as manipulation. My father wanted her to be a bargaining chip. And now Avery has pulled away so hard the air between us feels like glass. I turn, already moving, because I know what comes next. Not comfort, not apology, war. As I reach the stairs, Marco appears at the bottom, face tight. Dawn, he says. We just got confirmation. Of what? I ask, voice flat. Marco swallows. Callahan's men are in the city, he says, and they're asking one question. I feel my blood turn to ice. Marco finishes. Quieter. Where's his daughter?
Chapter 13, Avery. I lock my own door. Not because it will stop him, because it stops me from going back. The click is small, clean, final in a way that makes my throat burn. I stand there with my back to the wood, blanket wrapped tight around my chest, like it can keep the truth from touching skin. My heart is pounding too hard, too fast, like it's trying to outrun the memory of his mouth on mine. His hands, his breath against my throat, his voice, "You're safe with me." And then the photo on the table. Miles Callahan. My blood. My curse. Riccardo's lie dressed as protection. I press my forehead to the door and close my eyes so hard it hurts. I want to scream. I don't. I'm done screaming into soundproof rooms and calling it power. So I do the only thing I can do without handing him more of me. I go quiet, I move, I plan. I strip the blanket off and fold it with rigid precision, like tidying can keep my insides from unraveling. I find the dress they forced on me earlier and pull it on without looking in the mirror. I don't need to see my own face right now. I can feel it, tight, pale, furious. Then I search. Not the room, not the windows, not the lock. Him. I search for the shape of the cage in the only way that matters now. Routes, timing, eyes, patterns. The hallway outside is quiet, but not empty. 2 guards stand at the far end like they're part of the decor. When they glance my way, their expressions don't change. Their bodies do, subtle tension, readying, like I'm a spark and they're trained to smother. I don't give them fire. I walk. Not fast enough to look like escape, not slow enough to look like surrender. I take the left corridor, then the right, moving through sections of the estate I've only seen in passing. My bare feet make no sound on the rugs. My pulse makes enough sound for both. Every time I pass a mirror, I look away. I don't want to see the girl who gave in. Because the worst part isn't that I wanted him. The worst part is that for a minute, I believed him. I make it to a small sitting room with tall windows and a view of the gardens. It's empty. No cameras visible in the corners, but I know better than to assume. This house sees everything, even when it pretends it doesn't. I sit on the edge of a chair and clasp my hands so tightly my fingers go numb. Emotional distance. That's what I need. Distance from his warmth, from his gravity, from the part of me that wants to believe a monster can decide to be soft and make it true. I stare out at the dark line of hedges and the iron fence beyond them, and I let my mind drift back, unwanted, relentless, to the name on that photo. Callahan? I haven't said it out loud in years. I didn't even say it in my head. I built a life on top of that name like concrete poured over bones. But Bianca said she knows who I really am, and Riccardo confirmed it, meaning the only thing I've ever trusted, the idea that hiding would keep me safe, is gone. Because hiding didn't keep me safe, it just kept me available. A door opens somewhere behind me. Footsteps. I don't turn. I know who it is by the way the air changes. Riccardo doesn't speak right away. He never does when he's deciding what version of himself to show. Finally, his voice cuts through the quiet. You left. I keep my gaze on the window. You noticed. Silence. Then, Avery. My name in his mouth pulls something sharp in my chest like a thread tightening. I refuse to let it. What, I say flatly. Riccardo's footsteps come closer, slow. He stops behind my chair, not touching, containing. I need you to come with me, he says. I laugh without humor. No. Avery, he repeats lower now. It's not about us. It's always about you, I snap, turning my head just enough to see him in the edge of my vision. About what you want, about what you decide. His jaw tightens. Callahan's men are in the city. The words land like ice poured down my spine. My mouth goes dry. What? Riccardo's voice stays calm. They're asking where you are. My stomach drops hard. For a second, the room tilts. How do you know? I whisper. Riccardo's gaze is dark. Because people tell me things when they want to live. I stand abruptly, heart slamming. This is because of you. Yes, he says, and the honesty makes it worse. I stare at him, fury detonating. So you did use me. I didn't know you were his daughter when I took you, he says, voice low. I know now. And you kept me, I spit. His eyes flicker, sharp. Because Bianca would kill you. Because you wouldn't let go, I shoot back. A beat. Riccardo's voice drops. Both. The admission hits hard because it's real, and because it means the truth is uglier than a clean lie. I turn away, breathing hard, pressing my hands to the window ledge like the cool wood can anchor me. Where are we going? I ask, voice tight. Riccardo steps closer, still not touching. Safer rooms, more guards. More cages, I snap. More life, he corrects. I spin on him. I don't want your life. His gaze holds mine. You want to live. I swallow, my throat burns. I want to leave. Riccardo's jaw flexes. Not tonight. His phone buzzes in his pocket. He checks it, eyes tightening. Then he speaks into his comm. Italian clipped and sharp. Moviti, ora, nessuno entra. Move. Now. No one enters. My stomach twists. What's happening? Riccardo doesn't answer me. He grabs my wrist. Not gentle. Not brutal. Urgent. And he starts walking. I yank back. Instinctive. Don't. His gaze cuts to mine. Now, if you fight me right now, you die. The words are flat. Not a threat. A fact. My pulse spikes into my throat. I stop fighting and let him pull me because survival doesn't care about pride. We move through corridors fast, but not chaotic. Riccardo doesn't run. He never runs. He moves like the house rearranges itself to make room. Men appear at intersections. Guards tighten. Doors open before we reach them. I catch glimpses. Marco sprinting past, face grim. A staff member pressed against the wall, pale. Man with a headset barking into a mic. Then I hear it. Not a gunshot. Something quieter. A pop, like a cork pulled, followed by a sharp cry. My blood goes cold. Riccardo's grip tightens, and he yanks me sideways into a side corridor. Down, he orders. I drop automatically, crouching behind a heavy console table while he stays standing, because of course he does. He's the shield, the Dawn, the monster who thinks he can stop bullets with willpower. Riccardo, I hiss, terrified and furious. Get down! His eyes flick to me, brief, dangerous, and then he turns his head toward the hall we just left, listening. Another pop. This time I hear the impact, wood splintering somewhere, a suppressed shot. Someone is shooting inside the house. My stomach twists into nausea. Bianca, I whisper. Riccardo's jaw tightens. He doesn't answer. He moves, fast, controlled, stepping into the hallway like he's walking into a storm he can already map. Two of his men appear. One signals with his hand. Another raises a weapon. Riccardo speaks low, Italian tight. Dove? Where? The guard answers quickly, pointing. Ovest. Corridoio. Uno a terra. West corridor. One down. My throat tightens. West corridor is close to the wing I was in, close to the room I locked, the room I thought was mine. Riccardo looks back at me. Stay. I laugh bitterly, crouched behind the table. Sure, because that's worked so well. His gaze is lethal. Avery. The single word is a hook. A command that makes my body still even as my mind screams. Riccardo turns and moves down the hall with his men. I should stay. I don't. I follow at a distance because if I'm the target, I need to know where the shooter is. I need angles. Exits. Cover. And because the idea of being alone right now, without even the illusion of Riccardo's control, makes my skin crawl. I creep along the wall, bare feet silent. My heart is a war drum. We reach the corner. And I see it. A guard on the floor, blood pooling dark beneath his shoulder, eyes open, staring at nothing. Another guard pressed against the wall, breathing hard, hand clamped over his own arm where blood seeps through fingers. Riccardo's expression doesn't change, but the air around him goes dead cold. Where? He asks again. The injured guard points toward a service passage. Cucina. Staff door. Kitchen. Staff door. The shooter came in through staff access. Inside Riccardo's house. That's not an enemy storming the gates. That's betrayal from within. My stomach drops. Bianca doesn't need to stand in the hallway with a gun. She just needs to pay someone to open a door. Riccardo moves forward and his men shift with him. I take one step, and a hand clamps over my mouth. My body goes rigid with instant terror. I twist, elbowing back hard. The hand yanks me into the shadow of a recessed doorway. My back hits wood. A second hand grabs my wrist. I fight, knee, elbow, teeth. Then a voice hisses in my ear. Stop. Not Riccardo. Marco. My lungs seize. He releases my mouth just enough to speak. You're going to get yourself killed. I glare at him, shaking. Get off me. Marco's eyes are hard, urgent. He told you to stay. I'm not his dog, I snap. Marco's jaw tightens. Tonight you might need to be. Bianca sent men through staff channels. They're inside. My blood chills. How many? Enough, Marco says, and they're not here to negotiate. I swallow hard. They're here for me. Marco's eyes flicker. Yes, the honesty punches air out of my chest. Then Marco adds, voice low, and for Riccardo, if they can take him too. My pulse spikes. Because this isn't just Bianca trying to kill me. This is Bianca trying to prove something, trying to show Riccardo and his father and every ally at that table that she can strike inside their walls and still smile after. Marco glances down the hallway. We're moving you. Now. I yank my arm. No. Marco grips tighter. Avery. I raise my chin. If I move with Riccardo. Marco's eyes flash. You don't get to decide. A gunshot pops again, closer. Marco flinches. His grip tightens. My body goes cold. Because that shot came from the direction Riccardo moved. I shove Marco. That was close. Marco swears under his breath and drags me hard down a side corridor toward a narrower passage. This way, he snaps. I stumble, regaining my footing. Where is he? Marco doesn't answer. We turn a corner and the smell hits me first. Gunpowder, blood, citrus cleaner fighting a losing battle. Two men in black are down near the service door. One of Riccardo's guards kneels over them, weapon still raised, breathing hard. Clear, the guard says. Marco nods and pulls me past quickly. My stomach churns. They're inside your house. Marco's voice is flat. Bianca has staff, I swallow. Sophia. Marco's gaze flicks to me, sharp. You remember. I didn't drink the tea, I say, breathless. She tried. Marco's jaw tightens. We handled Sophia. The way he says it turns my blood colder. We reach another door. Marco keys in a code fast, pushes it open, shoves me inside. It's a small room, windowless, concrete, meant for panic. A safe room, metal shelving, emergency lights, a bench, a steel door that closes with a heavy, final sound. Marco steps in after me and locks it. I whirl on him. Where is Riccardo? Marco's eyes stay hard. Handling it. Handling it could mean anything in this house. I pace 2 steps, then spin back. Bianca did this. Marco's mouth tightens. Yes? And Riccardo still plans to marry her. I spit, rage rising because rage is easier than fear. Marco's gaze flickers, something like discomfort. That's between him and his father. His father, I snarl. The man he's terrified of. Marco's eyes harden. Careful. Why? I snap. Because I'm telling the truth? Marco stares at me for a long beat, then looks away like he can't afford to admit anything. A muffled pop echoes through the walls. Another. My heart hammers. I press my palm to the steel door as if I can feel Riccardo through it. Minutes crawl, then footsteps outside, heavy, fast. Voices in Italian. The lock turns. The door opens. Riccardo steps in. He's alive. Relief hits me so hard my knees almost soften, and I hate myself for it. His shirt has a smear of blood at the shoulder. Someone else's, probably. His eyes are darker than I've ever seen, not with lust, with murder. He closes the door behind him, locks it, and for a second he just stands there breathing like he ran. Like his body did something urgent and violent, and he's forcing it back into control. His gaze lands on me, and it holds. Not soft, not warm, but something, like he's checking, counting my limbs, confirming I'm still breathing. I cross my arms, forcing my voice steady. Is it over? Riccardo's jaw flexes. For tonight. For tonight, I repeat, bitter. How reassuring. His eyes narrow. You were supposed to stay in your room. I laugh sharply. And you were supposed to tell me the truth. The room goes tight. Marco shifts behind Riccardo like he senses an argument forming in a space built for safety. Riccardo speaks without looking back. Fuori. Marco hesitates, then leaves, shutting the door behind him. Alone again. Riccardo takes one step closer. Avery, he says, low. I lift my chin. Don't. His eyes flicker. Don't what? Don't look at me like I swallow hard. Like you care. His jaw tightens. Someone tried to kill you in my house. Your fiancé, I snap, a beat. Riccardo's voice is quiet. Yes. The admission lands like a knife sliding in clean. I stare at him. So say it. His gaze sharpens. Say what? Say she did it, I push. Say Bianca Valenti sent men into this house to kill me. Riccardo's mouth tightens. Bianca Valenti sent men into this house to kill you. Hearing it out loud makes my stomach twist. Because now it's real. Now it's not paranoia. Now it's war. I take a shaky breath. Then why is she still here? Riccardo's eyes go colder. Because my father is. Your father is? Not God, I cut in. He's a man, and you're letting him decide whether I live. Riccardo steps closer, voice dropping. Avery. No, I snap. I'm done being quiet. His eyes flash. This is not the time. It's exactly the time, I hiss, because someone just bled out in the hallway for me. Riccardo's face goes still. I keep going, the words pouring out like I'm bleeding them. And I don't even know if you're protecting me because you want me or because you want my father. Riccardo's jaw clenches hard. Then he turns abruptly, reaching for the safe room door. What are you doing? I demand. Riccardo looks over his shoulder, eyes lethal. Ending this. The way he says it chills me. He opens the door. We step out into the corridor. The house is in lockdown, guards everywhere, staff corralled, voices low. The scent of violence lingers in the air like smoke. Riccardo walks with purpose, fast, controlled, down the hall toward the main staircase. I follow because my feet move before my mind decides. We reach the foyer, and Bianca is there. Of course she is, standing at the base of the stairs in a cream dress, hair perfect, face composed like the house didn't just try to bleed. Two men stand behind her, expressionless. She turns as Riccardo approaches. Her smile is sweet. Her eyes flick to me and sharpen. Then she speaks, soft enough to sound polite, loud enough that everyone nearby will hear. You look shaken? Bianca says to me. I stare at her. You tried to kill me. Bianca's brows lift, innocence performed flawlessly. Avery. Darling, don't be dramatic. Riccardo stops in front of her, aura cold. Enough, he says. Bianca's smile doesn't move. No, she murmurs. Not enough. Her gaze slides over him, his blood smear, his rigid posture, like she's reading the aftermath. Then she tilts her head. Did she make you bleed too? Riccardo's voice goes deadly calm. Did you send men into my house? Bianca blinks slowly. Riccardo, answer, he cuts in. Silence. The foyer holds its breath. Then Bianca smiles wider, and the sweetness drains from her eyes completely. Yes, she says. One word. Clean. Certain. My stomach drops. Bianca steps closer, voice velvet. I told you she's a problem. I offered you a solution. Riccardo's jaw tightens. You killed my guard. Bianca shrugs lightly. Collateral. My hands curl into fists. You are insane. Bianca turns her gaze to me, amused. No, Avery, I'm inevitable. Riccardo's voice is low. Why? Bianca's eyes glitter. Because you're temporary. I swallow hard, fury and fear tangling. Then why am I still here? Bianca's gaze shifts back to Riccardo, and her answer is aimed like a blade at his throat. Because you're destroying everything for her, Bianca says softly. Riccardo goes still. Not calm still, a restrained, dangerous stillness. Bianca steps closer again, lowering her voice as if she's being intimate. Your father is watching, she murmurs. Your allies are watching. They saw you threaten ports for her. They felt you tighten security for her. They will smell weakness. She smiles, sweet as poison. And I'm not marrying a weak man. Riccardo's eyes burn. You don't get to decide what I am. Bianca's smile widens. I already did. She lifts her hand and brushes imaginary lint from his shoulder, an ownership gesture so casual it makes my stomach churn. I struck, Bianca murmurs, and you ran to her. Her eyes flick to me. You can pretend you don't care, but you do. Riccardo's jaw tightens. His hands stay at his sides, fists controlled. Then Bianca leans in and whispers loud enough for me to hear anyway. She'll be dead the moment you stop watching her. I inhale sharply. Riccardo's gaze flicks to me for half a second, and in that glance I see it, something like decision, something like a line being drawn. Bianca sees it too. Her smile turns sharp. Don't, she warns softly. Riccardo turns away from her without another word and grabs my wrist. Not rough. Final. He pulls me toward the stairs, away from Bianca, away from the foyer's watching eyes. Bianca's voice follows like a silk knife. Run upstairs, Riccardo. Hide her. Hide your weakness. Riccardo doesn't look back. But I do. Bianca watches us go with cold satisfaction, like she knows she just spilled blood into the water and sharks will come. I let Riccardo pull me up the stairs, breath ragged, heart pounding, because the fight isn't over. It just got public. And as we reach the landing, Riccardo's phone buzzes in his pocket. He checks it. His face goes dead still. What? I demand. Riccardo's eyes lift to mine, and for the first time in days, he looks genuinely unsettled. Callahan's men, he says quietly. My blood turns to ice. They're not asking anymore, Riccardo continues, voice low. They're coming. He tightens his grip on my wrist and starts moving again, fast now. And behind us, in the foyer below, Bianca Valenti's soft laugh echoes up the staircase like a prophecy, because she didn't just try to kill me. She lit a fuse, and the war my blood belongs to is finally at the door.
Chapter 14, Riccardo, the first shot of the war, isn't fired at my gates. It's fired inside my house, in my father's voice, carried through marble and chandeliers like scripture. Bring the girl. He says it from the balcony that overlooks the foyer, where men gather when they want to witness control, where alliances are tightened with smiles and threats hidden in handshakes, where Bianca stands below in cream silk, eyes bright with victory she hasn't earned yet. I hear my father before I see him, because his presence has always been sound as much as it is power. He is the kind of man who speaks like the world is already listening. I don't answer. I keep moving. Avery is beside me, wrist in my grip, her pulse hammering against my fingers. She's not fighting me right now, not because she's weak, because she's learning the difference between defiance and suicide. We cut down a side corridor that bypasses the main staircase, old passages built for servants and secrets. The kind my father pretends don't exist until he needs someone disappeared. Marco meets us at the corner, breathless, face tight. They're at the outer road. He says, 2 vehicles confirmed. Callahan men. Avery goes rigid. I feel it through her wrist like a jolt. How many? I ask. 8 to 10. Marco replies. Not an army. A message. A message that says, we can reach your border whenever we want. A message that says, you have something of ours. Avery's mouth is bloodless pale. She stares at the floor like she can hold herself together by refusing to look at the reality charging toward us. Your father is mobilizing the house. Marco adds, low. He wants her brought down. Now. Of course he does. He wants her in the open. He wants his enemies to see her silhouette through the windows. He wants Callahan to taste her presence and step closer. He wants bait. He wants blood. Avery's voice is tight. He's going to use me. I don't soften. Softness is a liability in front of men like my father. But I don't lie either. Yes, I say. Avery flinches. Just a fraction. Marco's eyes flick to her, then back to me. Orders. Dawn. I tighten my grip on Avery's wrist. Not hurting, anchoring. Get her to the safe room. Marco says quickly, as if he's trying to solve this without making me say it. I shake my head once. Not the safe room. Marco's brow tightens. Then where? I look at Avery. She meets my gaze. Eyes bright. Furious. Terrified. Alive. Then I speak. Bring her downstairs. Avery's face shatters. Not into tears. Into stillness. Into something hollow. Riccardo. She whispers, like the word is breaking glass in her mouth. No, Marco freezes. Eyes widening. Even he didn't expect me to say it. I keep my expression stone. This is the false choice. This is what Bianca expects. This is what my father expects. This is what the house, full of watchers and whispers, needs to see if I want to keep my authority intact long enough to win the real fight. Avery's voice shakes. You're choosing them. I don't answer her. I nod to Marco. Bring her. I repeat. Marco hesitates for half a heartbeat, just enough to show he's human. Then he obeys. He steps forward and takes Avery's arm. Avery jerks, pulling away instinctively, eyes flashing like a wounded animal. No, she spits. Don't touch me. Marco's grip tightens. Professional. Signorina, get your hands off her. The command is quiet. Deadly. Marco stops instantly and releases her arm. Avery's breath catches. Her gaze snaps to me, confused. Furious. Shaken. I step closer. Close enough to lower my voice, so only she hears. Trust me, I say. Her laugh is brittle. You don't get to say that. I know. I murmur. Do it anyway. Her eyes burn. Why? Because if I explain, my father will hear it through the walls. Because if I explain, Bianca will taste it in the air. Because if I explain, you'll start to hope, and hope will get you killed. I don't give her the whole truth. I give her a blade. Because if you don't, I whisper, they win. Avery's throat works with a swallow. She's shaking with rage she's trying to hide. Fine, she says, voice flat and broken. Let's go watch you sell me. She turns away from me first and starts walking, spine straight, chin lifted like she's marching into court. It hits me harder than a bullet. Not because she's dramatic, because she's choosing dignity even when she thinks she's about to be sacrificed. Marco falls in behind us. 2 men flank. The corridor spits us back into the main hall where marble and money try to disguise the scent of fear. We descend the grand staircase into the foyer. Every head turns. Every conversation cuts. The silence is immediate, thick, hungry. My father stands above, watching like a judge. Bianca stands below, watching like a predator. And Avery walks into the center of it with her shoulders squared, eyes bright with hatred and something that looks too much like heartbreak. Her gaze doesn't search for exits now. It pins to me, like I'm the only thing that matters in the room, even when she wants to destroy me for it. My father's voice carries. Pleased. There she is. Bianca smiles like she's already won. Avery. She murmurs. Sweet as poison. You're back. Avery doesn't look at her. She looks at my father. Hello, she says, calm and razor-sharp. You must be the man who thinks women are bargaining chips. A ripple of shock moves through the room. A suppressed inhale. A few men shift their stance. My father's expression doesn't change. And you must be the girl who thinks she has the right to speak. Avery's mouth curves without warmth. I do. Bianca's eyes glitter, delighted to watch Avery dig her own grave. My father steps down one stair. Voice smooth. Riccardo. I lift my gaze to him. He studies my face like he's looking for the boy he trained. The boy who used to fold when that voice hit him. He doesn't find him. Your enemy is at the border. My father says calmly. We have an opportunity. His eyes flick to Avery. Bring her to the window. Avery's body goes rigid. I don't move. My father's tone stays light. But the threat lives under it. Now, this is the moment Bianca wanted. The moment the room watches to see if Riccardo Sarti is ruled by duty or distraction. Avery's voice is quiet beside me. Do it, she whispers. Shattered. Go ahead. I glance down at her. Her eyes are bright but hard. She refuses to plead. That refusal is a knife in my ribs. I turn my gaze back to my father. Then I move. Toward Avery. Not toward the window. I step in close behind her and place my palm at the small of her back. Firm. Guiding. The room tenses, expecting me to steer her toward display. I steer her away. Not far. Just one step. But that one step changes everything. My father's eyes narrow. Bianca's smile falters for a fraction. I speak, voice calm enough to sound like obedience. Of course, I say. Then I do the opposite. I wrap my arm around Avery's waist and pull her back against my chest, shielding her with my body, turning her away from the window and toward the center of the room. I feel her inhale sharply. The room freezes. Every witness understands what I just did. Avery is not bait. Avery is protected. My father's voice turns dangerous. Riccardo. I lift my head. Callahan is at my border. I say. He wants her. Avery stiffens at the word, but she doesn't move. My arm holds her like a vow. My father's mouth tightens. Yes. And you want to use her to draw him in. I continue. My father's gaze hardens. Yes. Bianca's eyes glitter. She's watching my mouth, waiting for me to surrender. I don't. I keep my voice even. No one word. Clean. Final. The silence after is violent. My father steps down another stair. Posture still composed, but eyes now cold with fury. You don't get to say no, he says softly. I hold his stare. I just did. Bianca lets out a small, delighted laugh, as if she can't help it. Oh, she murmurs. This is beautiful. My father's gaze flicks to her, then back to me. You're embarrassing yourself. Avery's breath shakes against my chest. I feel it. I tighten my hold slightly, not squeezing, anchoring. I speak clearly now so the room hears it. She is under my protection. I say. A collective intake of breath. Bianca's smile cracks wider. Triumphant. Because protection is attachment. Attachment is weakness. Weakness is blood. My father's expression tightens into something like contempt. You protect liabilities? He asks. I don't blink. Yes. The word tastes like war. Avery's head turns slightly, as if she can't believe it. Her eyes flick up to me for half a second, then away again, because hope is dangerous and she refuses to let it grow. My father's voice drops lower. Then you choose her over the family. I meet his eyes. I choose my rule. My father's jaw tightens. Your rule exists because I allowed it. And it continues. I say, because I enforce it. My father's gaze sharpens. You're forgetting who you are. I step forward one pace, Avery held close, my body a wall, and I speak softly, so softly the room leans in to catch it. No, I say. I'm remembering. My father's nostrils flare, controlled rage. He looks past me, to his men. A silent question. Will they move on his command? Will they take Avery from my arms? The room holds its breath. Marco shifts slightly behind me, eyes locked on my father's hands. Ready. Bianca watches with bright, hungry eyes. Then my father speaks. Riccardo, he says, calm again. Too calm. If you keep her, you lose the Valenti alliance. Bianca's smile turns sharp. You lose me, she murmurs. Avery goes still. I feel it. The moment she believes this is where I fold. Where I choose power. Where I choose Bianca. Where I choose my father's approval over the woman pressed against my chest. Because that's what men like me always do. I let the silence stretch. I turn my head slightly, looking down at Avery. Her face is blank, but her eyes are shattered, bracing, waiting for the blow. This is the false choice. This is the moment my father expects me to perform loyalty to power. So I do. I loosen my arm. Avery stiffens, breath hitching. I step away from her. Just one step. The room reacts, tiny movements, murmurs. The collective sense of a story turning back into what everyone expects. Bianca's smile blooms. My father's gaze steadies. Victorious. Avery's face hardens into stone. I hear her swallow. I see her shoulders lift, preparing to stand alone. Then I turn, not toward Bianca, toward the front doors, and I raise my voice. Open the gates. The command hits the room like thunder. Marco's head snaps up. Dawn, open them. I repeat. My father's eyes narrow. Riccardo, what are you doing? I walk toward the doors, boots striking marble. I don't run. I don't rush. I move like the house belongs to me, because it does. Avery stands behind me, frozen, confused. Bianca's voice sharpens. Riccardo. I cut her off without looking at her. I'm ending this. I say. Two guards at the doors hesitate, trained to obey my father here. I turn my head slightly. Adesso. Now. The Italian lands like a lash. They obey. The massive doors swing open, letting cold night air flood the foyer. The smell of wet stone and pine rushes in. Beyond the steps, headlights glare from black vehicles. My men move in disciplined lines, guns held low but ready. At the far end of the drive, a pair of cars sit like insects on the edge of a flame. Callahan's. My father's voice turns sharp. Close those gates. I don't turn. I keep walking. Behind me, Bianca's voice rises, still composed, but with an edge. This is madness. I stop at the top of the steps and look back into the foyer. My father stands rigid, fury finally showing in the tightness around his mouth. Bianca stands beside him, eyes shining with triumph and outrage braided together. Avery stands in the center of the marble, alone, arms at her sides, face too still, like she's already preparing to be abandoned. I meet her eyes, and I make the real choice. I extend my hand to her. Not a demand. An offer. Avery. I say. Her throat moves with a swallow. Her eyes flick to my hand like it's a trap. I don't move. I don't speak again. I let her decide. Because this is where power shifts. Not me taking. Me giving her a choice. Avery takes one slow step forward. Then another. She reaches me, and her fingers slide into mine cold. Shaking. Furious. Alive. The moment our hands connect, the foyer erupts. My father's voice roars, stripped of control. Riccardo. Bianca's face twists, her mask finally cracking. You're destroying everything for her. I turn my head, calm, and answer in a voice that carries. Yes. One word. A vow. Then I pull Avery to my side, close, protected, and walk down the steps into the night. Behind us, my father's house is full of witnesses watching the heir walk away from legacy. I hear my father's rage like distant thunder. I hear Bianca's heels striking marble as she storms forward. "Riccardo," she calls, voice sharp with disbelief. "You can't." I stop halfway down the steps and look back. Bianca has reached the open doorway, eyes blazing. I speak softly, but the night carries it. The engagement is over. Bianca's face goes white. My father's expression goes deadly calm again, the calm that means he's about to do something unforgivable. "You're choosing war," my father says. I meet his gaze. "I was born in it," I reply. Then I turn away. I guide Avery toward the waiting vehicles, my hand firm around hers. She's trembling, not with fear, with shock, with the sudden, impossible reality that I didn't choose power. I chose her, and the cost hits immediately. My phone buzzes in my pocket, Marco's line. My father is already moving pieces. As we near the cars, Marco steps out, face tight, voice low. "Don, your father's men are blocking the north route." "Of course they are. My father doesn't let sons walk away clean." Avery's voice is quiet beside me. You did that." I glance down at her. Her eyes are bright, disbelieving, angry, hurt, hopeful, all at once, like her emotions don't know which one is safest to wear. "You made it public." She whispers. "Yes." I say. "Why?" She asks, voice breaking around the word. I stop beside the car and turn fully toward her, shielding her with my body from every line of sight. Because if Callahan is watching from the dark road, I want him to see one thing clearly: she is not unguarded. I lower my voice. "Because if I keep hiding you," I say, "they keep hunting you." Avery swallows hard. "And now they'll hunt you." I nod once. "Yes." Her breath shudders. "You just lost everything." I look at the open doors of my father's house, at Bianca's pale rage, at the empire that raised me like a weapon. Then I look back at Avery. "No," I say softly. "I chose." Avery's eyes sting with unshed tears she refuses to give me. She whispers, furious, "I didn't ask you to do this." "I know," I reply. I open the car door. "Get in." Avery hesitates. 1 beat. 2. Then she slides into the back seat, still shaking. I follow, shutting the door behind me. The car locks. The driver pulls out, tires crunching gravel, engines rolling in disciplined formation. Behind us, my father's gates remain open like a wound. Ahead of us, Callahan's headlights glare. War waiting. I lean forward slightly, voice low to the driver. "Take the south road. Fast." The car accelerates. Avery sits rigid beside me, breathing shallow, staring out the window like she expects betrayal to jump from the trees. Her voice is small. "What happens now?" I keep my gaze forward. "Now," I say, "we survive what I just started." Avery's throat moves. "And Bianca." My jaw tightens. "Bianca will come. And your father," she adds. I exhale slowly. "Yes," I say. "He will too." The convoy hits the main road, and in the rear window I see headlights flaring, vehicles moving, following. My father's men. Maybe Callahan's too. Hard to tell in the dark. Avery's hand creeps toward mine on the seat, hesitant like she's afraid to touch me after the shatter in the last chapter. I don't reach for her. I let her choose. Her fingers brush mine, then curl. Small, trembling, real. And that tiny contact feels like a vow stronger than any engagement contract. My phone buzzes again. A message flashes on the screen from an unknown number. One line. "You chose her. So I choose fire." Avery sees my face change. "What?" I don't lie. "Bianca," I say. Avery's voice tightens. "What did she do?" I stare out into the dark road ahead, the headlights carving a tunnel through night. Then I speak the truth that makes my blood go cold. "She's not coming for you next." I say softly. Avery's breath catches. "Then who?" I look at her, eyes hard. "She's coming for everyone," I answer. And in the distance ahead, the first flash of red and blue lights blooms on the horizon. Too many. Too coordinated, like the city itself is about to become a battlefield. The war isn't at my gates anymore. It's on the road, and we're driving straight into it.
Chapter 15. Avery, the road turns into a throat. Everything narrows. Headlights, wet asphalt, the black wall of trees on either side, like the world is closing down to one brutal option, survive or disappear. Riccardo sits beside me in the back seat, posture carved out of control, gaze fixed forward like he can stare the future into obedience. His hand isn't on me. He isn't touching me. But his presence wraps around my skin anyway. Shield, cage, promise. Outside, our convoy moves in disciplined formation. 2 SUVs ahead, one behind, another sliding to our left as we hit a curve and the driver accelerates. In the distance, the first bloom of red and blue lights flickers again. Too many, too organized. Not a traffic stop. A net. My throat tightens. Those cops, I say, voice thin. Are they real? Riccardo's jaw flexes once. Some of them. That answer makes my stomach drop harder than a lie would. Some? I whisper. Bianca doesn't need the whole department, he says calmly. She needs the right captain. My mouth goes dry. I can taste last night's shatter again. His mouth on mine, his promise, then the photo, then the truth twisting everything into something ugly. And still I'm here in his car. Still I'm breathing next to him, like he's my only oxygen. My fingers curl into the seat. So what happens when we hit them? Riccardo's eyes stay forward. We don't. The driver speaks through an intercom, voice clipped. Dawn, roadblock ahead, 2 units, spikes possible. Riccardo leans forward slightly. Alternate route? South is blocked by a cruiser, the driver replies. North has lights too. Riccardo's gaze sharpens, calculating. They're funneling. My pulse climbs into my teeth. Into what? Riccardo doesn't answer immediately. Then, softly, into Callahan. The name punches a hollow place in my chest. Miles Callahan is a man I tried to bury with my old life. A shadow I outran until I thought I'd won. But shadows don't die. They just wait. My voice shakes. He's here. Riccardo turns his head slightly, eyes cutting to mine. Yes, the word is a blade. I swallow hard. And your father? Riccardo's expression goes colder. He'll come when he smells blood. My hands tremble. I hide it by pressing my palms against my thighs. Outside, the SUV behind us flashes its lights. Signal. The convoy shifts. The left SUV drifts forward, creating a moving wall. Riccardo speaks into his comm, Italian low and fast. Non rallentare, nessuno si ferma. Si sparano, rispondete. Don't slow. No one stops. If they shoot, respond. Respond. My stomach knots. The red and blue lights swell closer. A bend in the road opens to reveal 2 cruisers angled across the lanes. Headlights glaring, light bars strobing like a warning in a nightmare. A third vehicle sits off to the shoulder. Unmarked, dark, waiting. A bullseye. The driver's voice tightens. Spikes. Confirmed. I see them a second later. Strips of metal across the road like teeth. Riccardo's voice is flat. Hit the shoulder. The SUV swerves. My body lurches. I grab the armrest, breath catching. The tires roar as we bounce over uneven ground, grass and gravel spitting up behind us. A cruiser's siren blares too late. A loud pop snaps through the night. Not a tire. A gunshot. Then another. Glass spiderwebs. On the front SUV ahead, one of Riccardo's men. The vehicle fishtails, then regains. My throat constricts. They're shooting. Riccardo's face doesn't change. Yes, another shot cracks. The rear SUV swerves. Our driver curses in Italian. Riccardo leans forward. Voice hard. Keep moving. A cruiser pivots toward us, trying to cut the shoulder off. The driver jerks the wheel. The SUV skims dangerously close to a tree line, branches scraping the side like claws. My stomach flips. Then, impact. The left SUV slams into the cruiser's front end, hard enough to jolt our entire car. Metal shrieks. The cruiser spins, lights wailing as it tumbles off the road. Riccardo's men, they didn't hesitate. They used their own vehicle like a battering ram. My breath comes out in a sharp, broken gasp. Riccardo doesn't look impressed. He looks furious because this is cost. His voice bites into the comm. Chi era nel primo. Who was in the first? A reply comes back, strained. Enzo, he's hit, still driving. Riccardo's jaw tightens. I stare at him. The monster, the Don, the man who just ended an engagement for me. Feeling the reality of what he's losing, piece by piece. He doesn't say Enzo's name again. But something in his eyes darkens like grief he won't allow. The road opens again, past the spike strip, past the broken cruiser, into a long stretch lined with black trees. For half a second it feels like we made it. Then headlights flare in front of us. A black SUV slides out of a side road, blocking the lane. Another behind it, a trap closing. The driver brakes hard. My body pitches forward. Riccardo's hand shoots across my chest instinctively, stopping me from slamming into the seat in front. His palm is a barrier, warm, solid, protection in the simplest form. The driver swears, ambush. Riccardo's voice goes quiet, dangerously quiet. Callahan. The black SUV's door opens. A man steps out. Tall, American, suit under a long coat. No panic, no hurry. He moves like he owns the road. Even from this distance, I recognize the face from the photo. Miles Callahan. My father. My blood turns to ice and fire at the same time. He lifts one hand slightly, casual, almost friendly, as if he's greeting someone at a fundraiser instead of a war zone. Then he looks straight at our SUV, straight through the tinted glass, like he can see me. My lungs seize. Riccardo leans forward, eyes locked on him, voice flat. Stay down. My throat barely works. That's him. Yes. Riccardo. Down, he repeats, and the command is a knife. Not cruel, necessary. I slide lower in the seat, heart battering my ribs. Riccardo shifts his body slightly, blocking the line of sight from outside, shielding me with his torso. His driver speaks, low and urgent. We can't go forward, can't reverse. Orders. Riccardo's gaze is fixed on Callahan. Hold. Hold, like this is a standoff in a boardroom, not a road soaked in gunpowder. Outside, Callahan walks closer, boots crunching gravel. His men spread out, 4, 5, guns visible now but not raised. They're not aiming yet. They're performing. Callahan stops a few feet from our hood, hands open, smile thin. He speaks loud enough to carry through glass. Riccardo Sarti, he calls. You took something that belongs to me. My stomach twists. Riccardo doesn't respond through the window. He opens the door. My whole body tightens. He steps out into the cold night like it's his living room. Riccardo, I hiss, reaching for him. He doesn't look back. He shuts the door behind him. The lock clicks. Cage. But I'm caged with my eyes on him now, watching him stand between Callahan and the car with a posture so calm it's terrifying. Callahan's smile widens. There you are. Riccardo's voice carries, smooth and lethal. You're on my road, Callahan shrugs. Roads are just lines on paper. Riccardo takes one slow step forward. So are borders. Callahan's eyes glitter, and yet we both bleed when we cross them. My throat closes. I press my forehead to the window, desperate to hear more, to understand what's about to happen. Callahan tilts his head, gaze flicking to the SUV behind Riccardo. Me. You brought her with you, he says, voice almost amused. How generous. Riccardo doesn't flinch. She's not yours. A laugh. Low. Cold. She's my blood. The word hits me like a fist. Blood. Riccardo's posture doesn't change, but I see it. His shoulders tighten a fraction, as if the words scrape something raw inside him. Callahan steps closer. Avery, he calls, voice louder. My chest constricts. My mouth opens. No sound comes out. Riccardo's voice cuts sharp. Don't speak to her. Callahan's smile turns predatory. You're protective. Riccardo's eyes are dead calm. I'm territorial. Callahan laughs softly, delighted. Ah, there it is. He leans slightly to the side, trying to catch a glimpse through the tinted glass. You can send her out, Callahan says. And we end this peacefully. Riccardo doesn't hesitate. No. Callahan's smile fades a fraction. Then you understand I'll take her anyway. My stomach drops. Riccardo's voice turns colder. Try. For one heartbeat, the night holds its breath. Then Callahan lifts a hand. Small gesture. Lazy. His men raise their weapons. Riccardo's men behind us shift, weapons coming up in response. My blood turns to ice. And then Riccardo does something I don't expect. He steps back toward the SUV. Not retreat. Positioning. He turns his head slightly, just enough that his voice hits the window. Private but clear. Avery, he says. My throat works. Yes. His eyes flick to the glass like he can see me through it. When I open the door, you get out. My heart stops. What? Not toward them. He says, voice low. Toward the trees. You run. Marco will be there. My vision blurs. You're sending me away. I'm getting you out, he corrects. You said Bianca would catch me, I choke out. You said, Bianca isn't here, Riccardo says. Callahan is. My breath shakes. And your father. Riccardo's jaw tightens. He's not here either. He reaches for the door handle. Panic claws up my throat. Riccardo, don't. His voice drops, brutal in its calm. If I don't do this, you die. The words slice through me. The door opens. Cold air rushes in. Riccardo reaches in, grips my forearm, and pulls me out, not roughly, not gently. Urgent. My feet hit gravel. The night is huge and sharp and full of guns. Callahan's eyes lock on me instantly. My father. My blood. His mouth curves like he's pleased. There she is. My stomach churns. Riccardo moves in front of me immediately, body shielding mine, his hand pushing at my back. Run, he says. I don't move. I can't, because leaving him here feels like cutting off my own limb. Because the last time I walked away from him, the house turned into a battlefield. Because he chose me publicly and now he's trying to throw me into the dark like he can survive without me. Go, he snaps, the first real edge in his voice. My eyes sting. No, Riccardo stills. For one heartbeat, he looks back at me, and I see it. Pure, dangerous emotion, not anger. Fear, not for himself, for me. Avery, he says, voice low, almost broken, please. The word hits harder than any command. Please. Riccardo Sarti doesn't say please. My throat tightens, my chest burns. And then Callahan speaks again, amused. Look at you, he says, begging a girl you kidnapped. The word kidnapped slices straight through the fragile thread between my ribs and Riccardo's hand. It reminds me of everything. The taking, the punishment, the manipulation, the way he investigated me, the way he touched me anyway. My pulse roars. Riccardo's jaw clenches at Callahan's words, but he doesn't turn. He keeps his body between me and the guns. His hand presses at my back again, urgent. Run, he repeats. I look at the trees. Freedom is there. Darkness. An escape route. A life away from this war. A life where I stop being a pawn. I could take it. I could disappear into the night and never look back. And yet, my feet don't move. Because something inside me has shifted since the night he said, find out everything. Since the night he bled and let me touch him. Since the moment he ended an engagement and walked away from power with my hand in his. I step forward instead, not toward the trees. Toward him. My hand slides into his coat sleeve, gripping him. His head snaps slightly, surprised. Avery. I lift my chin, voice shaking but clear. I'm not running. Riccardo's eyes flare. You have to. No, I cut in, the word coming out like a vow. You don't get to decide that for me. Callahan laughs, delighted. She's stubborn. I see my blood in that. I ignore him. I look up at Riccardo and my chest feels like it's breaking open. I'm not yours because you took me, I say, voice raw, loud enough that even the night hears it. I'm here because I decided to stay. The silence that follows is violent. Riccardo freezes like the words struck something deep and irreversible. Callahan's smile falters. Even his men shift, unsettled by a woman claiming choice in a world built on taking. Riccardo's throat works. He swallows hard, eyes locked on mine. Avery, he whispers, and my name in his mouth sounds like a prayer he doesn't believe he's allowed to say. Then Bianca's voice slices through the night like silk dipped in poison. Brava. The word makes my blood turn to ice. Bianca steps out from the shadows near the unmarked vehicle, cream coat over her dress like she walked into war dressed for a gala. Her eyes shine with satisfaction. Of course she's here. Of course she planned it. A net isn't a net if it has only one rope. Callahan's gaze flicks to her. Recognition, interest. Bianca smiles at him like they've met before. Miles. My stomach drops. They're allied, or worse, temporarily useful to each other. Riccardo's body goes rigid beside me. His voice turns lethal. Bianca? Bianca's smile widens. You chose her publicly, she purrs, so I brought the consequences to you. She lifts a hand slightly, and a second set of headlights appears behind our convoy. Another vehicle, sliding into position to block our retreat. My chest tightens. We're boxed in. Callahan chuckles. You two always this dramatic. Bianca's eyes flick to me, bright with hate. She doesn't even know what she's costing you. Riccardo's hand slides to my waist, pulling me slightly behind him again. Protective reflex. But I plant my feet. I won't be moved like cargo anymore. Bianca's voice turns soft. Riccardo, hand her over. Let Callahan take his blood. You keep your empire. You keep your life. My stomach twists. Riccardo's jaw tightens. He doesn't answer. Bianca smiles as if she already knows. Or don't, she murmurs, and watch everything burn. Callahan lifts his gun, not pointing it yet, just showing it. I'm not leaving without her. The world tightens to a single point. Riccardo inhales slowly. Then he makes a choice that sounds like war. He speaks without looking at Callahan. In Italian, he says to his men, voice calm and absolute. Fuoco. Fire. The night explodes. Gunshots crack, sharp, fast. Men dive. Gravel sprays. The air fills with gunpowder and shouting. Riccardo grabs me and spins us, fast toward the SUV, shoving me down behind the open door like a shield. Stay, he barks. I crouch, heart slamming, hands over my head as bullets ping off metal. Riccardo moves like a machine, precise, controlled, firing back without panic. His men respond in coordinated bursts, drawing Callahan's shooters away from our position. Across the chaos, Bianca steps back smoothly, never frantic, disappearing behind the unmarked vehicle like she planned to survive the fire she started. Coward! Callahan's voice roars through the noise. Avery! I flinch at my name. Riccardo fires again, then yanks open the SUV door wider and shoves me inside. Get in, he snaps. I scramble in, shaking, breath ragged. Riccardo slams the door, then leans in through the window, eyes hard. Listen, he says, voice low and urgent. If the driver moves, you stay down. Do you understand? My throat barely works. Riccardo. Do you understand? He repeats, fierce. I nod. Yes. His jaw tightens. Then he does something that makes my chest crack. He presses his forehead briefly to the glass, right where my face is inside, 1 second of contact through a barrier, like he's anchoring himself. Then he steps back into the gunfire. My breath catches. The driver throws the SUV into reverse, tires screaming. We jerk backwards, using the chaos as cover. Through the rear window, I see Riccardo, dark silhouette against flashing headlights, moving fast, shouting orders in Italian, guiding his men like he's conducting violence. And then I see him stumble. Just a fraction, a flash of red at his shoulder. My scream claws up my throat. I slap the window. Riccardo? He doesn't fall. He turns, fires again, then throws himself behind cover, but he's hit. He's bleeding. My body surges forward, desperate to get out. The driver shouts, Signorina, down. I don't listen. I shove the door handle. Locked. Of course. I slam my fist against the glass, sobbing with rage I refuse to name. We spin, the SUV turning hard, repositioning behind the front vehicles. The convoy regroups, guns still firing, men dragging one wounded guard into a car. Riccardo appears again, moving toward us with a brutal, controlled limp. He reaches the SUV and rips the door open, climbing in. Blood streaks his shoulder. His breathing is controlled but tight. The door slams. The SUV surges forward, breaking through the gap his men created. Behind us, Callahan's headlights fade slightly as the road curves and the trees swallow the battlefield. But I know, this isn't over. War doesn't end because you drive away. War follows. Riccardo leans back, jaw clenched, one hand pressed to his shoulder. I stare at the blood, shaking. You're hit, I whisper. He doesn't look at it. He looks at me. You stayed, he says, voice rough. My throat tightens. You idiot. A faint, humorless curve touches his mouth. Yes. My eyes sting. Why did you go back out there? His gaze holds mine, dark and unwavering. Because you're not dying on my road, he says. Not in my world. Not while I'm breathing. The words slam into me. I swallow hard, forcing my voice steady. You don't own me. Riccardo's eyes flicker. Then he nods once, slow. No, he says, you proved that. Silence stretches, filled with engine roar and distant sirens that might be real or might be Bianca's theater. My chest heaves, my hands shake. And then, because I can't hold it in anymore, because choice is useless if you don't speak it, I lean closer, voice breaking. I chose to stay, I whisper again. Not because you trapped me. Riccardo's throat works as he swallows. I continue, fierce through the tremor, because I saw you choose me when it cost you everything. His jaw tightens hard, like emotion is a wound he refuses to bleed from. I reach out before I can stop myself and press my hand against his injured forearm, warm skin, solid muscle, real. He goes still at the contact, not pulling away, not claiming, just there. My voice goes quieter. If this is war, then stop trying to send me away like I'm fragile. Riccardo's gaze burns. You are fragile, I flare. No. He cuts in, voice low and deadly honest. You are fragile because you matter. That's not weakness, that's reality. My breath catches. The SUV hits a rough patch of road and Riccardo's face tightens with pain. He exhales through his nose, controlled. I shift closer, pressing my shoulder lightly to his, careful not to touch the wound. He doesn't tell me to move away. He doesn't tell me to stop, and the quiet between us is heavier than any kiss. Riccardo stares forward for a long moment, then speaks softly, almost to himself. You were never meant to be here, he murmurs. I swallow hard, eyes fixed on him. Neither were you. His gaze cuts to mine. The darkness in his eyes is brutal and tender at the same time. He leans closer, just enough for his voice to turn private, intimate, lethal. You were never meant to be mine, he says, each word landing like a vow carved into bone, and I destroyed everything to keep you anyway.
Chapter 16, Riccardo. The first bullet that matters doesn't come from Callahan. It comes from my father's mouth. I hear it through the speaker on Marco's phone at 5:13. While the city is still dark and my penthouse still smells like gunpowder and Avery's shampoo. Two scents that should never exist in the same room. My father's voice is calm. That's how I know it's lethal. You walked away from my house, he says, as if we're discussing a missed dinner. You ended an engagement I already announced. I don't correct him. I don't argue. I stand at the window with my shirt unbuttoned and a bandage under my shoulder, watching the skyline glow faintly like a bruise. Avery is asleep on the couch behind me, curled on her side with her hand tucked under her cheek like she's pretending she isn't in a wolf's den. She looks softer in sleep. She isn't. She's a blade that learned how to rest without dulling. Marco holds the phone out, face tight. He hates this call because he knows what my father's calm means. My father continues, voice smooth. You made me look weak. I turn slightly, just enough to see my reflection in the glass. You were weak, I say. Marco flinches. He shouldn't. He's heard worse from me. But hearing it directed at my father makes the air change. My father laughs once, not amused. Riccardo, he says softly, I built you. No, I correct. You trained me, and now I untrain you. He replies. A pause. Then the real bullet. Your accounts are frozen. Marco's face goes white. I don't move. My father's voice stays calm, almost kind. The holding company, the ports, the shell trusts you think you hid from me. I signed the paperwork an hour ago. Marco's fingers tighten around the phone like he wants to crush it. My father continues, smooth as poison. Your men will be offered new loyalty. Your allies will be offered new contracts. Anyone who stays with you will be labeled disloyal to the family. Family. That word is always used like a chain. I look back at Avery sleeping, and something cold settles deeper in my ribs, not fear. Focus. What do you want? I ask. My father exhales lightly. As if relieved, I finally ask the reasonable question. The girl, he says. Bring Avery Callahan to me. Avery's name in his mouth makes my jaw tighten hard enough to ache. No, I say. My father's voice doesn't change. If you refuse, the girl becomes a public enemy. Callahan will hunt her. Bianca will hunt her. And I will not stop them. He pauses. Then, quieter, crueler. And you will watch. Marco's eyes flick to the couch. To Avery. And I can see the thought hit him too. My father isn't threatening me. He's threatening the one thing I chose. Are you done? I ask, voice flat. My father's calm sharpens. You're not listening. I'm listening. I say. I'm just not obeying. Silence. Then my father speaks like he's delivering a verdict. You have until tonight. He says. Bring her, or I erase you. The call ends. Marco lowers the phone slowly, as if noise might break something. For a moment, neither of us speaks. Outside, the city keeps breathing, unaware its arteries just got cut. Marco swallows. Don the accounts, I heard. I say. He steps closer. Voice urgent. If the money freezes. Payroll, security, bribes. I said I heard. I repeat. And my tone makes him stop. I inhale once. Slow. Then I speak the truth Marco won't like. This isn't about money. I say. He's isolating me. Marco's jaw tightens. He's trying to force you back under him. Yes. And Bianca. Marco starts. I cut him off. Bianca doesn't matter yet. Marco looks at me like I've lost my mind. She's alive. He says sharply. She's bold enough to stand on the road with Callahan. She's loud. I correct. My father is quiet. That shuts him up. Because Marco knows quiet men are the ones who win. I turn away from the glass and walk toward the couch. Avery's eyes are closed, but her breathing changes before I reach her. She's awake. Of course she is. I stop a few feet away. Avery. I say. Her eyes open slowly. They're bright immediately, like sleep is a costume she wears. Not a need. What? She murmurs. Voice rough. I keep my tone controlled. We have a problem. Her mouth curves faintly. We always have a problem. Your father is moving. I say. Her expression tightens. Not fear. Recognition. And yours. She says. Yes. Avery sits up, blanket sliding off her shoulder. She doesn't cover herself like a shy woman. She adjusts like a soldier resetting armor. What did he do? She asks. He froze my accounts. I say. He gave my men offers. Avery's gaze sharpens. And you? I watch her face. He wants you delivered to him by tonight. Avery goes still. Not frozen. Still like a knife laid flat on a table. Delivered. She repeats quietly. Yes. Avery's jaw tightens. So this is the part where you pretend to choose power. I let the words hang. I could reassure her. I could say never. But reassurance is cheap. I've learned she doesn't trust it. So I give her something she can believe. I walk closer and kneel in front of her, lowering myself until my eyes are level with hers. Avery's breath catches surprise. Fast, then she masks it. I keep my voice low. He gave me an ultimatum. I say, I don't accept ultimatums. Avery stares at me, searching for the trick. You're going to fight him. She whispers. Yes. And he'll use me. She says, voice tight. He'll try. Avery's eyes harden. Then I'm leaving. No. I say. Her mouth twists. You don't get to say no to that. I hold her stare. I do. Avery leans forward slightly. Voice dangerous. Riccardo, if you keep me here, you're handing them a target. I don't deny it. Yes. And you still want me here. She snaps, anger rising because fear is trying to climb her throat. I reach out slowly and take her wrist light. Not restraining. Anchoring. I want you alive. I say. Avery's eyes burn. Then let me go. I shake my head once. Not until I can guarantee you don't get caught the moment you step outside. Avery laughs. Sharp and bitter. Guarantee. Like you're God again. I don't flinch. Like I'm responsible. Her breath stutters. There's a difference between control and responsibility. Avery hears it. She doesn't like that she hears it. She pulls her wrist back, standing abruptly, pacing 2 steps like she needs movement to keep from breaking. Okay, she says, voice fast. Okay, fine. Then we don't wait for your father's deadline. We don't sit here while he erases you. Marco clears his throat quietly from behind us. Signorina, Avery whips around. Don't call me that. Marco shuts his mouth. Smart. Avery turns back to me. Eyes sharp. We strike first. I study her. That sentence isn't a hostage's plea. It's a strategist's decision. Explain. I say. Avery's breathing is controlled now. Cold. Focused. The way she gets when she's turning pain into action. Your father froze your accounts. She says. That means he has paperwork. Authority. Signatures. He didn't just bully you. He used systems. Yes. So we don't fight him with bullets first. She continues. We fight him with proof. Marco shifts. Interested despite himself. I keep my face still. Proof of what? Avery's eyes lock on mine. Proof he's been stealing from his own people. Silence. Marco's brow furrows. Don Sarti doesn't. He does. Avery cuts in, and the certainty makes Marco go still. I watch Avery. How do you know? Avery's mouth tightens. Because men like him always do. Because the kind of control he likes requires leverage. She steps closer, voice lower. Your father doesn't just threaten men. He owns them. That means he keeps records. My jaw tightens. Records are hidden. Avery nods once. Exactly. So where do men hide sins? I already know the answer. Church. I say. Avery's eyes flash with satisfaction. Or a vault. Or a safe. Or a ledger in a room nobody touches. She leans in. You said his library is where he plans to strike. It is. It has always been. My father's library isn't just books. It's the nerve center of his empire. Marco's voice is cautious. Don, we can't just walk into. We can. Avery cuts in again. Because he expects you to come like a son. Her gaze pins me. He expects you to come begging. The words hit like a blade. Because my father does expect that. He expects me to crawl. Avery's voice drops. So don't crawl. Go in and steal his throat. Marco exhales slowly, almost impressed. I stare at Avery, seeing her clearly in this moment, not as a problem, not as a hostage, not even as a temptation, as a partner in war. You want me to break into my father's house. I say. Avery's mouth curves. You already did. You broke out. A beat. Then she adds, quieter. Now break him. The room tightens with that sentence. Because Avery doesn't say it like she's asking for revenge. She says it like she's offering me freedom. I turn to Marco. What's the security pattern at my father's estate right now? Marco responds instantly, sliding into operational mode because it's safer than emotion. He doubled guards at dawn. He'll rotate again at noon. Bianca's men are still there. Your father's men will be watching for you. And the library? I ask. Marco hesitates. Always 2 on the doors. 1 on the balcony. Cameras inside are old but active. I nod. Codes. Marco's jaw tightens. We have some. Not all. But enough if we move like we belong. Avery watches me like she can feel the decision forming. You're thinking. She says. Yes. Her chin lifts. Good. I step closer to her again. Not touching her this time. Just close enough that she feels the gravity. If we do this, I say, voice low, you do exactly what I tell you. Avery's eyes flare. No, I don't blink. Yes. She leans in, defiant. I'm not your soldier. I lean closer, quieter. Then don't act like one. Avery's mouth tightens. I continue. In my father's house. One mistake gets you killed. Not by me. By him. Avery swallows. I'm not. Afraid of him. I study her face. You should be. Avery's eyes flash anger. Pride. Something old. And then she inhales slowly, forcing herself into control. Fine. She says. Rules. I nod once. Rules. Avery's voice turns sharp. And your rule is I follow orders. Yes. And my rule, she says, stepping closer until her body is inches from mine, gaze locked, is you don't use me as bait. The words land like a vow. I hold her stare. Agreed. Avery's breath catches, surprise. Fast. Then she masks it with a hard swallow. She wasn't expecting agreement. Neither was Marco, judging by the way he shifts. But I don't bargain on that rule. Because if I break it, she won't just hate me. She'll leave. And she'll be right. I turn to Marco. Get the car ready. One vehicle. Quiet. Marco hesitates. One. Too many looks like an invasion. I say. We need to look like family. Avery's jaw tightens at the word family. She still doesn't trust that word. Good. Neither do I, Marco nods. Understood. He turns to go, then stops. Don, if your father catches you, I won't be caught. I say. Marco leaves. Avery watches him go, then looks back at me with eyes that hold too much. You're really doing this? She whispers. Yes. Her voice cracks slightly. For me. I don't soften. I don't pretend. For you. I confirm. Avery's throat works. You could have given me to him and saved your empire. My jaw tightens. It wouldn't be my empire anymore. Avery stares at me, and I can see the moment she understands what that means. My father doesn't just want her. He wants me back on the leash. Avery steps closer, voice low. And Bianca. I exhale once. Bianca will try to follow. Avery's mouth twists. Let her. The coldness in that sentence isn't cruelty. It's decision. I reach up slowly, not to claim her, not to control her, just to brush my knuckles along her jawline. A touch so light it feels like permission. Avery stills. Her breath stutters. I watch her eyes darken with something she's trying to bury. This is not a love story. I murmur, voice quiet. This is survival. Avery's mouth trembles, then hardens, then survive. I lower my hand. Go change. I say. Something that looks like you belong in my father's house. Avery's eyes narrow. I don't belong in his house. You will. I reply. Long enough to steal from him. Avery's jaw tightens. But she turns and walks toward the bedroom without another word. I watch her go, the line of her back rigid with fury and purpose. And I realize with a cold, sharp certainty. My father thinks he can erase me by freezing money. Bianca thinks she can burn me by touching Avery. Callahan thinks he can reclaim blood by showing up with guns. They're all wrong. Because Avery West, Avery Callahan, just handed me a different weapon. One my father won't see coming. Truth. The kind that collapses empires quietly. My phone buzzes. Unknown number. One message. A photo attachment loads. It's a grainy still from a camera somewhere. Avery and me in the penthouse. Taken from across the street. Through glass. Below it. One line. Bring her to me. Or I bring the city to her. M. Miles. My blood goes cold. He's closer than I thought. I stare at the screen. Then at the hallway Avery disappeared down. Tonight. I'm walking back into my father's house to steal his leverage. And somewhere in the city, Callahan is already moving to take his own. I close my hand around the phone until the edges bite my palm. Then I speak to the empty room. Voice low and absolute. No one touches her. A second later, Avery reappears in the doorway, hair pulled back, dark dress, spine straight, eyes sharp. She looks like she's walking into war. She meets my gaze and doesn't blink. You ready? She asks. I hold her stare, feeling the aftershock of everything we've done to each other. Hate, need, war, choice. Yes, I say. And as we walk out together, the hook settles into my bones like a promise. My father thinks tonight ends with me crawling back. Bianca thinks tonight ends with Avery dead. Callahan thinks tonight ends with his daughter in his hands. None of them understand the real shift. Tonight, I'm not taking. I'm stealing back what was always mine, my own freedom, and Avery is the one holding the knife.
Chapter 17. Avery. The gate opens like a throat, not welcoming, swallowing. Riccardo's car glides through anyway, no hesitation, no pause, like steel can intimidate stone if it believes hard enough. I sit beside him in the back seat, spine straight, hands folded in my lap so no one can see the tremor. I'm dressed the way you dress when you want to survive a room full of predators. Dark, clean lines, hair pinned tight, makeup minimal but sharp enough to pass as composed. A costume. But tonight, I'm not wearing it for them. I'm wearing it for me. Because I'm walking back into the house where Bianca tried to poison me, where Riccardo's father called me a chip, where men bled on marble over the shape of my name. And I'm walking in with a plan. Riccardo doesn't look at me. His gaze is fixed forward, jaw tight, the wound in his shoulder a phantom he refuses to acknowledge. The quiet radiating off him isn't calm. It's control welded into place. Rules? He says finally, voice low. I keep my eyes on the iron fence sliding by. I remember. Say them. I turn my head slowly, meeting his stare. I follow your lead? Yes. And I don't become bait, I add sharp. His jaw flexes. Yes. I hold his gaze one beat longer. And if Bianca tries something, I end it, Riccardo says, quiet as a blade. The car rolls up the drive. The house rises from the dark trees like it never learned shame. Warm lights, tall windows, marble steps. Guard silhouettes that don't move until we're close enough to smell the gun oil under their cologne. I inhale slowly. This place doesn't feel like a home. It feels like a stage built for punishment. The car stops. Riccardo steps out first. Then he offers his hand. Not demanding, not pulling, offering. I take it. Not because I'm soft, because I'm done pretending I'm alone. We move up the steps together. The front doors open before we reach them. Inside, the foyer glows gold, expensive, polished, false, staff lined like statues, men positioned like chess pieces. Everyone watching with the same question in their eyes. Did the air come back to kneel or to bite? Riccardo's grip tightens around my hand briefly, anchoring. Then he releases me, not as distance, as a signal. We're here. We belong. Act like it. A man approaches, older, suit too perfect, eyes too empty. One of the father's shadows. Don Sarti is waiting in the library, he says. Riccardo's mouth doesn't move. Of course he is. The man's gaze flicks to me. A moment of appraisal. A hint of disdain. Miss Callahan, he adds. Hearing my real name in this house makes my stomach twist. I lift my chin. That's not how you address someone you tried to have killed. The man's face tightens. He says nothing, only turns and leads us down the corridor. Riccardo doesn't correct me. He doesn't tell me to behave. He walks beside me like he expects my teeth and approves of them. The library doors appear at the end of the hall, dark wood, heavy brass handles, too grand for a room that holds so much rot. Riccardo pauses for half a heartbeat. Not fear. Memory. Then he pushes the doors open. The library smells like old leather and power. His father stands behind the desk, hands folded, expression composed, already performing control. And Bianca is perched on the edge of a chair like she's been waiting to watch the scene replay. Cream dress, hair sleek, lips the color of expensive blood. Her eyes slide to mine and brighten. Like she's tasting the moment. Tesoro, she says to Riccardo, soft as silk. You came back. Riccardo's gaze doesn't shift to her. I didn't come back, I came in. His father's mouth curves faintly. Careful. Riccardo steps forward, shoulders squared. I am. His father's gaze lands on me. Avery Callahan. The way he says it isn't a greeting, it's a classification. I don't flinch. Don Sarti, his brows lift. You're bold. No, I say, voice steady. I'm tired. Bianca laughs softly, delighted. Oh, I like her when she's cornered. Riccardo's voice goes low. She's not cornered. Bianca's smile widens. Isn't she? Riccardo doesn't argue. He walks to the desk, placing both hands on the wood like he's claiming the room by force of will. You froze my accounts, he says. His father nods as if discussing weather. You needed discipline. Riccardo's eyes darken. You needed leverage. His father's gaze sharpens a fraction. And I got it. Bianca's eyes flick to me again, watching, calculating. I keep my face calm while my mind maps the room. Desk, shelves, a fireplace, a painting too heavy, security camera in the corner, old model, blinking, and a detail that doesn't fit, a small brass panel near the baseboard behind the desk, flush with the woodwork, barely visible unless you're looking for hidden doors. A safe, or a keypad, or the throat of the beast. Riccardo shifts his stance slightly, blocking my view for a second, then opening it again. Not accidental. A signal. You see it too. My pulse steadies. Okay, we're doing this. Riccardo's voice stays calm even. You want Avery delivered to you by tonight. His father doesn't deny it. Yes. Bianca's eyes glitter. I can feel her waiting for Riccardo to say the thing she wants. Fine. Instead, Riccardo says, no. His father's mouth tightens. Then you came to lose. Riccardo's gaze doesn't waver. I came to talk. Bianca's laugh is small. He came to stall. I meet her eyes. You came to watch. Bianca's smile turns razor thin. I came to win. Riccardo's father lifts a hand, the quiet authority of a man used to rooms going still for him. Enough. The silence snaps into place. He looks at Riccardo. You have something that belongs to Callahan. If he gets it, he gains leverage on me. If I get it, I end him. He looks at me. You are that leverage. My stomach turns, but I keep my voice calm. You're not ending anyone tonight. His father's eyes narrow. You forget your place. I step forward one slow pace. I don't have one in your world. Bianca exhales amused. Oh, she's going to die beautifully. Riccardo's voice turns lethal. Bianca. She shrugs delicately. What? We're being honest. Riccardo's father studies Riccardo again. You brought her into my house, he says quietly. So either you intend to surrender or you intend to steal. The words land like a blade. My blood goes cold. He knows. Riccardo doesn't blink. I intend to end this. His father's smile is faint. Good. So do I. And then, like a switch flips, his father gestures once. The library doors close, not by a servant, by a mechanism. A heavy click, locking. My pulse spikes. Bianca's eyes brighten with satisfaction. Riccardo's posture doesn't change, but I feel the air shift, predator alert. His father's voice stays mild. Search them. Two men step from the shadows near the shelves. Not staff, soldiers. They move toward Riccardo first. Riccardo doesn't resist. He lifts his arms slowly, letting them pat him down. Performing compliance. Buying time. The men move to me next. My muscles tense. Riccardo's gaze snaps to them. Sharp. Hands off, he says quietly. His father's brow lifts. You don't give orders here. Riccardo's voice is low. Try me. The men hesitate. Bianca smiles like she's watching a fuse burn. Then Riccardo's father says, calm, touch her. The command lands. One of the men reaches for my arm. I don't wait. I pivot fast and slam my elbow back into his ribs. He grunts, startled. Before he can recover, I grab the heavy letter opener from the desk's corner, polished metal, sharp tip, and press it against his throat. Not stabbing, threatening. The room freezes. Bianca's eyes widen, then glitter. Riccardo's father looks pleased. Good, he murmurs, so she has teeth. I hold the blade steady, voice calm despite the roar in my ears. Back up. The man freezes, breath shallow. Riccardo moves beside me, slow, controlled, placing himself slightly in front of me without disarming me. He speaks to his father without looking away from the men. You said you wanted her alive. His father's smile is thin. Alive, not comfortable. Bianca takes a slow sip from her glass like she's enjoying a show. Then she sets it down and speaks sweetly. This is taking too long. And a soft click answers her. Not a gun, a button. The brass panel near the baseboard behind the desk lights up, tiny green glow. Then a hiss begins. My stomach drops. Gas. The air thickens with a faint chemical bite, sweet and wrong. Riccardo's head snaps toward the panel. Bianca's smile widens. I told you, she murmurs. No more tests. My lungs tighten instantly. Not enough to drop me. Enough to slow. Enough to make a stumble deadly. Riccardo curses in Italian and grabs my wrist, yanking me toward the fireplace, because fireplaces have vents, draft lines, cleaner air. He rips open the damper with one brutal motion. Cold air rushes in. I inhale hard, choking but functioning. Riccardo presses me close to the draft, his body shielding mine, voice low in my ear. Breathe. Only here. Bianca watches, serene. He'll choose, she says softly to my father. He always does. Riccardo's father's gaze stays on Riccardo. Give me the girl, he says, calm, and I'll open the doors. Riccardo's jaw clenches hard. My lungs burn. My thoughts blur at the edges. I force them sharp. This is Bianca's kill shot. Trap us in my father's library, gas the room, force Riccardo to hand me over to save himself or watch me collapse. A staged accident. A tragedy with clean hands. I grip Riccardo's forearm, grounding myself. And in that moment, the plan in my head clicks into place. Because Bianca isn't the only one who knows how to weaponize a room. I look past Riccardo, scanning the desk again. On the edge of the blotter, a key card. On the desk phone, a small silver remote, likely for the library's locking mechanism. And behind the desk, that brass panel. The throat. If I can reach it, I can stop the gas. Or better, lock them in with it. I whisper, barely audible. Riccardo. He keeps his body between me and the men. Breathe. I can shut it off, I whisper. His eyes flick to mine, sharp. How? I tilt my chin toward the desk, then the panel. Riccardo's gaze shifts, calculating. Bianca's eyes narrow, sensing something. Riccardo's father speaks again. Now, Riccardo, before she drops. Riccardo's voice is deadly calm. Open the doors. His father smiles. Give me the girl. Riccardo exhales once, then he makes a move Bianca didn't predict. He lets go of my wrist. My stomach drops. False choice. Again. I stagger half a step, lungs burning, and I see Bianca's smile bloom. Riccardo steps forward, away from the fireplace draft, straight into the thicker air. He's doing it. He's walking into the gas like it's nothing, because he'd rather burn himself than hand me over. My chest tightens, and then he says, loud enough for the room, take me. Silence detonates. Bianca's smile falters. My father's eyes sharpen. Riccardo spreads his arms slightly. You want leverage, you want obedience. Take me. His father's mouth tightens. I don't need you. Yes, Riccardo says softly, you do. He takes one more step forward, gaze locked on his father. Because if I die, he adds, voice like ice, your empire dies with me. My father's eyes flicker, anger, fast. Because it's true. Because Riccardo isn't just a son, he's the machine. Bianca moves first. She steps toward my father, voice low and sharp now. Don't listen to him. Riccardo's eyes cut to her. You're scared. Bianca's smile flashes, brittle. Of what? Of losing, Riccardo replies. Bianca's gaze slides to me near the fireplace draft, calculating. Then she snaps her fingers. One of the men lunges toward me. I move. The letter opener is still in my hand. I drive the handle hard into his jaw, not stabbing, just brutal impact, and he staggers. I don't stop. I grab the desk remote with my free hand and slam the button. The library doors click, locking again, but this time, locking them in. My father's head snaps toward the doors. Bianca's eyes widen. Riccardo turns slightly, catching what I did. His gaze flashes approval, surprise, something dangerously warm. I don't let it distract me. I sprint, lungs burning, toward the brass panel behind the desk. A hand shoots out, not my father's. One of the guards. He grabs my arm, and then Riccardo loses control. Not soft, not kind, not measured. He moves like a storm breaking. He crosses the distance in a blur and slams the man into the bookshelf hard enough to rattle leather-bound volumes. His fist comes up, one clean strike, dropping the guard like a puppet with cut strings. The room goes still again. Even Bianca flinches. Riccardo stands over the fallen man, chest rising, eyes dead black. Then he turns that gaze on Bianca. And Bianca, cold Bianca, actually steps back, because this isn't the Don performing for allies. This is a man who almost watched me collapse. This is the animal under the suit. I force myself to keep moving. I hit the brass panel, fingers shaking, searching for a latch. A keypad lights up. 4 digits. Of course, I don't know it. But I know something else. People reuse patterns. I punch in the code I saw Riccardo use once on a corridor door in this house, because men like his father teach sons systems, and sons build off fathers. 2127. Enter. The panel beeps. Green. My heart slams. The vent hiss changes, slows. I slam another option, purge. A different hiss surges, fresh air forced in hard. The chemical bite begins to thin. I stagger, coughing, but I'm still standing. Bianca's face tightens in rage. You little, she starts. Riccardo's father's voice cuts through, colder than I've ever heard it. Enough. He turns his gaze on me, and for the first time I see pure hatred without polish. You think you can steal my house, he says. I wipe my mouth with the back of my hand, breathing hard. I think I just did. Riccardo moves back toward me, positioning himself between me and the room again, protective without asking. My father's eyes flick to Riccardo. You brought her here to rob me. Riccardo's voice is flat. You forced my hand. Bianca's eyes dart to the desk, to the brass panel, to the door. Then she smiles again, slow, poisonous. You're both adorable, she murmurs. 2 little rebels. Riccardo's gaze hardens. It's over, Bianca. Bianca laughs softly. No. She looks at me, eyes bright with something almost joyful. You think you won, she says. My stomach tightens. Didn't I? Bianca's smile turns sharp as a razor. You got air, not victory. She tilts her head toward the corner camera, old model, blinking. Then she says the sentence that makes the room freeze in a different way. Check your men, Bianca murmurs, sweet. One of them already checked you. Riccardo's posture snaps tighter. My pulse spikes. Because Bianca doesn't make threats without receipts. Riccardo's voice is low. What did you do? Bianca's smile widens. Then she looks past Riccardo toward the library doors, as if waiting. A soft click sounds, not the library lock. A phone, from inside Riccardo's pocket. His phone begins to vibrate. He pulls it out. His face goes dead still. I can't see the screen, but I don't need to. I see the way his knuckles whiten. I see the way his breathing changes. I hear him whisper, almost inaudible, Marco. Bianca's eyes glitter. Surprise, she purrs. And in that moment the floor drops out beneath my ribs. Because Marco isn't just Riccardo's capo. He's the man who's been at our side through every move, every lockdown, every escape, every war. If Bianca is implying Marco is compromised, then we didn't walk into a trap tonight. We walked into a betrayal that's already inside Riccardo's bloodline. Riccardo lifts his eyes slowly to Bianca. His voice is quiet enough to be terrifying. Say it. Bianca's smile is gentle. He's not yours anymore. Riccardo's hand tightens around the phone like he might crush it. My stomach twists into cold dread. Because if Marco is compromised, we don't just have a war at the gate. We have a knife in our house. Bianca steps back toward the desk, graceful, calm, already moving like the next stage is inevitable. And since you like proof, she adds softly, I left you a little gift. Her gaze slides to the brass panel I just opened, to the hidden compartment beneath it. I follow her eyes, and there, half revealed in the dark space, are papers. A ledger. Thick, old, real, the thing we came for. Bianca smiles wider. Go ahead. She murmurs, take it. My pulse roars. Because a gift from Bianca is never a gift, it's a detonator with a ribbon. Riccardo's voice turns razor sharp. Avery, don't touch it. I freeze, hand hovering. Bianca's eyes glitter with satisfaction. Too late, she whispers. And somewhere deep in the house, an alarm begins to wail. Low at first, then rising, like the estate itself just declared us criminals inside its walls. The library doors rattle. Not from inside, from outside. Men pounding. Shouting. Riccardo's father's voice cuts through the chaos like a verdict. Kill him. Riccardo's head snaps toward his father. My blood turns to ice, because that order wasn't for me. It was for his own son. And as Riccardo turns back to me, eyes dark, sharp, moving fast, Bianca's soft laugh threads through the screaming like a promise. Now, she murmurs, let's see who your men really belong to.
Chapter 18. Riccardo Darkness is honest. It doesn't pretend this is still a house. It tells the truth. This is a battlefield built out of marble and family names. The emergency lights stutter into red, painting the corridor in a warning color that makes skin look sick. The alarm from the library is muffled now, distant shouting, gunfire cracking like nails into wood, glass still raining somewhere behind us. And in front of me, Marco. My capo, my shadow, my knife hand for years. He stands 10 feet away with a gun leveled at my chest, his face pale and tight, jaw working like he's chewing on regret. Avery's hand is in mine. I feel her pulse hammering through her fingers like a second heartbeat trying to escape. She's holding the ledger in her other hand like it weighs nothing and everything. Marco's muzzle doesn't shake, but his eyes do. That's how I know this wasn't a clean betrayal. This was pressure. This was leverage. Bianca doesn't buy loyalty. She buys fear. Marco, I say quietly. My voice is calm. It has to be. Calm keeps men alive when betrayal is 6 inches of steel and a finger away. Marco's lips part. Don, it's not. Whose orders? I ask again. Avery inhales sharply beside me, but she doesn't speak. Good. She's learned silence can be a blade too. Marco's gaze flicks past me toward the darkness, as if he's listening to someone in his ear. A new earpiece. Bianca's. He swallows hard. Riccardo. My chest tightens. Not because I didn't see this coming. Because I did, and I still let him stand behind me. Look at me. I say. Marco's eyes snap to mine. The corridor is red and black and full of the sound of war. But between us there's only one question. Will he pull the trigger? Marco's breath trembles. She has my sister. Avery stiffens. I feel it through our joined hands. Marco's jaw tightens. Shame cutting deep. Bianca. She took her. She showed me proof. She said if I didn't give her access, if I didn't open routes, if I didn't misdirect cameras, if I didn't bring Riccardo into the same room as his father so she could set fire to both. Where? I ask. Marco's throat works. I don't know. She moved her. She keeps changing. Who else? I cut in. Marco shakes his head fast. No one. Just me. A lie. Or a man praying it's a lie. I keep my voice steady. Marco, put the gun down. His hands tighten. I can't. Avery's fingers squeeze mine once. Not panic. Anchor. She's telling me she's here. She's not running. She's choosing to stand in the dark with me. The thing in my chest that isn't allowed to be soft tightens like a wound. Marco's eyes flick to Avery, then away, guilt flashing. I'm sorry. Avery's voice cuts in, quiet and lethal. Don't be. Marco flinches as if she slapped him. I see it. He didn't expect her to be this steady, this cold, this sharp. He expected a captive. He got a queen in the making. Marco, I say, low. Bianca is using you. She will kill your sister anyway. Marco's mouth twists. You don't know that. I lean forward a fraction. Yes, I do. Because Bianca doesn't leave loose ends. She doesn't leave leverage alive once it's used. Marco's breath shakes. His eyes dart again, listening. Then Bianca's voice threads through the corridor from the comm in Marco's ear, amplified by the silence like a prayer. Do it. Marco's face tightens, terror flashing raw. His finger begins to curl. I move. Not fast like panic. Fast like training. I step left, dragging Avery with me, and the moment Marco fires, the shot cracks into the wall where my heart was a second ago. The sound is brutal in the narrow corridor. Avery flinches but doesn't scream. I slam my shoulder into Marco before he can fire again. The gun clatters across the floor. Marco grunts, stumbling back. I don't hit him again. I could. I don't. Because this isn't about punishment. This is about time. Avery crouches instantly, scooping up the gun with a calm that makes my blood go colder in the best way. She points it low, not at Marco's head, at his knees. Control without cruelty. Don't move, she says. Marco freezes. His chest heaves. Avery, don't say my name. She snaps. Good. I grab Marco by the collar and slam him into the wall hard enough to rattle his teeth, but not break them. My voice is a whisper against his ear. Where is Bianca? I ask. Marco's eyes are wide, wet. She's going to the chapel. My stomach goes cold. The chapel on my father's estate is where he hosts the private vows before public announcements, where he blesses alliances like God signed the contracts, where cameras exist because my father likes proof of obedience. Bianca didn't bring a war into the library just to win in the dark. She wants a stage. She wants witnesses. She wants Riccardo Sarti publicly bleeding. Avery steps closer, gun still low. Why the chapel? She demands. Marco swallows, eyes flicking to her like she's something he doesn't understand. Your father, he whispers. Callahan. Bianca, she told them both to come. She said, his voice breaks. She said she'd end it where vows are made. Avery's breath catches. I feel it in the tightening of her hand around the gun. Because vows are not romance in our world. Vows are cages. Bianca wants to turn a vow into a funeral. I release Marco slowly. He slumps, shaking, shame cracking him open. Avery, I say, voice flat. We move. Now. Avery's eyes flick to Marco. His sister, I'll handle it. I say. Avery's jaw tightens. How? I meet her gaze. Because Bianca just gave me something more valuable than threats. I nod toward the ledger clutched against her side. Proof. The kind that collapses empires quietly. Avery's eyes harden. Then we end them in the light. Yes. That's the only way this finishes. I turn back to Marco. Call my man Alessio. Tell him to find your sister. If you lie, Marco's voice cracks. I won't. Avery watches him for one heartbeat. Then turns away. Choice made. We run. Not through the main halls. Those are full of my father's men and Bianca's chaos. We cut through servant passages and stone stairwells that smell like bleach and old secrets. The emergency lights bleed red across our skin as we move. Avery keeps pace. No hesitation. No limp. No fear. Just fury shaped into motion. We reach a side exit near the gardens. The air outside is cold and wet. Pine and smoke. Distant sirens that could be real or purchased. Across the lawn, the chapel glows warm. It looks peaceful. It isn't. 2 SUVs are parked near the steps. Men stand around them like they're waiting for a ceremony. Callahan men. My father's men. Bianca's men, hard to tell. Because hungry wolves wear the same suits. Avery's hand grips mine tighter. He's here. She whispers. I don't ask who. I can feel it. A shadow moves near the chapel doors. Tall. American. A coat that hangs like power. Miles Callahan. He's not rushing. He's savoring. He wanted his daughter brought to a place where vows are made and blood looks holy. I pull Avery toward the tree line. Stay behind me. I say. Avery's voice is sharp. No, of course. I glance at her. Avery. Her eyes burn. I stay where I can see. Fine. Seeing is her survival. We approach the chapel steps together. Men spot us immediately. Weapons shift under coats. Hands move toward holsters. But they don't shoot. Because there are too many witnesses. Because this is theater. The chapel doors open. Bianca steps out like she's walking into a wedding. Not a war. Cream coat. Hair perfect. Face calm. And behind her, my father. Stone-faced. Composed. As if his library isn't bleeding behind him. Bianca's gaze lands on Avery first. Not on me. On her. The jealousy isn't emotional. It's strategic. Avery West is the woman who made Bianca irrelevant. Bianca smiles. Brava. She murmurs, savoring the word. You came. Avery's voice is cold. You can stop pretending you're polite. Bianca laughs softly. I'm not pretending. Her gaze slides to the ledger tucked under Avery's arm. And you brought my gift. Bianca says. Avery's eyes narrow. You tried to kill us. Bianca's smile turns sharper. And yet, here you are. Alive. Still stubborn. Still romantic. She looks at me. Eyes glittering. Did you enjoy the library? Tesoro. I don't answer her. I look at my father. You gave the order. I say quietly. Kill him. My father's expression doesn't change. You force my hand. You don't have hands. I reply. You have claws. Avery's breath catches beside me. Because this is new. Me speaking to him like this in public. My father's gaze flicks to Avery. She's infected you. Avery's chin lifts. No. I reminded him he's human. My father's mouth tightens. Callahan steps forward from the side. Amused. Touching. He says. His voice is smooth. American. Deadly polite. Family therapy with guns. His eyes land on Avery. And for the first time, I see something shift on his face. Not warmth. Ownership. My daughter. He says. Avery's body goes rigid. Her jaw tightens. Don't call me that. Callahan's smile widens like he enjoys pain. Blood doesn't care what you call it. Avery's eyes burn. Blood didn't raise me. Callahan steps closer. Still unhurried. No, he says softly. It hid you. Avery's throat tightens, and I can feel her anger shaking under her skin, rage trying not to turn into grief. Bianca watches Avery like she wants to drink that grief. My father watches like he wants to use it. I tighten my stance, placing myself half a step in front of Avery without blocking her. Shield, not cage. Avery notices. She doesn't protest. The chapel bells begin to ring. Not because it's time, because Bianca had someone pull the rope. A wedding sound in a war. Witnesses will remember that detail. They'll retell it like a myth. Bianca lifts her hands slightly, as if presenting a stage. Here's the truth. Bianca says, voice carrying. Riccardo refuses his engagement. Riccardo refuses his father. Riccardo protects Callahan's blood. She looks at the gathering men. So who is Riccardo now? Silence. A few men shift. This is the pivot point. Bianca wants them to smell weakness and choose her. My father wants them to choose him. Callahan wants them to choose blood. I want something else. I want them to see the one thing no one here expects. A Don who doesn't crawl. I step forward. Avery's hand tightens around the ledger. I keep my voice calm. Carrying. You want to talk about truth. I say. Fine. I nod once at Avery. She understands instantly. She steps beside me and lifts the ledger like it's a crown. Bianca's smile falters for a fraction. My father's gaze sharpens. I continue. Voice steady. This is my father's ledger. A murmur ripples through the men. I open the ledger with one hand, pages thick. Lined with names. Numbers. Dates. Payments. I say, flipping to a marked page. Bribes. schemes, deals that robbed you while he preached loyalty. My father's voice cuts sharp. Enough. I don't look at him. I keep flipping. And here, I say, tapping another page, are the Valeni ports. Bianca's money. Bianca's routes. Bianca's insurance. Bianca's face goes still. Avery's eyes cut to Bianca like a blade. Bianca's voice turns too sweet. Riccardo, you don't want to do this. I look up, finally meeting her eyes. Oh, I say quietly. I do. Then I turn the ledger outward so the closest captains can see. Names they recognize. Numbers they recognize. Dates that connect to their losses. Their missing shipments. Their mysterious customs delays. Their dead cousins. The air shifts. Not fear. Anger. My father's calm cracks. That ledger is forged. He snaps. Avery's voice cuts in, cold and sharp. Then why did Bianca rig the library to blow when I touched it? Silence. My father's mouth tightens. Bianca's eyes flash. Callahan laughs softly. This is entertaining. Avery turns her gaze to Callahan slow. Lethal. And you, she says. You weren't coming for me because you love me. Callahan's smile turns thin. Love is expensive. Avery nods once. You were coming because Bianca offered you something. Callahan's eyes narrow. Bianca's smile freezes. Avery lifts the ledger again. Like this. Like access. Like routes. Like the chance to cut Sarti blood out of the city and take the space. Callahan's jaw tightens. Careful. Avery doesn't flinch. Truth doesn't care if you're careful. I feel it, men shifting behind Callahan. My father's men glancing at each other. Bianca's men tightening. Because Avery just did something no one expects a pawn to do. She named the deal. Deals die when spoken aloud in front of the wrong ears. Bianca's voice snaps. Sharp for the first time. Shut up. Avery's gaze stays on Bianca. You tried to poison me. You tried to shoot me. You tried to gas me. And all of it was because you thought you were entitled to Riccardo. Bianca's mouth tightens. Avery steps forward one pace. Fearless. But you were never competing with me. Bianca's eyes flare. Oh. Avery's voice drops. You were competing with his freedom. That sentence lands like a match. My father's gaze goes lethal. Bianca's composure cracks, just a hair. Then Bianca does what she always does when she's cornered. She escalates. Her hand slides into her coat pocket. I see the movement. Avery sees it too. Bianca pulls out a small device, a remote. Not for doors. For something worse. Her smile returns. Brittle. If I can't have the empire. She says softly. No one does. My blood goes cold. Avery's hand tightens around the gun she took earlier, still tucked under her coat. Low. Hidden. She looks at me once. A question in her eyes. Do I shoot? I answer with a single nod. Not because I want violence. Because Bianca just chose it. Avery moves like lightning. She raises the gun and fires once, clean, controlled, into Bianca's hand. Bianca screams as the remote flies from her fingers and skitters across stone. The sound is chaos. Men draw weapons. Shouts erupt. Callahan's men move. My father's men surge. But the remote is on the ground now. Harmless. Avery's hands don't shake. Her face doesn't change. She doesn't chase Bianca. She keeps the gun low again, breathing steady. Bianca clutches her wounded hand, face twisted with rage and disbelief. You shot me. She spits at Avery. Avery's voice is ice. You tried to kill me. Bianca's eyes shine, feral now. Mask gone. Riccardo. My father steps forward, furious. Enough. You've made this. I cut him off. No. I say calmly. You did. I turn the ledger toward the men again. You've been stealing from them. I say, voice carrying. You've been selling their loyalty while preaching family. The captains closest to us go still. One of them, an older man with a scar across his cheek, looks at the ledger, then at my father. His voice is low. Is this true? My father's gaze hardens. You dare question me? The captain's jaw tightens. Yes. That single word is a crack in the empire. My father's eyes sweep the gathered men, expecting them to fall back into obedience. They don't. Not all. Because, once men smell theft, they stop fearing power and start fearing being fools. Callahan takes a slow step back, amused shifting into calculation. He doesn't want this war anymore. Not like this. Not with alliances breaking in public. Bianca's breathing is ragged, eyes wild. She looks from my father to Callahan to me. realizing the net she built is collapsing. Bianca's voice shakes with fury. You're destroying everything for her. I meet her gaze. Cold. Yes. Bianca's face twists. You will regret this. Avery's voice cuts sharp. You already lost. Bianca laughs broken. Furious. No. I'm just, a shot cracks. Not Avery's. Not mine. Bianca's body jerks. Her eyes widen. She looks down at her chest. Then up. Shocked. Behind her stands one of Callahan's men. Gun smoking. Callahan's expression doesn't change. Bianca collapses to her knees, breath leaving her in a wet gasp. Not dead yet, but dying. Avery goes still beside me, eyes wide, not with pity, with the stunned realization that Bianca wasn't an untouchable queen. She was always expendable. Callahan shrugs lightly, voice smooth. She was loud. Bianca's gaze flicks to Callahan, betrayal raw on her face. Then her eyes find mine, and for one heartbeat, she looks like she wants to curse me from the grave. Instead, she spits blood and whispers, almost laughing, "You'll still lose," then her body slumps. The night goes quiet in a new way. Not peace. Aftershock. My father's face is stone, but his eyes register the shift. Because Bianca dying here, in front of captains, in front of witnesses, means the Valeni alliance is not just broken, it's radioactive. Callahan has exposed himself. My father has been exposed. The captains have seen the ledger. There is no clean reset. This is the end of the old order. And I am standing in the center of it with Avery at my side, gun low, spine straight, eyes bright. My father's voice is deadly calm. You've made enemies. I meet his gaze. I already had them. My father steps closer, lowering his voice like he's speaking to a son again. Come back. Now. I can fix. No. I say. The word cuts clean. My father's jaw tightens. You think they'll follow you? I lift the ledger slightly. They'll follow truth. My father's mouth curves with contempt. Truth is a story told by the man holding the gun. Avery steps forward. One pace. And the power in that movement makes the night lean toward her. She looks at my father. Eyes cold. Voice steady. Then you should have held your gun better, she says. My father's expression tightens. He looks at her like she's filth. Then he looks at me. And I see it. He's about to order something violent. He opens his mouth. A dozen men raise their weapons. Not at Avery. Not at me. At my father. The captains. The allies he thought were his. The empire he stole from. The scarred captain speaks. Voice low. Don Sarti, you're finished. My father's face goes still. For the first time, uncertainty flickers behind his eyes. He looks at me like I'm the last lever he can pull. Riccardo, he says quietly, if you let them do this, you're killing your own blood. I hold his stare, and I answer with the cold truth he taught me. Blood isn't loyalty. I say, it's just origin. Avery's breath catches beside me. Then she steps closer to my side and threads her fingers through mine. A deliberate move. A public one. My father sees it, and something in him finally cracks. Rage. Humiliation. Loss. He turns away like he refuses to be seen falling. The captains move in, disarming him, taking him, not with ceremony, with efficiency. My father is escorted down the chapel steps like a man who forgot the world can change under his feet. Callahan watches, calculating. He lifts his hands slightly, stepping back. Not my war. I meet his gaze. It is if you touch her again. Callahan's eyes flick to Avery. Avery looks at him like he's a stranger. Not a father. Not blood. Just a man who tried to own her. Callahan's smile fades. He nods once, curt, and retreats toward his vehicle. He doesn't apologize. Men like him don't. He simply leaves, because he understands the board shifted and staying would cost too much. The chapel steps are littered with the remnants of Bianca's ambition, blood on stone, broken alliances, a dead woman who thought she was inevitable. Avery's hand tightens around mine. Her voice is quiet. Is it over? I look at the dark road, the trees, the men moving bodies, the captains murmuring. Not completely. I say. Avery swallows. And us. I turn to her. Her face is calm, but her eyes are stormy, hurt, defiant, exhausted, alive. This is the final shift. Not war. Choice. I hold her gaze and wait. I do not command. I do not pull. I let her decide. Avery's throat works with a swallow. Then she speaks. voice steady and sharp enough to carve truth into air. I'm not yours because you took me, she says. I'm here because I decided to stay. The sentence lands like a crown snapping into place. Men hear it. Captains hear it. Witnesses hear it. The world hears a woman claim agency in a world built on taking. My chest tightens. I lift her hand and press my mouth to her knuckles, brief, controlled, reverent in the only language I have. Then I look at her and give her the line that has been burning in my bones since the day she said no. You were never meant to be mine. I say, voice low and brutal, and I destroyed everything to keep you anyway. Avery's eyes shine with something she refuses to let fall. She squeezes my hand once, an answer without softness. Around us, men begin to move like a new order has already started. Because it has. And Avery, still breathing, still standing, still choosing, looks at the chapel, the blood, the broken empire, and then back at me. Her mouth curves. Not a smile. A promise. Then keep up, she says. And I realize, with a cold, beautiful certainty, I didn't just choose her. She chose me back. Not as a cage. As a crown she decided to wear.
Epilogue. Avery. The first time they call me Donna, I don't correct them. Not because I suddenly like titles. Because I understand what the word means in their mouths. It means the room has accepted something it wasn't built to accept. A woman who wasn't traded. A woman who wasn't bought. A woman who chose to stand in the center of a war and stay. The chapel is clean again. That's what money does. It scrubs blood out of stone like it never mattered. New flowers, new candles. Fresh polish on the steps where Bianca Valenti's ambition bled out and died, still wearing cream like she thought it made her untouchable. But I remember. I remember the sound her body made when it hit the ground. I remember Callahan's eyes, cold, amused, deciding. I remember Riccardo's hand tightening around mine like he could anchor me into existence. Tonight, the chapel isn't a battleground. It's a verdict. The captains gather in the pews, their suits dark, their faces harder. They don't look like men coming to celebrate. They look like men coming to witness history. Riccardo stands at the front beneath the cross, black suit, no tie, sleeves rolled like he's not here to perform holiness. The healed line at his shoulder is visible when he moves, a pink scar that says he bleeds and still stands anyway. His jaw is set. His eyes are calm. Predator stillness. The same stillness from the gallery. Only now it isn't hunting me. It's guarding what's his. I walk down the aisle alone. No arm offered. No escort. No giving away. Just my heels clicking against stone, steady as a heartbeat. I can feel the room watching. Not with curiosity. With calculation. They want to see what I do with this power they didn't want me to have. I stop beside Riccardo and turn to face the captains. One of them, scar across his cheek, the one who raised his weapon at Riccardo's father first, steps forward holding a small black box. Inside is a ring, not a diamond, not a promise of softness, a signet, black onyx, gold edges, a crest I've seen on Riccardo's paperwork, on doors, on men who move like weapons. A brand. The captain clears his throat. Tradition, he says. Riccardo's gaze doesn't move. Tradition is a leash. A ripple moves through the pews. Unease. Surprise. Riccardo doesn't care. The captain swallows and shifts the box in his hands. It is offered. To me. My chest tightens. Old reflex. Old rage. The memory of being taken, dressed, displayed. I look at the ring. Then I look at Riccardo. His eyes are dark, unwavering. He doesn't tell me to take it. He doesn't tell me to refuse it. He waits. Choice. Always choice now. I reach into the box and lift the ring. It's heavy, cold, real. I hold it up between two fingers so everyone sees it. Then I turn to the captains and speak, clear as glass. This is not a collar, I say. The room goes still. I slide the ring onto my own finger anyway. The sound is nothing, just metal against skin. But the message is a gunshot. I didn't refuse their world. I claimed it, on my terms. Riccardo's gaze flickers, something like pride so controlled it looks like pain. Then the chapel doors open. A gust of cold air sweeps in. A man steps inside. American. Suit too clean. Smile too confident. Not one of ours. Not one of Callahan's either. Callahan doesn't send men like this. He sends wolves. This one is a lawyer wearing arrogance like cologne. He holds a folder, posture polite, eyes sharp. I'm looking for Mr. Sarti, he says loudly, as if he hasn't noticed the room full of killers. Riccardo doesn't move. The captains don't move. The lawyer's gaze slides to me, then the ring on my finger. He smiles wider. Ah, Congratulations. I feel Riccardo's body tighten beside me, stillness becoming lethal. I lift a hand slightly, one tiny motion. Riccardo stops, not because he's soft, because he listens. That's the difference now. I step forward and meet the lawyer's gaze. Who are you? He straightens, shifting into performance. James Whitaker, counsel for the Valenti Holdings. A pulse kicks in my throat. Valenti. Bianca's name doesn't die easily. It lingers in paper, in accounts, in contracts written in blood. Whitaker holds the folder out like it's an offering. I'm here to deliver the final documents. Bianca's controlling interests will transfer if... If what? I ask calmly. He clears his throat. If her fiancé claims them. His eyes flick to Riccardo like he expects the word fiancé to land like a hook. Riccardo's face doesn't change. I can feel the room behind me leaning in. This is a test. A final one. Paper can start wars just as quickly as bullets. Whitaker smiles, confident. Simply sign, a formal acknowledgement. Then the holdings pour out assets transfer to Mr. Sarti. A gift from Bianca. A detonator with a ribbon. My stomach tightens with the memory of her voice. If I can't have it, no one does. I hold Whitaker's stare. And if he signs, he inherits her enemies, her debts, and her traps. Whitaker's smile falters. Excuse me? I step closer, taking the folder from his hand. I don't open it. I don't read it. I don't need to. I turn and set it on the altar beneath the cross. Then I look back at Whitaker. No one signs anything from Bianca Valenti, I say softly. Whitaker stiffens. That's... Riccardo moves then, one step forward, voice low and lethal. She's correct, he says. Whitaker tries to recover, shifting into threat. You can't refuse. The courts. I laugh once, quiet and sharp. The courts? Whitaker's gaze flicks to the pews, finally really seeing the men watching him. His confidence wobbles. Riccardo's voice drops, Italian threaded through it like a knife. You're in a chapel full of men who don't fear courtrooms. Whitaker swallows hard. Riccardo turns slightly toward one of the captains. Remove him. Two men move instantly. Whitaker panics, stumbling backward. Wait, this is legal. Bianca was legal, I cut in calmly. She still bled. Whitaker's face goes white. He opens his mouth to argue again, and then I do something I didn't know I could do until I lived through being hunted. I smile. Not sweet, not kind. A smile that says, I'm not the prey anymore. Whitaker is dragged out. The chapel doors close. Silence returns like a lid. Riccardo turns to me, eyes dark. You just refused a fortune. I meet his gaze. I just refused her ghost. A beat. Riccardo's mouth curves faintly. Brava. The praise hits different now. Because it isn't about my defiance, it's about my command. I glance at the captains. They're watching me with something new in their eyes. Not doubt, respect. They saw it. Bianca tried to reach from the grave with paper, and I cut her fingers off without blinking. The scarred captain steps forward again, voice careful. Donna, what is your will? My pulse is steady. I look at Riccardo, then back at them. My will, I repeat. I taste the power in the words. Then I speak the rule that will shape the new empire. Anyone who tries to leverage a woman in this family, I say, letting my voice carry, dies first. A ripple of tension. Surprise. Then stillness. Acceptance. Because they can argue with a Don. They can't argue with a war that proved itself. Riccardo's hand slides to my lower back, warm, firm, not claiming, steadying. He leans in, voice only for me now. You're rewriting my world. I keep my eyes on the captains. I'm burning the old one. His breath hits my ear. Mia scelta. My choice. My chest tightens. I turn my head slightly, meeting his gaze. And you, I whisper back, are not my cage. Riccardo's eyes darken. No. I smile, small and lethal. You're my weapon. A flicker in his eyes, approval sharp enough to cut. He leans in and kisses my temple, brief and controlled in front of everyone. Not romance. A declaration. Then he steps back and addresses the chapel, voice calm, absolute. This is my wife, he says. The word wife doesn't land like a chain. Nah, it lands like a crown placed on a woman who already chose it. And this, Riccardo continues, gaze sweeping the captains, is the only rule that matters now. He looks at me. Not above me. With me. We don't take what isn't offered, he says. The room goes silent, because that one sentence just murdered generations of tradition. And then Riccardo adds, voice lower, darker, a vow made of violence and devotion. But if someone tries to take what she chose, he smiles without warmth. We burn them until even their name can't find a mouth. The captains bow their heads, not because Riccardo commanded it, because they understand what just happened. A Don didn't crown a captive. A woman crowned herself, then wrote the laws. When the chapel empties and the doors seal behind the last witness, Riccardo turns to me, eyes dark in the candlelight. He reaches for my hand. I let him take it. He lifts the ring to his mouth and kisses the onyx like it's sacred. Then he looks up, voice rougher now, human in a way he rarely allows. "You stayed," he says. I lift my chin. I chose. Riccardo's hand tightens around mine, and for the first time since the night I said no, the predator stillness in him shifts into something else. Not soft, not safe, but certain. "You were never meant to be mine," he murmurs, close enough that his breath warms my lips, "and I destroyed everything to keep you anyway." I don't flinch. I don't apologize for the ruin. I slide my hand up his chest, feel the steady beat under his skin, and answer with the only truth that matters now. "Then keep destroying," I whisper, "because I'm not leaving." Riccardo's smile is a knife. "So am I," he murmurs, and in the candlelight, with blood washed from stone and ghosts still trying to crawl back through paperwork, we stand together in the quiet after war. Not healed, not innocent, but undefeated. And if the world wants to test us again, it better bring more than poison and promises, because I'm not a hostage anymore. I'm the reason the Empire learned a new kind of fear. If you stay to the end, you understand what this book is really about. Not a kidnapping, not an empire, not even a war. It's about the moment a woman refuses to be owned, and the moment a Don realizes control isn't enough, because he wants her choice more than her surrender. If this story hit you, if it kept you tense, angry, obsessed, breath held, do me a favor. Leave a like so YouTube knows you want more dark mafia romance like this. Then comment, "Chosen," and tell me your favorite scene, the gallery insult, the poison, the chapel, or the final vow. I read every comment and I'm always watching what lands hardest. And if you love dark mafia romance with obsession, betrayal, dangerous men, ruthless protection, and heroines who refuse to disappear, make sure you like this video, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you don't miss the next story. Your likes, comments, and watch time help this channel grow, help these stories reach the right readers, and tell YouTube exactly who needs more dark, scandalous romance in their life. Thank you for being here, for listening, and for supporting my stories. This story belongs to Bayless. Please do not repost, re-upload, copy, translate, or reuse this audiobook title packaging or story concept in part or in full without permission, Avery. I'll see you in the next book. Until then, stay ruined.